that?
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shack.
That's right. Good Saturday morning. And it is a great Saturday morning. Good does not do it justice. Jake Reitmo alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Khaki Kev steering the ship, keeping us on the air on the ones and twos, fighting off those Gators in the Pimp Cup. And CA, I told you I'm not gonna be a broken record and beat a dead horse, but man,
You're alive.
I'm alive and well. And if you were with us last Saturday, I was alive.
You were low sick.
I was down and out under
Food
the
poisoning.
weather, something like that. My goodness, but
Let's
it's
call
made,
it what it was. You food poisoning.
yes,
Food poisoning.
it's made me appreciate feeling good, being back here with you, with Khaki Kev. And Kev, thanks for covering me on Sunday, because man, I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. I mean, something invaded my system, a bug, something.
An alien, Area 51.
Yeah, but we're back and better than ever today. We got Dallas Cowboys football today, preseason game number 2. Looking forward to that. And baseball, you play every day, thankfully, because we can erase what happened last night and look forward to Rangers Blue Jays north of the border in Toronto later today as well.
You don't want to say what happened? Okay, I'm going to give you a break. And the reason why is because you got abducted by aliens.
Yeah.
And that's why your body wasn't right. But while you were laying on that table in Area 51, they probed your brain.
Oh, boy.
Yes, and they made you forget about the Rangers game because everybody wanted to forget about that. They lost the game.
They lost again, 6-5.
They wasted a DeGrom effort. He was nails as always. He had a 3-0 lead. Left the field like, okay, I'm back on track.
Yep.
But no!
Nope. How about a 4-run 8th inning for the Blue Jays? A lot of pointing fingers to go around, but
Spider-Man meme?
yeah, Rangers bullpen. I mean, I saw one of the crazier stats, and shout out to our guy Nick Harris. He was the first one I saw it from, but the Rangers have lost 29 games this season in the 7th inning or later. That's just...
It's insane.
Insane.
It's either the bullpen or the offense, the lack thereof on both. And so, again, 39 games to go. It ain't looking good. We're going to dive deep a little bit later.
Yep.
Just a little bit later, but we're going to get everybody's morning started off right by saying again, like we always do, thank you, Tolos, for letting us ride shotgun with you while you do everything you do on a Saturday midday. We'll be here till noon. Then it's the fan afternoon, Fred and Blake. And guess what? That'll take you all the way to the pregame show. Cowboys, Ravens at AT&T Stadium. Tolos, let us know what you got going on. Are you getting ready for the game? Anybody headed out to the game, going to watch it on TV? Or, by the way, are you going to just be out and about, playing a little golf, maybe going out to a swim pool? It's going to be 100 degrees again today. Playing with the kids. Stay hydrated, whatever you do. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. And by the way, if you're a fan phenom candidate, in other words, if you were out there last Thursday, I was out there hosting that thing with the Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle. Time to practice. Just get out your phone, hit record, and just practice up your 3-minute speech.
The fan phenom,
Your take.
Just the whole format, the whole opportunity that it presents so many people is so cool. I've worked in a couple other markets, and it's just so neat to see the fan do that.
That's how Blake Elliott got on this station. Blake Elliott is the reigning, defending fan phenom. He's gonna have to give up the belt probably about a month from now. Meanwhile, you got another fan phenom opportunity this Thursday at the Jake's Burgers in Fort Worth.
Yes, sir. 515 Main Street in Fort Worth,
downtown. That's
going to be a lot of fun, and I believe it's Wooly
Bully
hosting that one. And how cool is that? You get to host with talent from 105.3 The Fan. It's not. I've seen some of these other ones where you go into a studio and they say, "All right, send us in your 3-minute, sample." This is
your air check.
Yeah, your air check. This is live. This is with co-hosting with some of the best in the biz. That's really cool.
And you got Gavin Spittle, who will critique it for you when you're finished right there on the spot. And he's not beating you up. He's telling you what he liked about what you did, what you might want to work on to get better. And he's always saying, we do it again next week. Let's see what you got next week. Bring
Absolutely.
The
Tolos,
yeah.
Absolutely. They're flooding in right now. We absolutely love that. From the 817 in all caps, Oh, hell yeah. Jake and Chris, my boys are back again.
Woo-hoo.
I'm yelling on my voice text to say, what is up, my guys? Khaki Kev as well, getting some love. Great stuff there. And
251 says, rocking with the fan all the way in Mobile, Alabama. 251, that's Mitchell down there in Alabama.
That's great stuff. From the 214, I love this one. Wash linebacker Jake, hashtag Tolo. And we got CA as well, the 3-time Hall of Famer. That's right. I will say I was a linebacker in high school, a washed linebacker, and, of course, a strong safety in college because it wasn't big enough. Didn't get big enough.
Yeah, how tall are you?
Well, the roster would say 5'11". In all
if you're not at least 6'1", 6'2", you're not going to be a linebacker.
No, all
Not
actuality,
these days.
5'10", yeah. So, but yeah, I can get my mix my nose in there,
Put it like this: you were ringing some bells, a slobber knocker.
Yeah, Bobby Bell got my back. He tweeted out my highlight, my one career interception.
There it is, to the hose. By the way, no more Tolos texting in. The 214 says, good morning, Fred and CA. No, it's Jake and CA. This is your boy Tolo, Instacart John, and Flower Mound, headed to the North Texas Rodeo and Fair in Denton tonight.
Ooh,
That's going to be a place to be. And by the way, I want to say this because I always want to shout out whatever you're drinking, which is the coffee that you call. This is the
fan cam.
Yeah, hold that coffee up. Does it have the ingredients in it?
Oh, it sure does. We are back to the Dan Campbell special.
That's
right. That's right. Double dark with a double shot of espresso ready to go. So you can hear it in my voice. I love this one, too. You know this gets me excited. From the 682. What's up, Jake and Chris? Heading to Vegas later to put 5K for the season. Over 8.5. What do you think?
What?
Oh, boy. 8.5 wins for our Dallas Cowboys.
Wait a minute. This is so crazy to even contemplate. We're going to have to talk about this some more. Yeah. In fact, we're going to get to some Cowboys. Who should be on this team? In other words, tonight, who's going to have to show up, show out, get something done? I don't know, about 8.5? I don't know, man.
You got to live dangerously, though. I love it. I mean, I can just... The excitement, CA.
Have you looked at the schedule, the last half of the schedule?
I know.
I was going to say, we could go through the schedule and determine how many we think right now.
Yeah. You guys know I'm way too much of a gambler, and I saw the driving to Vegas going to Vegas, whatever it is, and the excitement of placing a live bet and getting the ticket. That in and of itself is worth the price, man. I mean, I'm not saying put 5K on the Cowboys to get over 8.5 wins, but mobile betting is a big thing. It's not legal here in Texas. It's legal in a lot of states.
You can drive on up to Winstar, over to Durant, Oklahoma, Choctaw. You can also go to Shreveport. There's places to go outside of this state.
That's right.
You don't have to. It's only like a half hour away, an hour away.
Yeah, and Peyton Russell, the morning from Sean and RJ, he's a big casino guy. I got to stay out of the casinos because once I'm there,
you start twitching.
I lose the self-control. That's right. It's got to be out of sight, out of mind.
Look out there. Hey, we got a total from the, let's see, it's 817. He says, I'm in Denver, dropping my mom off at work and taking the kiddo to the Broncos game tonight.
All right. Who the Broncos got tonight, I wonder. Let's see, Broncos and Cardinals. How about that? There you go. Maybe Kyler Murray. I mean, he threw a bad interception in his first game.
You never know. Allen Zone 469 says headed to a birthday party in Plano to grant a young folks party birthday wish for pony rides. That's from Tolo Matt in Alvarado.
All right,
got you down.
All right, got you pink down. Pony action. Maybe.
Oh, you got your all caps Brandon texting you. Go ahead. You want to read that? 817. Yes, your boy Brandon. I'll read it for you. By the way, guys, all caps Brandon here might be the biggest Saturday morning solo listener in. Let's see, solo. I think he auto texts this because it says solo. He means Tolo.
Yes, I think so.
I listen to TexasLending.com.
Oh, there you go.
So I know some stuff.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot. There you go.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot.
Kevin getting it done.
Absolutely. Did we read from the 214? Good morning, Jake and CA. This is your boy Tolo, Instacart John, and Flower Mound. Good stuff. Oh yeah, the rodeo. There you go. All right.
So we got a lot of Tolos getting out and about. By the way, stay hydrated. Again, it's going to be triple digits today. With the humidity, it's going to be hotter than that. But at the same time, we appreciate you having it on. Turn it on, leave it on. That's what Tolo means. 877-881-1053. Keep the text coming in, and we'll keep giving you shouts.
No doubt. This is also really exciting, really neat. If you've got nowhere to be later on tonight or this evening, or if you're a big soccer fan, either way.
FC?
That's right, FC Dallas. You can go see Corey Majors today, 5 to 8. He'll be hanging out at the Derbyshire in Frisco. That's 6142 Frisco Square Boulevard. Getting you ready for the FC Dallas Michelob Ultra watch party with some awesome giveaways, including an FC Dallas jersey.
Can I give you a tease coming up later in the show? Got a CA Stories Confidential. Ooh. If you love a great story, I got a great story coming at 11:20. And the deal is this. Jerry's documentary is going to drop on Tuesday. 8-part series on Netflix. America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys, The Gambler and His Boys. This is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be Jerry's version of The Last Dance. With that being said, back in 2004, 21 years ago, ESPN dropped a documentary series called Sports Center. It was Sports Century. It was 30 for 30 before 30 for 30. It was 30 minutes long. They came to town, and they did a story called Jerry's Boys. And I was a part of that, along with Skip Bayless, Dale Hansen, Randy Galloway, Chris Mortensen, Jimmy Johnson, Jerry Jones, Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin. I could go on and on and on. It was 30 minutes long, and I said, let me get ready for Jerry's documentary by going on YouTube and looking at this documentary at Sports Century. I swear to God, I watched that thing. I went, I can't believe we told all the dirt. We talk about all the dirt.
And you can see it on YouTube?
You can see it on YouTube. Sports Century, Jerry's Boys. That whet my appetite to see if this 8-part documentary, 7 of those hours are dedicated to the 90s, 1 hour to 21st century. But my point I'm trying to make is this. That 30 minutes, they covered everything. Jerry firing Landry, Jerry firing Jimmy, Michael Irvin going on trial.
Yeah.
Dave Campo years, Shane Gailey years, all the way to Bill Park. I was like, in 30 minutes. And it was riveting because it was stuff I was like, I don't think Michael Irvin would say that these days.
Wow.
So I'm gonna teach because I got clips. I'm gonna play some of the clips in the CA Stories.
I love it. I was just saying, I know what I'm doing later this weekend at some point before Tuesday because the doc drops Tuesday. America's
Netflix.
Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. There's a big billboard of it right by my place near the American Airlines Center. That every time I go grocery shopping, I see the billboard. I'm like, all right, here it comes. We're gonna see it. America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. But the Sports Century one, from just a storytelling perspective, there's so much to fit in 30 minutes. So it's probably right into the good stuff.
Well, what it is that's what I was saying. Okay, he's going to do this 8-part series next Tuesday. I'm like, we covered everything all the way up to 2004. Bill Parcells after his first year. So I'm like, and it goes from, I'm serious, it kind of sets it up with Landry being there all these years, and then Jerry firing Landry and how Jimmy and Jerry wound up eating at Landry's favorite restaurant. But guess what they did? They went straight to the interviews and let the interviewers or interviewees, me, Jeremy Schaff, those guys, tell the story.
Love that.
So it wasn't like, okay, and you saw highlights over the story as we were talking about it. And it was like, God,
I've been on a sports documentary kick in the last week or so. I watched and I had seen it before, but for whatever reason, actually, you know what? I'll tell you exactly why. I was waiting. It was last weekend, waiting for my fiance to land, and I had about an hour and a half or so before I had to go to the airport. I had all my work done and everything. I thought, let me just watch this SMU documentary, the Pony Express. And
I was there for those days too.
I was just about to say, I started recognizing all the faces on the actual 30 for 30 and who was interviewed and everything. And like I said, I knew the story, but it resonated so much differently now being here. And then I watched the Randy Moss 30 for 30 Rand University just this week for whatever. It was the night the Rangers were off, and I thought, all right, let me get another documentary in here. So let's just keep it going on Tuesday.
Hey, it's August, man.
Yeah.
There's not much going on except for preseason football and dog days in baseball.
That's right.
Everybody else is practicing.
Yep. And, man, we got high school footballs coming up real soon. It's an exciting time of the year. I was talking to some Tolos yesterday at an event, and their kids are so excited to get the high school season going, and they're wearing their helmets to
Friday
school
Night
and
Lights,
everything, man. It's awesome.
And please let the kids stay hydrated. Everybody, give them salt. They need some salt. Give them some salt. But I'm telling you, it's hot out there, and you've got to stay hydrated. 817 says, I have a radio in my den, and my car radio is always on the fan. It provides me great info on everything in sports I want. Love all the various shows. I listen much more of you. I listen much more of you guys than watch TV. Definitely a Tolo.
I love that. That's hot. And I think you get extra points if it's a true terrestrial radio. There's something old school about that. I love. We love the apps. We love the fan cam. We love the YouTube, the social media, and everything. But Khaki Kev, other than in your car, do you ever listen to a terrestrial radio?
In your apartment?
Yes.
This question could not be more perfectly timed. I was actually helping my girlfriend decorate her classroom the other day on Monday.
Okay, because she's a teacher?
Or Thursday, yeah. And so she's a teacher. And so we had a terrestrial radio pulled up, and I was just listening to the fan all the way in Granbury on a terrestrial radio.
Nice.
I love that.
I got one of those in my office at the house.
Yep, same. I got one
sitting up there on the side table.
Battery powered.
Yep,
it's got
that's
a little antenna on
got
it.
the antenna?
Yeah, I think I
man.
bought it from Radio Shack. Do they still have those?
Did you know Radio Shack's based out of Fort Worth? That's where it started.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, shout out to everybody at Radio Shack.
All those old brick and mortar. What was the other? Circuit City. Do you remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Best Buy's still around, but
Best Buy is probably the last one, brick and mortar.
Yeah, I
You
can't
go in there,
think
get
where
everything.
else. If you were to go buy a terrestrial radio, where would you go? I think it's got to be Best
Really?
Buy, right?
Got to be Best Buy.
Yeah.
That's where you
I mean,
start.
I'm sure you could probably find one at like Walmart or something, maybe.
Yeah,
Walmart has a good department.
Yeah, good point.
361 says, Happy Saturday, Jake and CA. Just leaving church, ready to start my day by turning it on, leaving it on. Have a great one. That's from Tolo D. 469 says, working HVAC. Gonna be another hot one. Gotta keep Texas with their air conditioning. We appreciate you. You're like a first responder.
Yeah,
You're unsung hero.
Doing the Lord's work.
I'm telling you, up there in those attics in this heat, woo, loaded. Let's see, 817 says, yeah, Khaki Kev, my mom lives on the lake down there right around Taco Bell. You can't hear nothing. So we need about 110,000 watts, LOL. Got you down.
There you go. The 100,000 watts is just, it's fascinating. I mean,
powerful. 100,000 watts of FM power.
I love it. Hey, we're off and running on a Saturday morning. It's great to be with you, Jake Riepma, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, Khaki Kev. Coming up next, we're going to really roll up our sleeves, dive into this Cowboys-Ravens matchup. First time back at AT&T Stadium. What will the boys look like? What do we want to see? That's next on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Day.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Cowboys, Ravens, preseason game number 2, back home. Or I guess home, back home from training camp. Jake Reitman alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down. You said training camp?
Yeah, exactly. And our coverage, Odyssey Sports training camp coverage, has been brought to you nationally by Geico, Switch and Save, Get more with Geico. Appreciate you, CA.
So let's clarify this for all the Tolos. They're still in training camp. They're just not in Oxnard. Training camp continues in Frisco, and they're going to invite the fans to come out and meet the Cowboys and all that kind of stuff. So just be aware. It's going on all the way until the last preseason game is over.
And this is preseason game number 2 of 3.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys, fortunately, like 30 other NFL teams, only have to play the 3 games. It's just the who is the Hall of Fame game? You got the Lions and the Chargers. They got to suffer through four preseason
and
games.
Avoid injuries.
That's right. I say suffer because look, I love
the fans are suffering.
Yeah, I love football as much as anybody. And last Saturday is a little different. I told you I was going to have my Pedialyte, my chicken noodle soup, my bland toast, and camped out watching the entire game. I wasn't moving.
You were sick.
Yeah, that's right. As under the weather, I wasn't moving anyways, so I might as well be soaking it all in. And the coverage of the Cowboys preseason game number 1 was just impeccable. Amazing
Bill Jones,
stuff.
Isaiah Stanback.
They do such a great job.
Yes.
And you had the sideline.
Kyle Yeoman.
Yeah, sideline reports from Kyle Yeoman, and immediately on the scene where
CeeDee Lamb
got run over. Let's try to avoid that. Can we agree with that? I mean, preseason game number 2, first and foremost, let's
stay off the field. You're not playing. Stay off the field because the referee will knock you the F out.
That's right. We don't need the biggest hit of the evening and the most contact of the evening being on a player that's not in uniform or not in pads. Can we all agree with that?
So the Cowboys have a game tonight, and they have their last preseason game next Friday night.
Okay.
And nobody's going to play in that game either.
Yeah, that's
none of the starters.
Right, that's when the Falcons come to town.
You think they might play a series?
Yeah,
I think so. Not Dak Prescott, but the starters on offense and defense. You gotta have something.
You gotta take some live
reps. At least
reps.
the series.
Yeah.
Not Dak. He's 10-year vet. They call him. They don't even call him OG. You know what they call him?
Unk.
Yeah. You just call him forward. Unk.
That's our guy. But all right, all seriousness, CA, one thing I wanted to break down, and we always encourage you to be a part of the conversation as well, 877-881-1053. There are meaningful takeaways from preseason games, preseason game number 2. And looking ahead to tonight with the Baltimore Ravens in particular, it's kind of interesting because the Ravens historically are a team that goes balls to the walls for the preseason. They had that long streak. They never lost a preseason game.
23 games in a row.
And so what we could see tonight, I'll have my eye on, the obvious, Joe Milton, right? We all are there. You're giving me that look. I'm not going to do it.
That's because you didn't call him by his government name. You call him by his football name. His government name is Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, CA, that's mean-spirited.
That's not mean-spirited.
That's hurtful.
Okay, so he doesn't do the purple drink, but still, they keep saying, he's like Cam Newton. No, he's like Jamarcus Russell until he proves otherwise.
Yeah.
Because he's got the physique. He's got as the scouts like to say, he's got the measurables.
He sure
but
does.
I get tired of people saying they got the measurables because the measurables don't mean you have a football IQ. That doesn't mean you know what to do with it. But guess what? Fans and coaches alike say, you know what? That means he's got upside, and I can teach him, or I can watch him, and we can the upside.
They want to be the Joe. We've heard about the quarterback whisperer. They want to be the Joe Milton whisperer, the Joe Milton experience.
Meanwhile, you've been watching this guy since he was 16, 17.
Oh my goodness, CA. The old group chat was fired up.
And I don't hate him, by the way. I do not hate him.
Right.
I just hate the fact that people have this high expectation of him just because of the measurables.
Yes.
Just alone. And anybody who's got a football IQ is just not good enough because they don't have the measurables.
Right. I to your point, I covered Joe Milton in college when he was at the University of Michigan before he transferred to the University of Tennessee. Shout out RJ Choppy. And the conversations we just had were the exact same conversations we were having then in 2018. Nothing's changed. And I think you said something interesting that you don't hate the guy and almost, I wouldn't say feel bad because my goodness is he's so physically gifted, but
Got a cannon for an arm.
Right. I feel like he has to hear the noise and all the conversations about all this potential. And then furthermore, he has to hear the fallback or the response to, but he's just not doing, he's not living up to it. And unfortunately, that's all based on the sample size, the data that we've seen. So that's the conversation you have to have.
Put it like this. I give him a lot of credit because after his poor performance last Saturday, he did honestly say, I give myself a D-.
Yep.
He said I could have done so much better, and he could have, but he didn't. The only thing he did was show everybody he's got that big arm, and that lets him get away with some things that other quarterbacks can't, which a lot of fans and scouts and coaches say, hey, but you know, if I can work with him.
Right.
Give Tom Brady credit for having a football IQ. But no one has ever said, you know, Tom Brady's got that arm. But see, that's the thing. Fans love to drool over a quarterback with an arm. And the reason why, because it allows them to go into a game, no matter how good or bad their team is. Team might be banged up. Joe Burrow, we got a chance. Because, Joe's got that arm. Josh Allen's got that arm.
They can change the game with one play where, you know, they're running backwards. And for Joe Milton, I was joking with someone about this. That one play was it ended up getting called back from a penalty. But with the Patriots, the game he started, he runs around and he shakes off a couple of would-be tacklers in the backfield for a sack. And he high steps out of it and just throws an absolute missile right on the money, back corner of the end zone. So you think, well, that's the Joe Milton.
He's got it in him.
Yeah, right.
Well, so we're beating up Joe Milton. Hopefully he plays well, but at the same time, I have zero expectations. Zero, only because it's not like he's just a rookie, basically. He didn't play but one game. That doesn't matter. He didn't do it in college either.
Right.
Put it like this, and don't get me wrong. He's not one of these guys that doesn't try, because there are some people who have the measurables just trying to get by on talent alone, and they don't really try hard enough. I think he tries, it's just not connecting yet. Or if it will, I don't think so. Because until, like I said, Jamarcus Russell, for those who don't know, LSU, #1 pick in the entire draft as a quarterback, measurables like Cam Newton. There's only one Cam Newton, and he's retired now.
Defensively, you got Matt Eberflus, of course, first year defensive coordinator. The secondary in particular, I'll have my eyes on tonight. Preseason game #1, you had Israel Mukuamu with the interception. I feel like he makes a big play in the preseason pretty consistently. But that cornerback room in particular, a lot more questions than answers.
Everybody's so hurt. I don't even know what to expect, who's going to be able. Put it like this, Deron Bland stays in bubble wrap because he's the only one that's started that's healthy. So you don't expect to see him not 1 minute because you don't want him to accidentally get hurt some kind of way. But the rest of them, you just don't know. You could say corners in particular. You want to talk about the corners that they've got? Because, I mean, Kaiir Elam, maybe he might be a guy. Booth, I don't know. Just got to see some more out of him.
Yeah, with Kaiir Elam, it seems like just the new environment and kind of a fresh start. I don't know, it's a second chance, sure, but more just having a new environment around him. Maybe that can be the difference to get the most out of him, because I mean, that's a guy that a lot of people were really high on, and it just never came around, never came into fruition with the Buffalo Bills. And he had a good career with Florida. First round pick, 23rd overall. So you think same kind of thing is, not to make the exact same comparison, but it's in there. It's got to be in there, right? Oh, no.
I'm just saying that when Stephen Jones made all these, I call them great value free agent signings. Anybody goes to Walmart, you know what I'm talking about, great value. When he did all these, I was like, wait a minute. He was saying we got all these first round picks. I'm like, these first round picks, these guys are available for a reason. They did not pan out. There's a reason that Taco Charlton ain't here no more. He's on another team because he was a first-round pick, and that's the only reason why. They didn't pan out. So let's go back to another name you might want to watch out for. A lot of people seem to be high on this kid named Zion Childress. He's the nickelback. So just be aware maybe he's got something you want to watch out for in this game tonight.
Yeah, and I think guys flying around, making plays, and showing that they can be a piece. They can be, because obviously I was making this point the other day that sometimes in preseason football, especially when you've got a group of 2s or 3s out there, you have 10 other 2s or 3s out there. But in reality, to be realistic, when that player is actually inserted into a real game that means something in a spot, he's going to be surrounded by 10 other ones. You know, he's not going to be playing with the same unit that he's playing with in the preseason. And it's hard to quantify that, but it's an important perspective to keep.
469 says, no more Michigan guys. We understand. You say Michigan and Michigan State. I mean, Cowboy fans' heads just turn on the what? Another guy to keep an eye on, speaking of Michigan guys. Let's just go ahead and say it, Mozzie.
Yeah,
Mozzie, he critiqued himself after his first preseason game, and he beat himself up, saying, you know what? They expect a whole lot more out of me, and I got to deliver it. I think one of the reasons why they think, and we go back to these measurables, do you realize he's the strongest guy on the team?
Yeah. Oh, he was
can
that way in
toss people
college.
around. Yeah. He was always very, very strong, and I think nowadays, and this is not a knock on Mozzie, but I think if talent evaluators really want to be able to get the most out of guys, you want guys who love playing football. I think Mozzie's just good at football.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, in other words, he's not the only one. There's offensive linemen for years. They don't know nothing about NFL history. They don't care. They don't watch it on the weekends. No. They're just big and strong. And as soon as they retire, they're skinny and whatever else.
Yeah.
They're just good at what they do. You got to get some guys who actually love to play as well, like CeeDee Lamb loves to play.
Yep. And I think that reflects for a defensive lineman in having a high motor, you know, and having that tenacious component to their game where you just don't see that from Mozzie, or we haven't seen it from Mozzie.
No,
but
I
you get
think,
away in college
you know what
of
it
just
is?
being the strongest guy.
I think part of his deal was he's been overthinking because, by the way, this is the third different offensive coordinator that the Cowboys had in 3 years. Third in 3 years. So you almost have to just naturally know what to do as opposed to learning a new system or learning techniques or trying to. It's just sometimes it's too much for guys who aren't like football crazy.
Right. Because you got to be, in your playbook and studying and knowing everything that's going to be, everything that could be thrown at you.
But just naturally just want to play and know how to make a play.
Right.
In other words, it's like, okay, as opposed to, okay, I'm studying real hard for this, but it doesn't come naturally to me.
Right. All right. We're cruising right along.
Can I give you one more?
Yeah, we got time.
Because on offense, there's a guy I want to see a lot more of because he showed me something last week briefly. And the guy I'm talking about is in that running back by committee room. You know who I'm talking about? I'll give you a hint. He went to Clemson. I want to see a little bit more of
Phil.
That's right.
Phil.
That's right. Give me some Phil Muffa.
I was impressed with his downhill.
He didn't have the 36 yards, but the way he runs.
Right, downhill.
He knows what he's doing.
Yep. I think, and when he totes the rock, I think he instills a level of just fierce competitiveness and competitiveness as a guy that's going to go downhill, try to run through you, and I think you need that kind of mantra in the running back room.
You really do, and to me, I'm not saying just discard the veterans, but I think you would be fine with Maffa and Blue.
Yeah.
I think personally you'd be fine with that.
That's an interesting
the rookies
proposition because Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, and Deuce Vaughn, I think of those three, maybe two of them might not make the roster.
We'll put it like this. There's one kid in particular. I don't know if he's going to make the roster because he doesn't play special teams, and he's a fan favorite. His dad used to be a scout with the Cowboys, and I think, he had his cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And I really like Deuce Vaughn a lot. But I don't know. It'd take a miracle. And it has nothing to do with his skill set. It's his size and the fact that they've got a crowded room, and he can't play special teams.
Yep. There's when you're a fringe guy on the bubble, you just got to find other ways.
Great back at Kansas State.
Oh yeah, great career. Yeah, find ways to.
I'm glad he actually made it to the Cowboys. He's a quality guy too. It's just that it's the numbers game.
Right. Who's going to emerge for that bottom portion of the wide receiver group? Will Jonathan Mingo maybe take a step forward? We'll have our eyes on that.
They never threw it to him.
I know it.
Well, one time maybe. One target last week.
Yeah. Well, he was, that's what got CD so excited. He was behind the defense. Yeah. 877-881-1053. We are your home for the Dallas Cowboys, and we're just getting started on a Saturday morning. We are going to switch gears a little bit, though, and talk a little Texas Rangers baseball. Are they officially toast after last night's debacle? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Right now, get 50% off all Windows.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, cool.
Real estate too? Carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
It's 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a ball lined up the middle, a base knock. In to score is Bichette. Guerrero coming around third. He's in as well. 2-run single for Alejandro Kirk. He has given Toronto a 6-5 lead.
Oh, say it's not so, but it is. That capped a 4-run eighth. 4-run eighth for the Blue Jays. And you heard the excitement there. Blue Jays, best record in the American League. And
71 wins.
Yeah, they get the 6-5 win over the Rangers. Jake Rietma alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Touchdown.
And the Rangers will try to get back in the win column tonight. That game you can hear on our sister station, KRLD, the AM side of things, because we got Dallas Cowboys on the flagship here on 105.3 The Fan. And CA, baseball.
That's how baseball goes.
I was just going to say,
Wash.
I love that saying because it's so perfect. You play every night. And, man, I'm watching that game last night, and I really was thinking, okay, this is checking some boxes. This is getting the morale right. You're taking on a really good team, the Toronto Blue Jays.
In Toronto. On a Friday night, Jacob deGrom, your guy, and I won't use the term ace. I think Eovaldi is also an ace. You know, ace makes it seem like he's the number one guy, and this pitching staff is so good that there's multiple number one guys. But a face of your pitching staff goes out and just throws a gem. The offense does enough. 5 Ks. And the offense does enough because they had 3 runs, not 2, 3. So when when DeGrom was leaving, it's like, oh, we good.
And it
wasn't the offense's fault, though.
Yep. Yeah. And for the Blue Jays to score all 6 of their runs in the 7th and 8th innings, it's backbreaking. And I don't know how else to, from a morale perspective, how to overcome it. Again, the good news is with baseball, you play every
Can I
day.
say this real quick for those who don't know the rest of the story exactly in the bullpen what happened? What had happened was this. You know, he's putting Garcia in early because, you know, he hasn't been good in August. No, he's not going to close the game, so he puts him in early. And, of course, he gives up another home run. And then he says, wait a minute, I got 2 new relievers. We got in the trade. Both of them gave it up.
They did.
Okay, so now I got out of my system.
I was going to say, I got the breakdown for you. So it goes DeGrom to Cole Winn to Robert Garcia to Sean Armstrong to Danny Coulomb and Phil Maton. Danny Coulomb is really where it seems to let it go. 3 hits, 3 runs, didn't even get an out.
And by the way, they wasted Marcus Semien hit a home run, you know, right after that, you know, to try to get, you know, we're back. But no, the bullpen let the team down. And what you were saying about it being hard, imagine if you're a fan and it's hard to watch because you know they're better than this. Imagine if you're in that team and you've got 162 games of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one thing that these high leverage situations for the rotation, the starting rotation, the pitching staff rotate. The rotation is fine. It's above par, which is giving you hope. Make the playoffs. All you have to do is get into the playoffs. Well, guess what? The wear and tear on your brain, the rotation can't make any mistakes. And then you have to cross your fingers that the bullpen holds up, or you hope to God that the offense shows up. And it's always one part of those last 2 that does you in.
Right. It's the opposite of complimentary baseball.
And what's really hard, and I'm just going to say this for a lot of Ranger fans who watch us, you know they have it in them. So this is what makes it even harder. If this was a young team, and like, oh, they got the talent, they just got to learn how to. They know how to. They don't have to learn how to. They know how to. Or they just got together for the first year. No. This team has been together for a couple of years. The World Series. The core has been together. Boch is a great manager. That's what makes this so damn hard.
Frustrating, absolutely. And I mentioned the Nick Harris tweet. I'm not sure if he's the first one.
Star Telegram?
Yes, absolutely. One of our guys, normally of course a Cowboys guy, but had this Rangers tweet. The Rangers have lost 29 games in the 7th inning or later this year. 29. And that includes 14 of their last 21 losses have come in the 7th inning or later. And I mean, it's dang near torturous because you just had this happen against the Diamondbacks with Marte hitting a home run in the 9th inning in consecutive games.
It's insane. It's insane on the membrane. Heard that.
This is also one quick follow-up to that. If they had won just 14 of those 29, so even less than half, 14 of those 29, they'd be leading the entire American League. Not just the American League West, the entire American League.
It's insane. They've got a losing record for the first time since before the All-Star break. And that shows you how the free fall has been going. It's like, wait a minute, around the All-Star break and coming out of it, they were rolling, which is why they made the trades. But it's hard to watch. So imagine you're in that dugout. It's hard to watch because you don't know what next is going to be bad.
Nope, you're exactly right. And the trade part is fascinating, and I'm glad you said that because it's easy to take post-trade deadline baseball and put it in, your vacuum of your sample size. And as far as that's how baseball be. It's hard to get a true.
That's how baseball goes.
It's hard to get a true feel with a smaller sample size of what this team is. And I know Bobby Belt's been vocal about it on the morning show, but you think had they, invested in other parts at the trade deadline or tried to make some moves
They tried to get a bat.
I know they tried to get a bat.
You're dancing around it. Bobby wanted a bat. A lot of people wanted a bat. CY could not get the bat he wanted
because they're going to mortgage the future.
At what cost?
They're going to mortgage the future.
I mean, there's so many deals that don't happen in all sports.
Right.
And people are like, you didn't try. Yeah, they tried. It didn't work.
Right. But my point was, look at even Seattle. Yes, they're rolling post-trade deadline, but it's not because of Eugenio Suarez, who was the big name that they went and got. The Yankees went and got all these relief pitchers, and it didn't help. What
did the Brewers do? Because they're on fire. Were they 12, 14 straight?
The Brewers, they got it down. The Phillies went and got the closer from the Minnesota Twins, and he's been really good. So you play, and that's, I guess it's a fun part of all of this, but there's no formula to predict how it's going to play out.
Exactly. To show you how you can't predict these things, everybody knows when the Rangers won the World Series, they had like 6 all-star starters. And then Evaldi kind of fell apart. And then it's like, okay, they were winning, losing. Guess who the mystery bat turned out to be? Evan Carter, brought up from the minors.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that coming.
That's a really good point.
He turned out to be a huge piece of the puzzle. He set the lineup right. And then at the end of the year, his back goes out. I mean, last year at the beginning of the season, his back was out. So that's how you just don't know. Wyatt Langford wasn't even on this team in the World Series. One other note, we're talking about the offense and struggling and the whole 9 yards, 2 runs here and there, and 2 runs or less here and there. They're at the bottom of Major League Baseball in all these statistical categories offensively, except for one. Men left on base. You know why? They can't get anybody on base.
That's not the one you want to be at the top.
It's like, but they're not one of the bad teams. Can't get men score. There's nobody on base to score.
Yeah.
I'm unballing my fist right now. Let me just calm down.
Yeah. No. I think with the amount of games you have left, I said, are the Rangers
39
toast?
now.
There's 39 left. That's a lot of baseball. But at the same time,
it don't look good.
No,
I'm going to say this. I'm optimistic. I'm a very optimistic guy, glass half full guy, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, where can I possibly see a spark? And they do still control they're 4 games out of the wild card, I believe. 7.5 out of first. They still control their destiny to a degree. So it's not officially toast. But we live in a day and age of instant gratification. You lose 3 football games in a row, people are looking for the draft. Let me go scout the draft.
Right.
So just know baseball's a different animal. You've got to be able to endure these dog days of August because you don't know if Houston or Seattle might start swim diving.
Yeah,
you
Houston,
have no idea.
Right, Houston's been an interesting case study because they were real hot, and then they had some guys hurt and took a little bit of a nosedive there, but they're back in front in the American League West. So real quick, to close it out, our standings leaders, of course, Blue Jays, Tigers in comfortable control of their divisions, Astros leading the West, and your wild card, you've got the Mariners, Red Sox, and Yankees. So the three teams chasing the Guardians, and then Royals, Rangers are both. Well, the Royals are 4 games back, Rangers 4.5 games back. So you got to catch one of these teams.
And they haven't even played the Guardians yet.
Yeah.
They got 6 games against Guardians this year. I think they got 4 games. I want to say 4 games against Kansas City in Kansas City, sweep Kansas City. And then they still got to play the Astros. And they own the Astros in Houston, and that's where they're going to play.
Yep.
Adolis should be back in time for the Astro series with his brain right.
He's Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Riepma. This is your home for the Texas Rangers and Dallas Cowboys. Unfortunately, the Rangers off a tough loss last night will try to get back in the win column later today. And, of course, you can catch that game on our sister station, AM KRLD.
1080 News.
There you go. Rangers probable pitcher for today will be Patrick Corbin. The lefty will try to get back in the win columns. He started the season well. Hasn't been great.
You know what? Later in the show, we might mention Bochy's he's redistributed the starting lineup. He's playing some games. We'll see what that's all about.
I like that. Let's get back to the gridiron. Go around the entire NFL and reset the show. 1 hour in the books. It's 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Nutmeg maybe? No. You said that. There's a spice there.
Doesn't sound right.
Wasn't so comfortable.
studios, thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a Saturday morning on 105.3 The Fan, and good Saturday morning to you. A Cowboys game day. Jake Reitman alongside the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And we got Khaki Kez fighting off those Gators in the pimp cut. Looking forward to our coverage of the Dallas Cowboys on your home for the Dallas Cowboys right here, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up after us, we'll pass the baton to Fred and Blake on the Fan Afternoon, and they'll get you set for the pregame, which begins at 3 o'clock, live from the Brad Sham radio booth at AT&T Stadium with Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus, because the Cowboys are back at home.
And we all told Tolos always at the top of the hour, hey, we appreciate y'all letting us ride shotgun with you and you and you while you do your Saturday thing. Let us know if you headed out to the game tonight. Let us know if you headed out to AT&T Stadium, if you might even be tailgating. If you're tailgating, make sure you have some water with the other beverages that you have. Got to stay
Mix in
hydrated,
water.
Man. It's 100 degrees out there. Let's know what you got going on. 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. We got a couple of Tolos we got to take care of right off the bat. From the 969 says, hey, CA, Jake, can I get a shout out to my daughter, Callie? She turns 4 years old today.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
There it is. And one more. Let's see. Khaki Cab. Khaki Cab. Hey, guys, this is from 817. The Khaki Cab doesn't read this. Let him know I just sent him an Instagram of a prize pick lineup that I really like. You hear that?
Yeah, I got it.
He's all over it. He's all over it.
We got you down, Tolos.
I love it. I love it. Also coming up later today, 5 o'clock, go see our guy, Corey Majors, and get masterpiece with Corey at the Derbyshire in Frisco beginning at 5. That's a little FC Dallas watch party, 5 to 8. He'll be hanging out at the Derbyshire, 6142 Frisco Square Boulevard, getting you ready for FC Dallas at the Michelob Ultra watch party. Awesome giveaways, FC Dallas jersey, and great tickets. How about that? We got it all going on a Saturday.
Yes, we do.
That's what we love. And it's time right now to go around the entire NFL and get the latest and the greatest as we continue with training camp. And don't forget, Odyssey Sports Training Camp coverage is brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save and get more with Geico. Cowboys, Ravens tonight. We broke that down. If you missed it, use that Odyssey Rewind feature or rewind on the fan cam, giving you all of our little nuggets on what to watch for. But CAs, you look around the rest of the National Football League. Let's start in Kansas City with the latest on the Chiefs wide receiver, Rashee Rice, who is a local product from here in Dallas. And the suspension conversation continues to be ongoing. And right now, as of right now, the Chiefs, of course, they start the season on September 5th, that first week of the NFL. But the disciplinary hearing for Rashee Rice is set for September 30th, because right now the NFL and the Players Association cannot agree on the length of the penalty for Rice's suspension.
Yeah, the NFL initially threw out 10 games. That's half the season.
Yeah.
I will say this about Rashee Rice. They handled his press conference after, he received 30 days in jail. Month of July, he was in jail. I think he's out now. He said all the right things, showed contrition, the whole 9 yards, apologized for the automobile accident right here on Central Expressway on a Saturday in the middle of the afternoon. Lamborghini racing the cars on Central on a Saturday afternoon? Yeah, he did that. Fortunately, nobody got killed. But, of course, he had to pay restitution to the people who got hit, the cars that got hit. So that, they worked that out in court. He's done everything right. So now they're saying to the NFL, there's no precedent for this. No person has ever, involved in some car accidents that they caused, going to jail, and you're going to suspend them 10 games? That has never been done before. They're trying to shorten it down, make it more like, 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, it's
get it done in the first part of the season.
Right. And I wonder from either one's perspective, is it, I guess a classic tactic is, we'll start for the
right and meet in the middle
type of thing. If that's
NFL.
if that's what we've got going on here. But that will be interesting to see how it plays out, because Kansas City, I mean, if not agreeing on the suspension and pushing it off until the 30th is obviously a big deal, because you look at some of the Chiefs' big games are early in the season. They got the Eagles, they got the Ravens. Both of those games would take place before this scheduled hearing, and so depending on how or if they're able to agree on a suspension, you would have Rice for those important games against the Eagles and the Ravens.
Yeah, a lot of people upset about that.
Yeah,
Yes.
I understand. Fantasy people probably upset about that too, but still, if you're the Kansas City Chiefs, he got hurt last year in the middle of the season, and they still went to the Super Bowl. So it's not like he's Tyreek.
Right.
And Tyreek's in Miami.
Well, they were fine without him, too.
Exactly.
All right.
As long as you got Patrick Mahomes, you got a chance.
I want to interject. There's a little bit of Browns news that just came out. Mike Garafolo did report that Dylan Gabriel will get the start today for the Browns. Also, if you didn't see, the Browns are apparently doing their own little documentary on the quarterback battle called Man Under Center, with all their different quarterbacks battling against each other. So
where can we see that? Like on Netflix? Or?
I don't know. I just saw that they were
to
coming
it?
out with it. I'm assuming if you look on some of the Browns channels, you can find it. So that might be interesting to keep up with a little bit.
ClevelandBrowns.com.
There you go.
Real quick, Shador, for those who don't know, he's got that oblique injury. They're saying maybe he might be back sooner than you think. So hopefully he'll be back before the regular season starts.
I hope
things.
sooner rather than later, because I was fascinated by it. I think
Everybody
we all were.
was.
And
It was great.
I wasn't rooting against the guy, but I really did have a problem if all the reports from the combine with how he approached that. But by all indications, it made a 180. And
Here's the deal. I read this. I forget who said it, but they perfectly described what he did right and wrong. What he did wrong was he treated not the combine, but all the interviews, the whole interview process, like he was a blue chip high school recruit being wooed by the big schools. Like, you want me? Oh, no, you're supposed to use that like a job interview. If he had done it like a job interview, he would have done it right. Because since he got drafted by the Cleveland Browns, he's checked all the marks, doing all the things in practice all right, saying all the right things. The only thing he did was drive fast like Rashee Rice in Cleveland, 100 miles an hour one night. But at the same time, he showed everybody, and he said this beforehand. If he was like a first-round pick, top 10 pick or whatever, there would have been people who have said he didn't earn it. Everything you're seeing him do now is showing you that he is earning it. And he did it by his poised performance in game one of the preseason.
And I think that's
the whole different thing.
Right. Completely different, because to his college career, I was a little bit.
So you were mad they retired his jersey.
I was.
Well, I'm with you. It's like, wait a minute.
What are we doing here?
They didn't win the national championship.
They didn't win
He's
bleep.
not Vince Young. Come on, man.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to
And I like Shador. But no, he didn't do it.
Let's go back to the wide receiver room. The Washington Commanders have activated Terry McLaurin, Scary Terry, and obviously he's been in the offseason news for a lot of different reasons. Got the contract now. He's off the physically unable to perform list with the ankle injury, so the veteran should start practicing for the first time since training camp has begun.
So is it true?
Oh boy, where are you going with this one?
They weighed Debo before they gave him the
I did want to.
Way too much.
Bro.
I did want to interject real
Fat
quick.
jokes.
It is on
That wasn't a fat
clevelandbrowns.com.
joke. You made that a fat joke. Rowdy don't like fat jokes.
Yeah, haven't we gotten in enough trouble for fat jokes?
That's why it's on your mind.
There you go. I saw another Tolo texted, and you can see it on YouTube too. The man under center.
Also, apparently their Instagram.
All right, look at that. Lots of ways to get all of your Cleveland Browns content.
How much does Debo weigh, though?
That you need? Too much. Dude looks big. He looks thick.
Could have been too skinny.
Yeah, probably had a couple of Briscoe Sandos. They had to have. All right, a little reaction from the number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward, who it feels like nobody really talks about.
They should.
They should.
Tennessee, man.
He,
Tennessee Titans.
by all indications, is progressing and exactly where they want him to be ready to lead this Tennessee Titans team.
Another guy you haven't heard a lot about is Travis Hunter. He's hurt. He's got a slight injury. Now, I don't know how long he's going to be out. I think it's I want to say it's an upper body injury, talking hockey terms.
There you go.
But
I can appreciate that.
So don't get me wrong. I wish I could specifically say what it is off the top of my head, but I can't. Just know that he is hurt, but it should not cost him any minutes in the regular season.
That's good. Yeah, because you don't. It was always
he won the Heisman.
It was always going to be a conversation though of can he play both offense and defense?
Mm-hmm.
And I am of the belief that you just can't perform at that high of a level.
It's funny. I'm looking up his injury. What does it say? Read what it just says.
Jaguars rookie Travis Hunter sidelined with upper body injury. There you go.
And I swear to God, I said, wait a minute. It's got to be an upper body. That's what it says. They won't tell you. They're playing hockey with him.
Yeah, but I really do hope that he can stay healthy and just concentrate on one side of the ball.
No, you know what I want to see? I want to see him do both until he can't. And the reason I say that, they said the same damn thing about Ohtani. Let history happen until he can't.
But don't you think you run more of a risk of jeopardizing the sustainability of his long-term career?
It's about the number of snaps. It's not about how many. It's not about him playing both.
No, that's my point.
Well, no, you don't have to play. He doesn't have to play 70 snaps. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In other words, it's like they could utilize him not every series on offense, but on defense, you have him out there. And then this is the way these games play out. Let's say Jaguars have a huge lead. He doesn't need to be out there if it's a huge lead. You see where I'm going with this?
Right.
There's a way to let him do both if you're smart with it. You just can't say, well, you know what? We're not going to let Ohtani pitch. Well, we're not going to let Ohtani hit because, his off days. No, let the man play what he can play, but you exercise caution with a pitch count. Number of snaps, number of plays.
I think that
that's just me.
I know. I hear what you're saying. It makes a lot of sense. But
that's like saying, no, don't let Cooper Fleck bring the ball down. That's what Giannis did for Jason Kidd back in the day.
That is true. But I wonder how it impacts the continuity of 11 guys defensively. And I know you rotate, but you rotate defensive linemen. It feels like the secondary, they play at a consistent level. You know?
Put it like this. Deion did it for a season with the Cowboys. Michael Irvin was suspended. Deion played some wide receiver. And the number one reason he did that is because he could. But more importantly, nobody threw to his side of the ball because he was a shutdown corner. So let's just say this. Let's say Travis Hunter, they got tape on him. Or early on, he starts pick-sixing people. He's not going to get wore out. Deion said, I was bored out there.
They wouldn't throw his way.
No, they wouldn't. He's the original shutdown corner. He's out there, and they would even throw to that side of the ball because it was pick six. So let's say Travis Hunter, because all these offensive coordinators, they got tape. If he's just running with the guys on routes, come on. And we're talking about zone defense. Let him try until he fails. But again, you don't overuse him.
Right. Don't use him on special teams either. He better not be returning punts and taking.
Deion was doing all of that too.
I know.
And by the way, he was coached by Deion Sanders. So.
Did G-Bag Broadus and Wolchuk get into it about using Travis Hunter on the punt return?
Oh, I missed that. I bet it was good.
It was a while ago. It was during
I bet it was good.
Draft coverage.
Well, see, this is CeeDee Lamb wanted to do punt returns for the Cowboys when he first got here, and he did. And I can't tell you how many people were losing him. No, he's already. You already had Amari, but he said, I can do these punt returns. And he did for, I think, half the season or more.
Yeah, it is interesting just because, it only takes one punt return where your most dynamic playmaker's got the ball in his hands and it's a low line drive punt. He's got all this green grass, and next thing you know, it's either a huge gain or even a touchdown, and it changes the game. Mm-hmm. So I'm a big proponent of special teams impacting games and valuing that as a third of the game. But I also I don't know if I want my prized possession of Travis Hunter back there returning punts.
All right, we'll find out.
I love it.
Again, to me, it's kind of like this. I always say this too. When I was explaining how Luka Doncic is such a great offensive player, if he doesn't have anybody to throw the ball to, you're taking away his assists. And if you don't have big centers that collapse a defense around the rim, then nobody's going to be open on the perimeter. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's like, why would you take things away from Travis Hunter because you're afraid for him? He doesn't have a history of injury. So I would let him do it in just number of snaps.
Right.
That's just me. Again, we're going in a circle here, but that's just me.
Yeah. Fair enough. We'll wait and see. How about that? Appreciate everybody.
And my way's not the right way. Your way's not the right way. It's like
we'll see
what happens.
We'll see what Liam Cohen and Duval has to say. Because that's who's going to have the
Duval
ultimate
County.
say. That's right. 877-881-1053. That's the number to get in touch. We're cruising right along on a Saturday morning, getting you set for Cowboys-Ravens later today. And coming up, I mentioned the phone number because we're going to need you, Tolos. We're going to need you to get involved because we're playing our favorite Saturday game. It's Who Said It? Khaki Kev has got them all from the weekend. CA and I will try to guess as well as the tolls. 877-881-1053. Who Said It is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Those grapes. Not many maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it South Park?
At orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Back to 105 through the fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or a truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's 105.3 The Fan coming up in just a second. Everybody's favorite Saturday game or weekend game. We played it on some Sundays too. It's Who Said It, but...
Oh, the popular local game show.
That's right. That's right. Before we do that, maybe you could be featured on Who Said It if you become the next fan phenom.
I see what you did.
Opportunity number 3 happens this upcoming Thursday at Jake's Burgers at 515 Main Street in Fort Worth. CA, you were at the last one hosting. I mean, getting to host. I get to host. I don't take it for granted. I get to host with you on weekends, but fan phenom... Potential fan phenoms get to come host with you. Give it your best shot. It's the opportunity to join our team as a host, and it's a great opportunity just to give it a try. And you know what? You've always wanted to do it. So
7 o'clock next Thursday, Wooly Bully, Zach Wolchuk will get to play off of you.
Looking forward to that. All right, Khaki Kev, we've talked a lot of sports this morning. We've done some Cowboys deep dive. We've gone around the NFL, some Rangers reaction. And now, you know what? I want to know what all of our fun co-hosts were saying throughout the week. It's everybody's favorite game, the local popular game show, Who Said It? Khaki Kev, take it away. Remind the Tolos how it works.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Don't worry. If this is your first time tuning into Who Said It, welcome. You're about to have a lot of fun, Tolos. Jake and CA are going to try to guess the audio and where it comes from, Who Said It, hence the name. I will read the quote out loud. They will try to guess who said it. If they get it, they get a point. Whoever gets it first, that is who gets the point, if y'all can get it. If they don't get it, then I get half a point because I'm too good at this. So we had to bring it down. We had to bring it down.
I actually...
He's the house.
Real quick, I had... And I always turn it on, leave it on, but I had it on the YouTube in the backdrop.
Oh, you were
today
trying hard
on fan cam, and I was taking notes, and the whole time my mind's thinking, oh, Kev could use that for Who Said It. So I got high expectations for myself, and CA, we need a comeback because we're down big after
I was going to say, I'll get to the leaderboard. Today we do have a bonus, and today is y'all's favorite bonus. 2 voices, 1 clip. So you get both voices, you get 2 points. If you only get 1 voice, you only get 1 point. None, nada. Leaderboard sits like this. I have 12.5 points. Y'all are tied at 6 apiece. Without any further ado, let's get into our first quote. Starts with, who's the hoe?
Got you down.
Who's the hoe?
Fred Davis.
Fred Davis, okay.
All right, I'm going to lean on. That was quick, which I give you a lot of credit for.
I'm just guessing the personality.
Yeah, who's the hoe? And now it's tough because Hagee's back.
I bet it was Bobby Belton.
After his time.
Don't forget, Fred filled in until Tuesday.
Right.
Or Wednesday. Wednesday, Kevin came back.
Who's the hoe? These are so short. You got to work with us, Kev. Give us more context. I need more.
Crosstalk.
Who's the hoe? Oh, it was in crosstalk.
That's usually where they say the craziest
Yeah,
things.
they do. Yeah, they all feed off of each other. Who's the hoe? Who's the hoe? I'll go Chiafalo.
Chiafalo and Fred Davis.
Who's the hoe? Oh,
Sean Sharif.
Sean. And I know.
What was the context?
Yeah, I'm not.
So the context, if I'm not mistaken, because it was kind of all over the place. It was they were talking to Corey about setting up a date night, and it was if you text somebody to try to set up a date night randomly, it's like if you accept it, who's
yeah, and you could have it on your Google Calendar.
Yeah, they put it on the calendar and text it.
I heard that, and
These kids these days.
Yep, I did think of Sean Sharif. I should have gone with my gut.
Okay. Y'all want a longer quote? I got you here. Let's be adventurous and try something we've never tried before.
That's not that long.
Longer.
Let's be adventurous and try something we've never tried before.
Correct.
Corey Majors.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. You beat me. All right. I like that guess. I'll go Fred Davis.
Fred Davis and Corey Majors.
Let's be adventurous and try something we've never tried before.
Willie?
Eric.
Eric. I got to lead the world
Nosebleeds.
in guessing one of the hosts and it being wrong.
But the same
and
show?
then the very next one is that host. And because I just guessed that host, I don't want to have a repeat guess and just keep guessing the same host each and every time.
I'll give you a little help. There's one repeat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we deserve some clues.
I'll throw in a couple of hints here and there. One repeat. That's it.
All right, so the people that, then just to catch us up, you've used Sean Sharif, you've used
Eric
Chiafalo. That's it, right?
There you go.
Okay.
All right, next. I'm up to... I've been jerking it for 44 years. I'm as human as it gets.
RJ Choppy.
Oh, I think that was RJ. Oh, I think you're right. That's good, though. I just want one of us to get one right here. Just in case, I want the record to show I do think it's RJ Choppy, but just in case, I think a good backup plan, because he would say something like this, would be Fred Davis.
I've been drinking it for 44 years. I'm
Yes!
as human as it gets.
All right, let's go. I got one. All right. Woo.
See,
man, that
the first one, who's the hoe? That sounds like Fred, and just that you guessed it right. That's exactly why I picked Fred the first time, and you picked Fred this time.
All right. Yeah. Here comes
Fred, it's Fred.
Here comes some Tolos texting in. And Tolos, we need you. Wake up out there.
I was gonna say the Tolos, they're not really getting active.
877-881-1053.
You gotta tell them to contribute. Oh, Fred.
Yep.
Guessing Fred.
All
Next.
right.
I got a point. No, I'm up to 7.
Next. You don't have to be quick if you're big.
Got you down. Wochuk.
Okay.
Zach Wochuk.
I know it was G-Bag. It was on G-Bag.
It was on G-Bag.
About the rowdy stuff.
Yeah, and so now I have a 1 in 8 chance.
Not about the rowdy stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm still picking Wochuk. Wait a minute. I remember. It was Wochuk.
Yeah, because they were talking about pickleball. They were talking about
pickleball. And why don't you go out there and play?
All right, way to work through that. See, I'm happy for us. These are tough, and we might
go. Long as Kevin doesn't win, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so you said Woolchuck, and just in case, I just want same kind of thing, cover our basis in case it was like a response back, because I know Chiafalo was talking about playing as well. So I'll just say Eric, because I know they were talking.
And he did say there's a repeat coming.
Yeah, but if it's Broadus or Gavin, I'm going to lose it because I know exactly
I
what.
was listening.
Wait.
It was Wochuk.
It was
talking
Wochuk.
about it because they were saying the only ones that could probably do it is Chiafalo. And Wochuk, it was like, I could do it.
Yeah. Hold on, no, my official guess is not in because I want to shout out to the Tolos. Yeah, and I think instead for a backup plan, I'm going to agree with this Tolo. I'm going to say Broadus.
Broadus and
he said Wolchuk.
You don't have to be quick if you're big.
No! God dang
Don't
it!
cuss.
You gotta be kidding me. We had it and we missed it. Son of a...
Play it again.
You don't have to be quick if you're big.
Son of a... God bless America.
Dawson.
a rare Gavin Dawson appearance.
I am going to lose sleep over this. We had it.
It was the
CA.
conversation. It was the conversation.
That's like having first and goal and we just turned the ball over.
They were not talking about pickleball there, by the way. No.
What?
They were talking about a certain fight that they were trying to set up between two women. And Gavin's a little bit more knowledgeable on those things. And so he's talking about one of the fighters and said, if you're bigger, you don't have to move as quick.
Oh, and from the 817,
I thought that was yesterday.
he texted in Gavin, and I should have gone with that, but there was a couple more Broaduses than Gavin. Golly, Khaki Kev, you let that little grin across the way there.
I love it when y'all are like, oh yeah, we got it. We know exactly where it is. Pinpoint accuracy.
I was gonna have two in a row.
All right. Do you want me to tell you where this one's coming from show wise? This next one?
Yeah, sure. I like it.
All right. K and C. I feel like I can do one of those prison programs.
Kevin, excuse me. That's what I meant. Kevin Hagelin, he's back.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was Hagee as well, but
Because he's back from Germany and he was teaching baseball and Christianity.
But just in case, I'll say Corey, because we don't want Kev to get any.
I feel like I could do one of those prison programs.
On the board.
All right,
there we go.
there you go.
Appreciate that hint.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a major layup, but it's okay.
Sometimes the pitcher hangs a curveball right over the plate, and you got to hit it out of the park. So
I was testing you.
817 says, I'm 2 for 2 so far. He's winning.
Tolos.
Text us your name.
Yeah, text us your name and let us know how many points you got. We're just going to trust you. We're going to hope that you're not
we'll
lying.
go by the honor system.
Yeah,
Put
we're
your
all
name
about
on
the
there,
honor
too. We
system.
wanna shout you
So
out.
we'll if you texted how many points you got, we'll shout you out. All right. Last one before we get to the bonus.
Oh, his name is Kevin, by the way.
Oh, okay.
No. He's guessing Kevin Hagelin.
Okay.
He's behind.
Okay, I was going to say. All right, last one before we get to the bonus. Succulent and best meat in my mouth.
Got you down. I'm going to say Bobby Belt.
Okay.
It was the morning show for sure. So I feel like Sean says what he cooked.
Wait a minute. That's the repeat. That might be the repeat.
Yeah. And Sean's brother's in town. They're talking about all the.
That's got to be Sean.
But I'm worried. Hear me out though. I'm worried that it would be Sean saying, "All right, we're cooking this," and RJ or Bobby in a smart ass.
But there's been no repeat so far. He said there's going to be a repeat.
All right, let's go. Let's
Go
go.
with
Let's go with Sean. I like it.
So we got Sean and
Bobby.
Succulent and best meat in my mouth.
Oh, it's Fred.
Fred.
Golly, I should have known.
We got all the people saying Sean.
I should have known. I should have known that was Fred. Of course, Fred's a journalist. He has that broad vocabulary. He's a writer. Succulent. I need to suck it. Oh, someone guessing Peyton. Yeah, if you start mixing in.
Yeah. No, that's a. I'm building up on my Jake drops.
Yep.
Already got one today.
Oh, good. Peyton always plays the Jake drops. It cracks me up. Okay, we got time for a bonus one, right?
Oh yeah, we got time. We got plenty of time.
Got
All
time to get something
right.
to
So there is a repeat. You already hit the repeat. One voice in this bonus clip, which features two voices. One voice has been played already. That is the only hint that I will give you.
So
Are you ready?
We got to guess the conversation.
You don't have to guess the conversation necessarily.
I'm saying
that can
the
be
two
amongst
people.
y'all.
You're asking us to identify two people, so we're going to hear two voices.
Two voices.
That's a conversation
One voice
to me.
you have already heard.
Okay.
That is all I will say.
But if we get one of them,
You get 1 point.
Yeah.
You get 1 point if you get one.
If we get both, you get 2 points. All right, I like it. I like it.
All right. You ready? This one is a longer quote. Starts with a question, then an answer. One voice, then the next. Where do you start to eat Texas? I think I'm going to eat Texas on the Panhandle.
Got you down.
I know this one.
I'm going to say Alec Medford and Kevin Hagelin.
Okay, it's K&C for sure. I'm going to go Corey Majors and Kevin Hagelin.
You might be right.
Where do you start to eat Texas?
You got it.
You know, I think I'm going to eat Texas on the Panhandle.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so CA, you get 1 point. Jake gets the 2 points.
All right, so I got 3 points there. I'm proud of that. Kev,
So-
you got a ton.
I only had 4, so I only really had 2 points. So technically, y'all outscored me today.
Let's go!
It's about time.
How about that? Hey, we're the underdogs over here. We
right.
are the underdogs.
We beat the house.
That's right. We are going to keep this going. We're going to eventually catch Khaki Kev. We appreciate
Y'all's
those
favorites? Which one?
Oh, it's the succulent meat and most succulent meat I've ever tasted in my mouth. That was on point from Fred. Although I am mad,
and best meat in my mouth.
I am mad I got the pickleball one wrong.
Me too, because
you said it wasn't pickleball. I'm mad I got Gavin's.
Well, we thought it was pickleball. That's what threw it off.
I just remember them talking about being big and able to play.
And nobody and Wojciech was saying, "I'm big," and they were there. Don't bet. And they said, "Well, go out there and do it."
Yeah,
You don't have to be quick if you're big.
Yeah, man.
All right, so here's the leaderboard just before we get out of here. 14.5 for your boy. That's me. 9 for Jake.
Let's
and
go.
8 for CA.
Big day for me. I jump up from 6 to 9. Nice.
And today, Tolo Lucas got 3.
All right, there
Good
you
job,
go.
Tolo Lucas.
Let's go, Tolo Lucas. I love it. That's everybody's favorite local game show. Who Said It? Weekends here on The Fan, where we recap the week that was and try to guess what of our best friends on the air said what. So thanks so much for playing. And hey, let's keep it going. We've talked a little NFL. Let's talk a little college football. Did the NCAA drop the hammer on the University of Michigan? And some other college football stories as well. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration.
Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking hair.
105 through the Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
You've heard of the Heisman watch list, but do you know the name for the top quarterback? The Manning Award. I'm Jake Riepma. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And college football has released the Manning watch list this week. And one would think...
Wait. Slow this down for everybody who's trying to keep up with this. There's an award named after Peyton Manning?
That is correct. The Manning Award.
And what is it for?
The top quarterback.
Okay, it's not the Davey O'Brien, because around here, Fort Worth, we talking about the Davey O'Brien Award. That's the quarterback award for the record.
Now, we're sure this is the Peyton Manning or not the
Well,
Eli
that's where
or
I'm
Cooper
going.
Manning.
Yeah, that's where
or not the...
Archie Manning.
Yeah, or not the...
Is there a Manning we haven't mentioned?
I was going to say, I thought I hit them all.
Could there be one
Eli?
more?
Did you leave out
Yeah,
Eli?
I said Eli.
No.
Okay.
Oh, how about Arch Manning, the quarterback for the University of Texas? He is not on the list. He is not on.
Wait a minute. His
Good.
family's not considering him?
I don't know.
Preseason?
Yes, I don't know how that works. Article here on CBS Sports: Texas quarterback Arch Manning does not make Manning Award watch list, but there's reason why. And
Because he's related? Because he hadn't done anything yet?
well,
Hype?
he hasn't attempted 100 passes or thrown for 1,000 yards.
That's what I meant. He hadn't done anything yet.
Actually, ironically enough, Archie, Peyton, and Eli are all on the board for the Manning Award watch list.
So they vote.
Yeah, they all do vote.
Yeah, but I guess the point here is they're going about it the right way, because he hasn't done anything.
He hasn't done anything yet.
But the crazy part is the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy is Arch Manning. So that's
Vegas.
Right. It's just
popularity.
It's a funny, ironic college football conversation to have in August.
You know what's so wild too? There's never been a Manning to win the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah,
Peyton should have won.
Yeah, people forget.
And they, guess what? Just like Arch this year, they overhyped him.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Peyton did not win the national championship. That same team won it the next year. T. Martin, who's a quarterback,
1998.
But Peyton should have won the Heisman.
Yeah,
but just like Dan Marino, they overhyped him.
You know who won the Heisman in 1997? That instead of Peyton Manning, right?
Help me.
It was. I'll say this. It was historic.
Oh yeah. He was in the Heisman. The cornerback from Michigan,
Charles Woodson. Yeah. Remember I told you I had all those jerseys as a kid? I had a number 2 Michigan jersey. I was high stepping and putting the Heisman out there.
What always happens with the Heisman, I kid you not, anybody that's the favorite going into the season or the first month or two, they always fade. It's not about the talent fades, it's that people are tired of them. They're like, okay, look who's making some noise out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. And then the Heisman Trophy, you always have to have a Heisman moment.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, I can quantify who's the best player in college football without having one specific moment. But voters, they got to see it. They got to have, that guy.
The highlight.
Yeah. He brought his team back on a final drive. Well, that's great, but this quarterback is actually significantly better.
You'll want to hear something interesting since we're already on the topic. Now, this is Google AI overview, so take it for what it's worth. Preseason Heisman favorites rarely win the award. Historically, only a small percentage win. For example, in the past 16 years, do you want to guess how many preseason favorites have won the award? 16 years.
I'll say 4.
CA?
I'll say 0.
1.
I was closer. Who's the one?
Johnny Manziel.
No, he came out of nowhere too.
Johnny Football?
Yes, he was a freshman, and nobody saw it coming.
Marcus
He's the first
Mariota.
freshman to ever win it.
Mariota in 14.
For the Oregon Ducks. The Oregon Ducks. Okay, one note.
You know who the second freshman to win it?
Give me a second. I will think of it.
I'll tell you, he's got a couple of NFL MVPs.
Oh, then that's not who I was thinking. I was thinking Matt Leinart, but
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. He was a freshman when he won it. I remember his speech. His speech was very memorable. One other local note here on the Manning watch list: Texas A&M quarterback Marcel Reed is on the Manning watch list.
What?
High expectations.
Okay.
I mean, the Aggie signal caller. I mean, he's a guy that can beat you with his legs and his arm. But that's what's going on.
Venmo.
No, that's the Oklahoma quarterback, not Texas A&M. John Mateer, that's who you're thinking of. Who
is Venmo?
Yeah, that is a whole nother story.
That's a whole nother story.
But,
that's Venmo and codes.
Yeah, where I want to go with this, and it's along the same lines, because speaking of teams getting in trouble, but big time, and actually breaking significant rules, creating competitive advantages, and devising an elaborate scheme to cheat the game and jeopardize the integrity of the game is the University of Michigan and Connor Stallions, the signal stealer, and Jim Harbaugh, because the NCAA, and I'm going to try not to yell, try to calm down a little bit. The NCAA and the Committee of Rules Infractions, they had an opportunity to drop the hammer on the University of Michigan because they made the ruling on Friday.
This was under Harbaugh, right?
Yes,
he's gone.
Yeah. But they won the national championship in 2023. But
with Harbaugh.
Yes. What do you think the NCAA did? Did they drop the hammer or did they slap on the wrist?
Are you saying, did they do Michigan the way they did USC and Reggie Bush?
They sure did not. They didn't do Michigan the way they did Missouri in 2019. They gave Missouri a postseason ban in 2019 for a controversy with a tutor that was tipping off student athletes. And in one of the more bizarre rulings, in my opinion, the NCAA didn't do anything to Michigan other than the $20 million fine. Now, Jim Harbaugh has a 10-year window where he can't coach in college for a show cause ban, which is water under the bridge. I don't think he wants to coach in college anyways. And then they do have they'll lose a significant amount of their recruiting budget and NIL budget, around 10%. As well as a period in which they're not going to be able to talk to recruits. So the big thing with this, the NCAA didn't want to do a postseason ban because they felt like they were punishing the current players that had nothing to do with this. And to back up, it's an elaborate cheating scandal that there's a documentary on it on Netflix. Connor Stallions was this guy that Michigan lied about all of it too, which is important in all this. But Connor Stallions stole signals from other teams. He would attend games, he would attend practices,
Spygate,
and provide the Michigan coaching staff with that information, with that intel. And there's footage clear as day of Michigan playing against Ohio State where you see Connor Stallions with his headset on. I'm getting so excited, my voice squeaked. His headset on next to Jim Harbaugh, and when Ohio State signals a play, he then voices to the defensive coordinator to change everything up. Michigan changes their defense because they know what play's coming. And listen, there's been a lot of scandals in college football, but this one, to me, what separates this one is it distinctly impacted the competitive advantage and jeopardized the result of the game because you're knowing what play's coming.
They didn't even just pseudo take away their national championship. In other words, back in the day, I want to say in the 1970s, there was some kind of scandal in Oklahoma, and they said, well, and these games don't count. And everybody knew they counted because they won them, but they said, including the national championship. Like, yeah, right. So they didn't even try to pretend that either, huh? They didn't even try to go there.
Nope. And I understand.
It's toothless.
Yeah, I understand that. And we're getting some text in here at 877-881-1053. They can't do the postseason ban now because the college football playoff is not run by the NCAA. They could, though, have the ability to prevent them from being a part of the college football playoff. So there was an opportunity for a postseason ban. There was also the opportunity to vacate wins, which the vacating wins, it's fine because we all know in the moment that happened. But my big thing, and obviously this one's near and dear to me because I covered Michigan during this scandal. I mean, we can even talk about it.
You were on the sideline too, huh?
No, I was not on the sideline, but you could just see if you watch the University of Michigan play the impact that this sign stealing had. And where college athletics is at right now, obviously you're paying players, all of that to get players to your school. But what's different about this is it was happening in the specific game, on the field, not like, hey, you've got this great player because you paid him. No, you know what play is coming, and that is a distinct
advantage
in cheating the game. So that being said, listen, I think the NCAA could have done more. I think it's a slap on the wrist. I think it sets a dangerous precedent because you say, we'll pay a $20 million fine for a national championship.
Sure.
I mean, Dave Portnoy, who's a loud, obnoxious Michigan grad, say what you will about him, but he put it best. He said, that's ashtray money for the University of Michigan. $20 million is a fraction of a percentage of the school's endowment. I mean, the school's endowment is billions here. And I know that doesn't all go to athletics and everything.
But still.
But
we know about the NIL. Come on.
Yes, it is a slap on the wrist. Now, what is interesting is I'm curious how people look at that national championship team now. Is it tainted? Do they say?
Because they didn't slap the wrist hard enough.
Right. But I'm saying
they should have punished them.
For you and I as fans, I'll always look at them and say that team got to the national championship by cheating.
I will say this. I don't think people look at USC's suspension and their national championships that they won back-to-back, Pete Carroll and Reggie Bush. They don't, just because Reggie Bush's agent bought his family a house. I mean, that was illegal. They held up his Heisman. I think the NCAA said, what can we do? And at the same time, they know they don't have any control over anything. The Group 5 or the Group 4 conferences, they run everything. College football playoff is its own entity. So the bottom line is, you're exactly right, but I just shake my head and go, Yeah, and the NCAA doesn't even have enough investigators.
Yeah,
they're toothless.
It's so we're up against it, but the more you dive in, the more layers you peel back from this onion, it gets worse and worse. The University of Michigan destroyed evidence. They couldn't quantify the extent of the cheating because they destroyed evidence. They knew how guilty they were.
Bottom line is they cheated and got away with it, and Harbaugh's now a pro football coach with the Chargers.
Exactly. Who's punished in this?
Yeah, only the current coach who's suspended for 3 games like a wrist slap.
Yeah, right. And it's going to be against a community college.
Yeah, exactly. The easy schedule.
Oh,
One other note before we get out of here, I mentioned that Lamar Jackson won the Heisman as a freshman. He didn't. It was Jameis Winston. So it was Johnny Manziel, Jameis Winston, the only 2 freshmen to ever win.
Appreciate that, CA. We could talk college football all morning long, but hey, let's talk some Cowboys. Who we got joining us?
Babe Laufenberg.
Looking forward to that. 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, saffron squad?
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
That's right. Good Saturday morning. Final hour before we pass the baton on to the Fan. Not after dark, in the afternoon. Who will get you set for Cowboys Ravens, because Cowboys play some preseason football today. I'm Jake Riepma. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Looking forward to that. All kinds of good stuff coming up on that Cowboys pregame show. Of course, during the game, then you know you'll be covered with Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, and Christy Scales, and taking a little bit of a break from some game day prep. Kind enough to join us now to get us set for Cowboys Ravens. It's Babe Laufenberg. Good morning, Babe. How are you, my friend?
Good morning, gentlemen. Doing well, thank you. And I am doing some prep because it's hard to learn all the names of the other team when you don't know half of who's going to be out there.
Let alone your own team, half who's going to be out there.
You know what? Funny, like just from our little world, and trust me, it's not the worst job in the world. But I could probably do Philadelphia if the Philadelphia Eagles showed up tonight and they played them and they played their starters. I know a little bit about A.J. Brown. I know a little bit about Jalen Hurts. I know a little bit about Dallas Goedert. I could do that game right now. But these guys, trying to find out a little bit about them.
Yeah, CA and I were talking about that before we went on air, and it's a different animal in the preseason because, Babe, to your point, it's not the backup stepping in for one. It's 11 backups playing at one time, and not even backups, but third stringers trying to make the team. So just to kind of quantify all of that, how different is the preparation leading up to a preseason game than when you're in the regular season?
Good question, and I would probably say the biggest difference is during the regular season. I like to tell folks about the other team, and a lot of our listeners know a lot about the other team when you're playing a Philadelphia or a divisional game. But you like to bring some notes in and just things and little nuances to the other team because you're kind of familiar with the Cowboys. Certainly they're starters. And when you get to a regular season game, preseason game, we concentrate, I would say, a lot more on the Cowboys because we're trying to fill people in to a certain extent on the fact that Malik Davis just got signed last week. 2 days later, played in the game. Now, if you're listening to the Fan every day, different story. You know that. But a lot of the folks that tune into the game, they're not spending their week. They're spending their week working and not necessarily listening, via the radio, internet, what have you. So try to fill them in a little bit more on what the Cowboy guys are doing and who this guy is and who Ryan Flanoy is and how he's been doing in camp, as opposed to I know their parents care and their brothers and sisters care, but we don't care so much about Baltimore's 8th receiver tonight, right? So that's kind of the biggest difference.
Well, speaking of biggest difference, I'm wondering what kind of game Joe Milton's going to have. You're former quarterback. You know the quarterback routine all along, and I just don't know. The jury's still out. I'm being kind here. What are your thoughts on what Joe Milton's going to have to show people in this game tonight, the quarterback?
He's just got to get rid of the ball quicker, number one, for me. And it's not just for me. It's coaching staff, right? I mean, he holds on to the ball. It was interesting because I went into Dane Brugler's draft guide on Joe Milton. Dane Brugler, I think, does a great job.
Yes.
And one of the points was he's going to have to learn to get the ball out of his hand. He holds the ball too long. So here we are, the second year in the NFL, and what is the point that we're going to make tonight? He holds the ball too long. There are times, and in that game last week, where I'm in that booth and I'm sitting there and you're seeing the play develop, and I'm thinking, oh, there's your guy. There's your whole shot. Throw it. And on the third throw, he would throw it, right? Now, I always tell Brad Sham, and I mention it on the air many times, 2 easiest places to play quarterback are from your living room sofa and 200 feet in the air like we are.
That's so
right?
good.
I mean, I sit here. I'm that guy. I sit here. I'm having my little beer and my nachos, and I'm on my couch, and I'm like, oh, how do you miss that guy? And it's like, well, you missed him because he broke the route off early, and you had a guy in your face, and you couldn't see where. So the vantage point we get from 200 feet in the air in our booth or sitting on the couch watching is a lot better than the one that quarterback has. So I'm usually fairly generous in terms of not getting on a guy because you kind of don't see what he sees. You're not down there on the field. But there were just too many times in that game where if you're going to say I'm an NFL quarterback, you got to be able to make that throw. We saw him miss, the very first throw to Schoonmaker. I mean, he's 10 yards away from you, and you don't even put it he couldn't even get a hand on the ball. Had a deep over to Ryan Flanoy. It's going to be a 25, 30-yard gain. Not even close. So he's got to make those throws. You're an NFL quarterback. You got to hit those throws. Now, you're not going to hit them all, but you got to hit more than he did last week.
Yeah, he gave himself a D-, and hopefully he can pass the test.
For sure. Babe Laufenberg with us on your home for the Dallas Cowboys. And Babe, I don't want to beat this conversation into the ground, but it is probably the biggest story.
But we're going to beat it into the ground.
Preach. All right, let's tie a bow on it then. How about that phrase?
Well, there we go. Well, Jay, it's just like when you say to someone, hey, don't take this the wrong way.
Right.
Probably shouldn't say it.
Yeah, no offense, but
I'm ready.
No offense, but do you think Shoddy and just the entire offensive staff has a quantified game plan of number of snaps or what they need to see or what they won't see from Joe Milton before making that switch over to Will Grier? Like, what's the turning point where you say, okay, Will Grier's got to be the quarterback, or the backup quarterback?
Well, it's a good question because you don't have the 4 preseason games like you had a few years back. For me, I would have been playing Will Grier some.
Yeah, me too.
You can't be caught with your pants down, go 3 weeks into this and say, you know what, Milton's not ready. Will Grier has thrown 52 NFL passes. 52. So if you had Joe Flacco here, right, and he's got 200 NFL starts under his belt, then you say, hey, we know what we've got here in Joe Flacco, and he'll be fine, get limited reps. He's played a lot of football. Well, that's not Will Grier. He needs to play.
Yeah.
And I hate when I keep hearing we know what Will Grier is. We know what he can do. Well, do we?
Not really, yeah. Not really.
I mean, he needs to play. That is me. Again, for the umpteenth time, they did not ask me my opinion. But here's the other thing. We keep hearing, we need to see what we've got in Joe Milton. Well, you've got him under contract for the next 3 years. This is not a situation like Trey Lance was in the final year of his contract last year. Played him all through the preseason.
Good point.
And then Cooper Rush was your backup. Okay, maybe we do need to see, do we sign this guy? What's he about? Unfortunately, he finished with a 5-interception game against the Chargers in his final preseason game, so that did not lend itself to saying, okay, we got to get this guy under contract. But Joe Milton, he's got a long way to go. We know the physical talent is there. He's an unbelievable athlete. Unbelievable. I mean, the arm is as good as anyone's that's ever played the game. Athletic, runs a 4.55. He's got the size. He's everything you'd want. He's just not there as a quarterback. But we have 3 years to make that decision. And it's not like Dak is in the final year of his contract and we got to see, hey, can this guy be our starter next year? So I don't understand the thinking behind all this. But again, I don't get paid to think. I get paid to call the game. And if I did get paid to think, I'd be working for minimum wage. Trust me.
Hey, babe, let's talk about the committee, the running back by committee. Who do you like in the committee? And can you talk about how Malik Davis kind of fits in? Because he did have a nice game, and he knows the system. He's been here before. I was surprised as much as anybody else that he showed up. Like I said, 36 hours later, he's playing in a football game. He's looking great. Can you just talk about who you like and what you think should happen?
Well, we really haven't seen any of these guys. They haven't tackled people to the ground. And I always say with a running back, you kind of look at a receiver. If he runs good routes, if he catches the ball, if he's got speed, you see all those things. You can see that in practice. You can kind of almost see it in a workout. Running back is, do they get the guy to the ground? And as we know, tackles, offensive tackle, we want 34-inch arms. Under 34-inch quarterback, need at least 9-inch hands. Under 9, you're talking a unicorn. Running backs, as we're going to see today, I know he won't play, but Derrick Henry comes in a 250-pound package, right?
Yep.
6'3", 250.
Yep.
And then, there's all sorts of heights and weights and sizes and strengths and speed at that running back position. The whole key is, can you get the guy to the ground? I always point out Emmitt Smith, and I hope nobody tweets just the first part of this. There was nothing exceptional about Emmitt when he came to the Cowboys. I was here
Correct.
in 1990. They drafted him. Here comes this guy. And, he's not exceptionally fast. He's not exceptionally big. There was nothing exceptional where you said, oh, my goodness. Like you would, let's say, with the Derrick Henry, where you said, 250 and he runs 4.5, you got to be kidding me. But you couldn't get Emmitt to the ground. So that running back position is just so different in terms of, until you see him in live action, you really have no idea. So the bottom line is, Javonte Williams, I liked him coming out of North Carolina, had a good rookie season. He got hurt, hasn't been the same guy. Miles Sanders, he's been hurt in practice. He hasn't played. He won't play until the season starts. So Jaden Blue, unfortunately, he got hurt.
Yeah, the foot.
So he's been missing time. So we have no idea about this running back position. And I was there in camp for 2 weeks, and I can tell you, I have no idea of what they have. I will say this: anytime Philadelphia does not have a running back by committee, do they?
No.
The committee is
Saquon.
a committee of one. It's Saquon Barkley. So as soon as you talk about, hey, it's going to be a running back by committee, that means, we really don't have a guy.
Ding, 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 ding. I totally agree. And by the way, you said about training camp. Are you hinting, babe, that we need to bring back the Oklahoma drills? I'm just saying.
No, that is funny. But, it's just the nature of the beast,
Yeah.
But again, that running, you can look at corners and how are they covering in camp. And even though they're not tackling or doing this, you get a feel for a guy. You get a feel for a receiver. Again, until that running back you hand him the ball and we see if the other team can tackle him, we just don't have an idea where these guys are.
Babe, so glad you mentioned cornerback, because that was next on my list as far as a position group with a lot of uncertainty. And, you just said with the running back, maybe none of us really have any idea. And that's kind of how I'm feeling about the cornerback room. Where are you at as the Cowboys prepare for preseason game number 2?
Well, they're in trouble when they open up at Philly in the first game. They have so many of the corners obviously hurt. Diggs will not be playing. I think we can safely say that. Josh Butler, who showed a little something last year, he's on the PUP list. Kalen Carson, their 5th-round pick, who started a couple games last year, he's injured. Now they drafted a guy who they knew wasn't going to be able to play, Savone Revel, took him in the 3rd round. He's a corner. He's not playing. So let me say this. That corner position is going to be a lot better 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks into the season than it is when they open at Philly. They just have so many guys hurt. And it's an area where they know, hey, we're not telling them anything they don't know. They're struggling there. And it's funny because you look at a guy like Jordan Lewis, right? Kind of took him for granted to a certain extent. But that nickel spot that he vacated, he's in Jacksonville, obviously.
Yeah.
That's going to be problematic, So do you take Deron Bland out of his outside corner spot to put him in the slot and play him at nickel? And then who do you have to go outside at corner? Again, with Diggs out, hurt, and all these guys hurt. I mean, it's going to be problematic.
Wish we had more time and just continue to pick your brain, babe.
He's gotta prep.
I know. I was just gonna say, if it was a regular season game, we could steal you for 2 segments here. But with double prep duty here, we'll let you go.
Before you go, babe.
Yes.
You guys talk about this every week. It's the first preseason game of this season. You could be in the Brad Sham broadcast booth. What kind of food y'all got?
Let me just say this: we know. We talked about the struggle it's going to be at corner for a while. We talked about we don't really know what they have at running back. The food at AT&T Stadium that comes into our booth is by far the best in the NFL.
Yes.
By far.
Yes.
There's a little sushi comes in there.
Oh, man.
Little chicken fingers, nice little salad.
Little cookies.
I mean, I wish that this were more like a high school game where two vans hit the field, and you can install a new offense at halftime of a high school game because they last about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I wish we had more time to sit and enjoy the food, but I usually just try to throw a few calories down the old pie hole and get ready for the second half. But it is phenomenal.
Yes, it is.
Babe, you're the best, man. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, thanks, man. I see you out there.
We really appreciate you hopping on.
No, my pleasure. Thank you, guys. Have a great afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
There he goes, Babe Laufenberg, man. I've heard him so many times on Sean and RJ, and he's the trivia that he does. He's so funny. But man, I'm over here belly laughing, cackling after every line he says. He's awesome. But hey, what do we got coming up next? A little CA stories.
Yes, the Jerry Jones documentary is coming out on Tuesday. I did some prep. A Sports Century documentary about Jerry's boys and the people who were in it. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you get.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
to remember that Uber Eats has grown.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Is it Saffron Squad?
Trek Red. Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost, and we get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget the Fan Phenom opportunity number 3 happening this Thursday. Jake's Burgers, 515 Main Street in Fort Worth. It's your chance to win the opportunity to join 105.3 as a host. Plus, it's a great opportunity to give it just a try, see what you got. CA, you were there last Thursday at Jake's. I believe it's Wooly Bully this Thursday.
Wooly Bully.
And what an opportunity. You get to hang out with your favorite fan hosts, 3-time Hall of Famer, Mr. Chris Arnold.
You never know who might be the next Blake Elliott. He is the reigning Fan Phenom. He's going to give the belt in about a month from now.
All right. We'll crosstalk with the Fan after dark in the afternoon, coming up in just a little bit to pass the baton on to them. But right now, highlight of the program, looking forward to it. It is a CA Stories Confidential.
Appreciate you, Jake. Appreciate you, Khaki Kev. And appreciate all the tollers for letting me share some of these stories. And I was getting excited because I heard about the documentary coming out on Tuesday, Jerry Jones documentary. We're talking about the America's team, the gambler, and his Cowboys. Once I heard it was 8 parts, and it drops on Netflix. 8 parts, 8 hours. And 7 of those hours are dedicated to the 90s, 1 hour in the 21st century. I was like, oh boy. And I was rolling my eyes at first, and then they had the premiere last week, and I was like, down in Hollywood. I was like, okay, I'm going to have to, and it hit me. I said, wait a minute. This is Jerry's version of The Last Dance. The Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan's last year of the Bulls. And I was able to cover all those games and, that little cameo in The Last Dance. And I was like, okay, I got to get ready for this one in my mind. And ironically, in 2004, ESPN came up with this idea called Sports Century, which became 30 for 30. It was a 30-minute show, a documentary, and they would just kind of go deep like 30 for 30, but they were calling it Sports Century. They decided to do one called Jerry's Boys, and they interviewed me, Ed Werder, Joe Theismann, Dale Hansen, Goose Gosselin, Howie Long, John Lynch, Chad Hennings, Jerry Jones, Jimmy Johnson, Paul Tagliabue, the commissioner, Jeremy Schaap, Chris Mortensen, Michael Irvin, Peter King, Barry Switzer, Tony Casillas, Norm Hiskes, Babe Laufenberg, Pam Oliver, Emmitt Smith. They interviewed a whole bunch of people talking about those 90s Cowboys because it really should have been its own Last Dance. And in fact, when The Last Dance was on during the pandemic, I was talking to Emmitt. I said, Emmitt, y'all could have been in The Last Dance. I mean, y'all were right there. It was about the same time. The Cowboys in the 90s and the Bulls in the 90s. I was like, man. Well, in order to prep, like I said, prepare my mind and look at this thing like that, I look back at this Sports Century, and it's on YouTube. You can go to YouTube, look up Sports Century, ESPN, and there's that episode, Jerry's Boys. And I had all these flashbacks. And also, I realized that 30-minute documentary had all the dirt. I mean, it had everything. Here's part of it. Back then, they didn't do trailers for documentaries, only for the movies, right? Mm-hmm. This is 2004. They've talked about when Jerry bought the Cowboys, firing Tom Landry, how everybody got upset. Him and Jimmy Johnson were at Tom Landry's favorite Mexican restaurant the night before. You thought people were mad about Luka getting traded. They had a parade for Tom Landry after he got fired. But here's part of it, and then like I said, Jimmy Johnson takes over. They go 1-15, then they go 7-9, then they go 9-7, then they go to the Super Bowl. They went back-to-back Super Bowls, and then they just started partying. But here's the first clip.
To be a Dallas Cowboy when the team is winning is to be the Lord of the Manor.
Being a Dallas Cowboy at that time was like probably being Tom Cruise in Hollywood. You were it.
We would get 8,000 people at our practice. I mean, our summer practices, and most of the women came out there with no underwear on.
They were the king of the NFL. They were surrounded by sex, drugs, rock and roll, and power.
Got you down? And he's talking about down in Austin. When they had, Oxnard is one thing. When the training camp was in Austin, OMG, the players wouldn't even walk back to the line. They were on golf carts. It was like that. And then Jerry and Jimmy got a divorce. You thought people were mad when Luka got traded? Y'all must not have been alive or around when Jerry Jones, 1 month after winning the Super Bowl for the second time in a row, got tired of Jimmy Johnson.
Jerry walked up and toasted the Cowboys, and not everyone toasted him back. When Jerry realized the snub, he walked off in a huff.
That night, he was adamant about 1 point, and that's that he was going to fire Jimmy Johnson, which seemed inconceivable.
He said that 500 coaches could have done what Jimmy did. And I think Jerry was trying to convince himself in his mind that it was the right thing to do.
Jerry made a few comments in the wee hours of the morning after a night of partying that didn't sit well with me, and I said, hey, why wait? Now it's time to go.
Press conference.
We have mutually decided that I would no longer be the head football coach with the Dallas Cowboys.
It was wild. I'm telling you, because of social media today, that's why everybody thinks everything now is so big. Back then, it was crazy. 1 month after winning back-to-back Super Bowls, Jerry Jones said, I don't need Jimmy. And they got a divorce. And I was at all that stuff. And the crazy thing about it, he hires Barry Switzer, who hadn't coached in college football in 3 or 4 years. And Barry even said to Jimmy and Jerry, are y'all crazy? Y'all need to patch this thing up. And then Jimmy said, nope, I'm out of here. Jerry said, nope, he's out of here. And Barry said, okay, I'm going to CEO this thing. In other words, there were a lot of people who were ticked off because Barry would OU, this is Texas, come on, the rivalry right there. College coach, even though Jimmy was a college coach, Barry was smart enough to leave it alone. In other words, a lot of coaches want to put their fingerprints on a team. Oh, I'll change this guy out. I'll trade this one player so it's my team and I can get the credit. Barry said, no, we got the coordinators, we got the coaches, we got the players. We're set. I will handle the media and CEO this thing. Cut number 3.
Some will say the reason that they were able to at least win another Super Bowl is the fact that Barry Switzer did not grind on this team.
Switzer allowed us to be more comfortable. He relaxed us, and it was good because a lot of us were beat up by the time Coach Johnson left. Dudes were sore.
He was the perfect coach because he had no ego. He was not going to make changes to make it his team.
It's like a new car. I mean, you don't fix it unless something's wrong with it. When he got there, it was a Ferrari. So why go change the parts when it's the fastest car on the track?
But then, because he wasn't Jimmy, and Jimmy was always micromanaging the players and making sure they might have partied, but he made sure they worked out. Barry's philosophy was, these are grown-ass men. I am not going to try to round them up. I'm just going to make sure that they play hard. And guess what? It blew up in his face. They did not win a 3rd Super Bowl in a row. They lost, and all hell broke out around this town. And then the next year, they did win the Super Bowl, but with all the drama going into it, I kid you not, it took, they went on a 4th down in Philadelphia. The play was called load left. It was an Emmitt Smith play. He put his hand on Nate Newton's butt, and they just fall for a 1st down. Got stuffed twice. You'd have thought he fired Landry again. And then they eked into the playoffs, and they won the Super Bowl. And I remember telling Troy Aikman after that game, because everybody's all excited. He wasn't. He was relieved. I said, Troy, and I was just kidding. I was like, Troy, you better enjoy this. You might not get here again. Not knowing the franchise will not get here again.
Oh, my goodness.
The entire franchise never got there again.
What did he say to that?
Who?
Troy, when you said you got to enjoy it.
He just kind of laughed and because I was like, he was just exhausted.
Yeah.
And I said, man, he was relieved because all this pressure. And by the way, Jimmy Johnson didn't know this part. And he talked about this when he got nominated to go to the Hall of Fame, when he was named an inductee into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He did not know that the Dallas Cowboy players were mad at him when he left. Because everywhere they went, everybody kept saying they can't win without Jimmy. And they're like, Jimmy never played. And they were also mad at him because he told them, do not let outside things distract you. And they said, you let Jerry distract you. You didn't focus like you told us to. They were mad at him. And he said, I did not realize that until I was retired.
Like his attention was taken away from coaching and the team. And
no, his attention was taken because him and Jerry's egos.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they're fighting.
Egos.
Yeah, they're quarreling. Yeah.
Yep. And Jerry, by the way, he looks so bad in this video. When I say bad, because it's like he's the villain. And nowadays, he's not so much as the villain. So I'm wondering what this 8-part documentary is going to look like. But there's one more cut because, like I said, they didn't stop just after Switzer won the Super Bowl in this documentary. It's about all of the 90s. How about Michael Irvin getting arrested? How about Chan Gailey, Dave Campo, 2000? That didn't work. Then they bring in Parcells. But Michael Irvin getting arrested? Have you heard this? The White House?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, see, they went into all of that in this document, 30-minute document. I'm like, oh my God, are they going to go there in this 8-part documentary on Netflix? Because it went there. Here's some more.
Michael, I think, was consumed by some of his passions, but I never met a player that worked harder than Michael Irvin.
He was a Pied Piper, and he did lead by example on the field. Unfortunately, he was a Pied Piper off the field.
Babe.
We were young, and we were dumb.
Michael?
You know, we did a lot of young, dumb things. Instead of discerning what's good and what's bad, you partake in it all. You know, women, drinking, partying, everything.
Everything. Yeah. It was rough. They talked about Jerry signing Dion. I mean, all these things. So I'm imagining that was just in a half hour. And it popped. It was boom, 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 boom. So if you want to get in the mood for what you might see on Netflix, I highly recommend you go to YouTube, look up Sports Century, ESPN, Jerry's Boys. And when it came out, you know, this is 2004. They wrapped it up saying, Jerry realized that Chan Gailey and Dave Campo could not get it done. So he had to go back to get a real, you know, coach that won some Super Bowls, and he brought in Parcells, and they talked about how Parcells got them to the playoffs with a 10-6 record, and then that was the end of it. But it was like gripping.
You said something, CA, that stood out to me, and it's the same with The Last Dance. If social media was around then.
Oh, in the 90s?
Yeah.
If social media's around in the 90s, nobody would have been looking like Michael Jordan the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, when I say the same way I'm talking about, he had all kinds of stuff going on outside of being extremely competitive. But it's amazing that those two franchises dominated the 90s, and there's finally going to be one talking about it. The damn shame is this. Do you realize the Bulls still haven't won an NBA Finals since the 90s?
A lot in common, a lot of parallels. That's bizarre.
Yeah.
But
So
America's team, the Gambler and his Cowboys.
This Tuesday, Netflix, you can watch it all at once, or you can take your time. That's your CA Stories Confidential.
I love it. 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. Appreciate that. The CA Stories Confidential.
By the way, one other note. It's been so long since the Cowboys have won a Super Bowl. All of the beat writers that are covering this team today, including the guys that work at DallasCowboys.com, they weren't even there for the Super Bowl.
That's right. That's
they weren't even around for this.
Some of them probably weren't even born.
I was talking to Keki Kevin about this before the show. I said, you got guys covering this team never went to the Super Bowl with the Cowboys. And it's a damn shame. Not Calvin Watkins, not Clarence Hill, not Nick Eatman. I mean, I'd go, the guys that were considered the old heads. They weren't there. Mickey was there. Are you there? But I'm talking about the beat writers and the ones in like, oh my goodness, they've missed out. And I can't explain why, other than Jerry said, God, if I could just get one more Super Bowl, I'll never ask for anything again. Maybe that's what happened.
Maybe. Hey, maybe they'll run it all back and we'll get a chance to experience that. But hey, let's crosstalk with the Fan after dark in the afternoon. Fred and Blake, as we pass the baton to them next on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Saffron Squad?
It's 105.3 The Fan, and this final segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's 105.3 The Fan, and it's your home for the Dallas Cowboys, who play football later on this evening, and they're back at AT&T Stadium for the first time. And I'll just tell myself to cool the jets. It's still preseason. But we got The Fan After Dark in the afternoon joining us for a little crosstalk. I'm Jake Reitman. He's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Still good morning, fellas. I had to look up at the clock there. It feels like the afternoon, but we're still 15 minutes to go in the morning.
I got a theoretical question. Does it sound something good for Fan After Dark or Fan Afternoon? Derrick Henry's in town.
Okay.
The question is, did he get a chance to sleep in his own bed, or did he stay in the hotel with the rest of the team?
I'm going to go sleep in his own bed. Preseason, good vibes. Let the guy know that we're taking care of him.
Today.
Not playing today. Great point. I would assume, speculatory, that he slept in his own bed. And if he chose to stay with the team, it's also a win. So I'm going to go with stayed in the bed. And you talked about cooling off. Well, the Fan Afternoon can do that. Get that little play on words.
Yeah.
Fan, cool off.
Oh, that's good. That's good right there.
Fan.
That's good right there. I'm glad you explained it, though. That just helps me connect the dots. I'm also glad that, Fred, you turned your microphone on there. That's it works a lot better when you have it on, because you were agreeing with CA. You're like, yeah, that's a good point. And your mic wasn't on yet.
Well, I wasn't trying to talk yet. So.
But why were you were verbally
He was just getting in the mode. Just getting in the mode.
I mean, I can't get into the, I mean, he had it under control, so,
but you were making eye contact and like, yeah, good point. I'm like, bro, your mic's not.
This is how you know he wasn't ready to talk on the air. Fred's one of the coolest guys you ever want to meet. And a lot of Tolos.
Right.
No, listen. A lot of Tolos. Imagine Fred a certain way.
How do they imagine him, CA? How do you think the outside Tolos, like when they met him at Phenom, how do you think they imagined him?
Just like when you see him with a toothpick.
Toothpick, cut off shirt, backwards hat, beard,
He's cool.
Lots of tattoos. I'd be scared to meet the guy.
You want to hang out at a sports bar with.
Well, the
sports bar guy.
The best part about Fred is he is the best. He's my first guest for every time we play Who Said It, because it's always something ridiculous that you could have said
out of context.
Succulent and best meat in my mouth.
Wow, that is a real drop.
Did you guys?
That is a real drop.
Did you guys hear our Who Said It segment earlier today?
I did.
Okay, I was going to try. I mean, Khaki Kev had some tough ones for us, but he threw us some layups too.
I did get the Gavin one right.
Oh, see, that was the one that made me so mad.
Are you starting to learn how Kevin does it? Are you starting to do some psychology and figure stuff out?
That's half the battle.
Okay, what stuff have you figured out about Khaki's picking?
At the beginning, it was the shows he was listening to more, and so it was a lot of fan after
midday,
dark. Yeah. No, it was no mornings because he was fan after dark and midday, and then I think you started to try to almost trick us and think, What would Reetma guess on this? And sure enough, I fell for it like every time.
But now you're in. Now you know that. Now you know how it's going.
It is tough. I'm trying to think of a way to level the playing field a little bit because it is.
I leveled it pretty good today. I gave you a lot of hints.
You did. I got 3 points today. I was pretty happy with that. But what do we got coming up on Fan After Dark?
It's a blink and you miss it episode, boys. 3 hours getting y'all ready for a little Cowboys today, and listen to you guys. And let's not bury the lead. I mean, let's go ahead and are we shoveling dirt on the Rangers season after last night?
At least a bullpen.
I said they're toast. You just.
I mean,
it does not look good. I can't go there yet, but it does not look good at all.
The saddest part, and I'm not going to nerd out baseball guy type of stuff.
No,
but
actually, please do. Please do.
Nerd out.
This is the time we need it.
You win. There's a lot of different ways to win a baseball game, but when you have the best starting pitching, you have a group collectively of starting pitchers that have performed at such a high level consistently. And you either find ways to lose games, whether it be the offense or the bullpen, so often that it just completely negates the starting pitching that has been historically good. That's the part that's so frustrating.
Here's the maddening part. Mm-hmm. It would be different if this was a young team.
Right.
And you're like, oh, they're just learning.
That's exactly right.
But they're not.
Because you got to take those lumps to get to that next level, right?
Exactly.
So you'd be okay with that.
Correct. But they're not. They're veteran.
You've been there before.
You've been there before. You know they're supposed to do these things. But more importantly, they know they're supposed to do these things.
And 3 of your pitchers are not on the right side of 30. A lot of these guys are getting older.
The clock is ticking.
Kamar Rocker and our boy Leiter's really only young options as far as starting rotation. The rest of those guys, if DeGrom is not good next year, no one's going to be like, what happened to him?
Right.
He's
You're talking about
older.
Wasting a season here.
Nasty Nate.
If you don't
he's getting a little bit older. What is he, 33?
35.
35. Yeah,
35.
He's getting older.
Wasting years.
At any time he could fall off. And I'm not wishing that, but these guys are not 28 years old.
And Father Time is undefeated as a pitcher.
And I was listening to you guys earlier, and CL probably we'll get into this probably a little bit more in depth tomorrow. We're on from 9 to noon. CY could have done more at the deadline. Okay.
But you have no idea what he tried at the expense of what.
And you know what? Prospects. Because here's the thing. Outside of Sebastian Walcott and Gavin Feen, who cares? Okay? Who cares? Because let's take it a step further, okay? What's his team look like next year? All right, you're wasting Corey Seager. Marcus Simeon's got maybe one more year left, all right? And he's still batting .222. All right. Josh Young, with the guy that we thought we had 2 years ago, all right, he's regressed back to the mean. Jonah Heim, you might as well go ahead and cancel Christmas with him, all right? Like I said, he's the white Martin Maldonado at this point. Can't hit himself out of a wet paper sack.
What a drop.
All right.
What a reference.
Evan Carter.
What a pull.
I mean, Evan Carter's Khaki Kevin's age and has a back has a back like mine. All right. So, I mean, we're at this point and we keep going.
Adolis.
Look, outside of Houston, what has he done? All right. I mean, if he played Houston 162 games a year, he'd be Barry Bonds. Mm-hmm. Okay. He doesn't. All right. And then last but not least, Wyatt Langford. Mm-hmm. All right. He's supposed to be great.
And
he's supposed to be great.
The thing with Wyatt, in comparison to the rest of the Rangers, he does look good. But in comparison to what expectations we put on him.
I mean, yeah. the skinniest kid at fat camp argument.
Of course, but we expected him to be, I don't want to say Bobby Witt, but in that range of like dominating and one of the best young players in the game.
Are you calling him Jurgen Profar?
I wouldn't go that far.
No, but with Wyatt though, with
Profar.
Wyatt, his ascent. We got to remember, this is the only one I'll play devil's advocate on with Wyatt. His ascent to the major leagues was quicker than anybody else.
Straight from Florida.
And I don't want to say, we expected a regression, and this regression has extended far too long to where it's so consistent. It might be more of who he is, but I think he's one of the few guys that is still so young that there's going to be the roller coaster.
I'm not worried. Like, he's going to be your center fielder / outfielder, whatever you want to put out there, left field, whatever, for a good minute. Like, I don't think there's any problems.
Right.
Like, we need to trade Wyatt. I'm just saying, in a season like this where maybe you needed a guy to step up and kind of, hey, Corey, you can take the day off, and I'm going to be that consistent hitter that's getting us at least on base twice a game. He's been a little more inconsistent than we've been wanting.
So they're going to blow it up, huh?
No, I think, Fred, you're exactly right with the CY conversation at the deadline, because the window with these guys is now, and it's closing quickly. And do you think, I'll use Seattle as an example, do you think giving up prospect number 9, 16, and 17 for Eugenio Suarez is they're mortgaging their future? Not at all. No. And I know not all farm systems, it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, but to your point, the move the chips to the center of the table, which we believe the effort was there, but
doesn't
the
our
result
farm
was
suck?
not.
Isn't our farm not good in comparison to the rest of the majors?
Yes. It's what, middle of the road?
Yeah, it doesn't suck. It's not
doesn't suck. It used to be great about 10 years ago.
And I'll use an example, and look, like, hate to use this as an example, but we've got Jake Riepma here. Remember when your Tigers traded away Justin Verlander and got 3 of the Astros' top prospects?
I recall.
And
absolutely.
Guess what? None of those guys turned out to be you-know-what.
I will
right?
not.
And so that's my point, right?
Dawal Lugo? What are you talking about? Dawal Lugo?
And
really good. Mike Cameron's son?
And Astro fans were beside themselves. They're like, oh, my God, I can't believe you gave away all these top prospects.
That's a great
guess
example.
What? Verlander, you won a World Series because of that.
Yes.
Okay? And so, look, am I saying that you would have won that this team would have won a World Series this year if you would have, gotten rid of some of your farm pieces? That said, you need a closer. All right? You need a closer. Phil Maton and Danny Kalum are not closers.
When you say committee, that means you need a closer.
That's it. Yeah. Hey, we've talked about this time and time again. When you got 2, you got none.
Right.
All right? And that's the reality of it. And, and Nick Harris put out that stat. You talked about it. It's been all over Twitter. All right? You've lost, 29 games after 70 games. And he said if you just won 14 of them.
Half of them, you're the best team in baseball.
14. Just win a third of them, okay? If you won 7 of those, you'd be 68 and 55. All right? You'd be tied for first place, and you'd be battling for the AL West.
So if it's over, if they're toast, who's the manager next year?
Bruce Bochy.
No, Bochy's old.
I think Bochy will still be there. But
I think it depends on what they do in the offseason.
I think this season wore him out.
Yeah.
Oh, he's exhausted.
I want him to get that World Series because every other year he gets it.
Who's the cat they brought from Florida?
Skip Schumacher.
There you go. Because
I was already on it. That's their guy in waiting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, was he with the Cardinals organization for a little bit?
I want to say so. I feel like that rings a bell. How old is Skip?
I will get to that.
But hell, didn't he want to? I mean, he took the Marlins to a playoff bid a couple years ago.
Yeah.
So I mean, the guy's. I mean,
he's in waiting.
45.
45. There you go.
What about Brett Boone? I
thought about that too.
I just love hearing him on the morning show, and I know he's never managed, and it would be something new, but he'd be better than his brother.
I mean, that's a great. I mean, look, I
Brett's 56.
I mean, look, he's been around baseball forever and a day.
He's like Shoddy.
He's kind of like Shoddy, man. Now, granted, he's also been but with the only difference being, since he left baseball, he's been in the media, right? So would he be more? So would he be more of like a Steve Kerr type who was in the media? Now he had a little GM experience and then got in there, but I don't know this team. CY, who, I mean, look, look, he gives great interviews every week, but. I don't know. I'm starting. If CY was the Cowboys or the Mavs GM, I think he'd be catching a lot more flack.
I think not because he won the World Series and he built the team that won the World Series, him and John Daniels, but mostly CY, and that World Series is buying him time.
Oh, it absolutely is.
No doubt, yeah.
It absolutely is. Because like I said, we're looking at, I mean, again, Jake Berger, swing and miss. Jock Peterson, swing and miss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He's great at getting pitching staffs. And, oh, by the way, why are we still sending Robert Garcia out? That's all I'm asking.
He needs to be in here with us.
Or in Round Rock, one of the two.
They heard you say that he was the closer, Fred, so they got to keep him around.
I said he was the closer, and then that dude went out and has been an absolute dumpster fire
August.
ever since. So, you know what? I guess it shows what I
man.
it shows what I know.
Oh, man. How about the Tolos? Appreciate that. Skip played for the Cardinals and managed the Marlins. So there we go. We both got it
Manager
covered.
of the year in 2023.
Love it. Way to go. Way to go. Let's rally.
Teamwork.
Let's
Thanks,
rally.
Makes dream work.
And keeping of that, speaking of that, we're going to keep the momentum going. Fan After Dark in the afternoon is coming up next. Shout out to Khaki Kevin on the 1s and 2s. CA, my man, the 3-time Hall of Famer. Appreciate you. I'm Jake Rima. Keep it right here, and you're home for the Dallas Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Who's the hoe?
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy.
give up 4 runs late, having had the lead prior, and they fall tonight by a final of 6-5.
Welcome in, DFW. What a night it was last night for Ranger fans far and wide. Just a gut punch of epic proportions last night for your Texas Rangers as they fall once again in 6 runs, last 2 innings of the ball game. You were up all game. Hell, you even got some insurance runs from Marcus Semien last night with a 2-run shot, but unfortunately your bullpen, headlined by Robert Garcia, who apparently has just fallen off a cliff.
He's got money on the team.
I mean, I don't know, and maybe I jinxed him. I think I might have. I was on KNC a couple weeks ago after the deadline. We talked about it, and Corey said, hey, are you okay with Robert Garcia being your closer? I said, I absolutely am. Right? I loved it. I was into it. I said, let's go Robert Garcia. He'd had a huge save against Atlanta. He'd done some good work against the Angels. I thought this guy, he's getting ready to take off and be that guy and solidify that closer role. All he's done since...
I got you. He's allowed a run in 5 of his last 7 appearances, 0 for 3 in save situations this month, and try to guess his ERA this month.
His ERA? It's like 12, isn't it?
12-6.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah.
From a guy who usually is only in there an inning.
And he's given up about, 17 home runs or give or take or something like that? I don't know. I mean, I think one just left the building just now. Holy mackerel, Robert Garcia. And I'm a Robert Garcia guy.
I don't think Robert Garcia is a Robert Garcia guy.
Not right now he isn't. Not right now. Look, if you're gonna send Jacob Latz to Round Rock,
come on, that should be an easy swap.
Let's go ahead and see why, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. Let's go ahead and make that swap right now.
Let's
go ahead and let's call up our boy Latz. Let's go ahead and send Robert down, get his mind right. I mean, you've got 39 games left to save this season, and that's kind of where we're at. And Robert Garcia is not helping you. Let's see here. I'll tell you what. So if you 214 listening to the crosstalk, shout out to him. Let's see. What's he saying? That you might check what Seattle gave up for Suarez. Rangers don't have that. Also, quit lumping bullpen in with no closer. I mean, they've lost 29 games, the bullpen has.
Not every single one's in the 9th inning.
Yeah, I mean, it is the bullpen. Like, let's okay. So we'll finish
because I like Maton and Kalum as much as the next guy when they first came, but they haven't been stellar in their last.
They've been a disaster since they got here.
Their last 2 haven't
the
been
bullpen. The bullpen this week notwithstanding. Okay, that's kind of what you need. The bullpen notwithstanding has been outstanding. Look, it's been good to great, but to call it outstanding.
Is that Bruce Bochy text again?
Might be Mike Maddox. They've needed a closer all year. You're right about Berger and Jock as swing and miss. Tell me that any baseball person predicted this. With Jock, I don't know that it would have been out of the realm of possibility. I mean, I don't think we expect him to be this bad, but that was kind of a long shot with Jock Peterson expecting him to be your thumper. Jake Berger. Yes, that does raise some. But again, I think I'm going to say this with the Jake Berger thing. He's been, I feel like with the situation that went on with his daughter, he has not been right all year long. You're knee jerking on Maton and Column based on the last 60 hours. How about the last since they've been here?
But the last 60 hours is kind of what matters. We're kind of getting to nut cutting time at this point, right?
So this is Danny Kalum. He has pitched 5 and 2 innings. He's allowed 4 earned runs. So there you go. So in 5 innings, he's allowed 4 earned runs. He's walked 4 people, has a 6.3 ERA. Look at Phil Maton. He's pitched 7 1/3 of an inning, 6 earned runs, 4 walks, 7.36 ERA. So yeah, I just said when they first came here, they looked good, both of them. That first week and a half, both of them.
The game against Seattle, that series against Seattle, they were great.
We were like, okay, look at these guys, great pickups. Yeah. Don't know if I have a closer. Maybe it's going to be Crivello, maybe a little Maton.
I've been on the Crivello bandwagon since Seattle.
But the last week and a half, these guys, their numbers have inflated and they haven't looked good. Now, we could say maybe it's the setup guy, maybe it's the hitting, whatever. You can make excuses. Either way, I'm just looking at the numbers. They have not looked great from those 2 guys. Nobody in the bullpen, from your Kalums to your Matons to your Robert Garcias, 3 of your higher leverage guys, have looked good. And we know when it comes to nut cutting time, when it comes to the end of the season, you need high leverage guys. Your team is not blowing teams out 12-1. These games are going to be close. 5-0. That's a lot from the Rangers. They scored 5, or it was 3-0, then the Simeon 2-run homer. So you're up 3-0. You end up scoring 5 for the game. You expect the Rangers that to be enough. Not that you're going to go up 6 runs in the last 2 innings. But we've kind of come to learn that with this bullpen.
From the 817, Fred makes all his judgments from the last week.
That's
I mean, here's the thing: the last week has been indicative of the entire season.
Correct.
If we're being honest,
you've been calling this team average for about 2 months.
I mean, that's what this and look, when the team plays well, you get on the bandwagon and say, "Okay, here we go." Kind of like what happened after, I mean, let's just juxtapose.
We kind of all have to do it. If we were just like, we're not going to give a take.
First of all, it's a 162 game season. All right, let's just get and here's the thing about this baseball team, this Rangers baseball team.
I'll give you a take next month.
This has been if we're being honest, this has been a week to week baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
Every week, this team has almost looked different.
Yep, and
week in, week, good or bad, right? Because look, the way this team's look this week versus the week after the All-Star break, night and day different. All right, so yes, you can say, "Hey, offense came to play last night." Guess what? Your pitching staff didn't. Guess what? Cole Winn came out, 10 pitches, inning done. Robert Garcia comes out, spits the bit. Danny Coulomb couldn't even get an out. Phil Maton walks in runs. I mean, what are we talking about here? So last 60 hours. What else am I supposed to base it off of? Phil Maton has been a dumpster fire the last week. Danny Coulomb, your 2 biggest acquisitions, have looked like what.
So you talked about Jock Peterson earlier and kind of saying that you shouldn't expected him to be a slugger for you. I've brought it up before, but he was brought in for that fastball pitching, being one of the best hitters at hitting the fastball. Just for context, some of his numbers last year. So if you'd have heard these numbers, would you have picked up Jock Peterson and been like, CY? Last year had a 2.9 WAR. This year he has a negative 0.6 WAR. Last year, he had a 908 OPS. This year, a 553. Last year, he had a 515 slugging percentage. This year, he's got a 272. And then last year, he batted 275. This year, he is batting 148. So, hearing those numbers from last year, would you have been like CY and been like, hey, Jock can be our slugger, can be a guy that can help our team get on base more and that provide a couple extra runs? 908 OPS, which was the highest of his career.
How many at bats?
367.
367,
which is around what he averaged. He averaged. I mean, some years even in early in his career.
But you know what? Guess what? The year before that he batted 235. The year before that he batted 274. The year before that he batted 230. The year before that he batted 249. The year before that he batted 190.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if there
was around that 250, 240.
But 2 years ago he batted 235.
That's not bad. I think the league batting average right now is
250, right? Give or take
250. Yeah.
But my point is that it's not consistent.
Oh no.
You know what I'm saying? So that what my point is.
This is a huge drop off though. This is his rookie year numbers.
Oh no. Well, I mean, actually, 2020 he batted 190. Okay, so all I'm saying is that Jock Peterson, yes, is there some pop in his bat? 100%. But also, can he go prolonged stretches where he looks like he looks? Now, we didn't expect him to go as prolonged as he's been. And let's not forget, too, that he did break his hand. So he was out, 2 months with the broken hand. So that obviously factors into it. Again, this is going to go down as the proverbial what could go wrong did go wrong in this 2025 baseball season.
It's kind of weird looking at Berger's numbers last year on the Marlins. Pretty similar to what he has now. His WAR is literally it was 0.5 last year. It's at a 0.4 this year. He had a little better OPS. He was 760, 678 this year. His slugging percentage, 460 last year, 413 for your Rangers, 301 on base percentage, 266 this year, and then it's about 15 ticks better in his batting average last year. So Jake Berger's a guy that, from what you expected him, if you're just going off his numbers, obviously I would assume that the coaching staff is looking at more than just the stats on ESPN. But just going off the numbers, it's not that different from what he did last year for Jake Berger.
He's been hurt off and on this year, had to go down to Round Rock for a little while, get his mind right. They used him in a pinch hitting situation last night with Jock. But again, it's not just, and look, I don't want to just it'd be foolhardy to suggest that, okay, these teams' struggles are all on the square on the shoulders of Jock Peterson and Jake Berger. I mean, everybody gets a little bit of blame for this. I mean, offensively, this team was devoid of any kind of action the first 2 or 3 months. Then in first part of June, about 6 weeks, offensively it gets going again, and now all of a sudden we're back to this point where, hey, your offense is actually doing something decent, although it's been kind of up and down the last couple of weeks, and yet your pitching staff can't seem to get it together, right? I mean, and yes, this bullpen's been good. But is it your bullpen that's been outstanding? Because as a texter suggested earlier, the bullpen's been outstanding. Has the bullpen been outstanding, or has your starting pitching been outstanding?
Yep.
Okay.
It's been the starting pitching. And even to your credit, with the offense being up and down, I mean, you still only had 5 hits last night.
I was going to say, those 5 runs were off, 2 home runs? So yeah, I tweeted this out last night. Last night was emblematic of this entire season. You finally got a little bit of offense. Your starting pitching in DeGrom pitched his ass off, but unfortunately only gave, because let's put it this way. Let's say that instead of 5 innings, DeGrom gives you 6. Then you bring in Cole Winn. He gives you the 7th.
Do you mind them pulling DeGrom early? 2 hits, 5 innings. I think in a perfect world, stay in the game the whole time, DeGrom, but knowing what he had done the last couple
84 pitches.
Yeah. What he had done the last couple outings, going him late, trying to preserve his body a little bit.
He's had 2 good, after the 2 rough outings where they lost 2 games in a row from him. He's had 2 good outings back to back. But again, he had 84 pitches through 5 innings.
Would you have made that call, pull him into 6?
I mean, you kind of have to, right? I mean, because on one hand, you're trying to save him theoretically for the postseason.
Yeah, but at this point,
but it's one of those deals where do you go ahead and spit the bit and just say, all right, to hell with it, let's go ahead and throw 100 pitches out there. But look, there's a drastic change when he hits that 95 to 98 pitch mark. All right, then I mean, his control and velocity take a hit. Like we've seen it before with him a couple months ago when. And it's more about the control more so than anything else. But, there's something about that and those numbers. And I don't know. Again, I've never thrown 95 pitches before. But when he had the no-hit bid going a couple months ago, right? And he got to that 95, 96 pitch, and then boom, gets the hit.
Who would you have rather seen come in other than Robert Garcia?
Well, I would have liked to use Winn for another inning.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, let's use Winn. See what he brings. I mean, he only threw 10 pitches in the 6th. Right? So can you bring him in the 7th?
And it's at a point now where Blake is not a major league reliever, but I would assume, just based on data that we've seen since I've been watching baseball, he's in his own head now. So now when he goes out there, he knows the stats. Maddox is talking to him, and it's like, bro, every time I go out there, I let off just a absolute rocket shot to the outfield, or I've had some really dumb errors. I mean, the one you saw the other day,
well, that's him pressing,
throwing it behind his back, trying to make a play, and it goes into the second row of the stands. Can't make simple things right now. It's for Robert Garcia. I do think for him and for the team, he's got to go down.
Bassick said it best a couple weeks ago. He's not hitting his spots, right? I mean, the velocity's there. That's not an issue, but he just can't hit his spots. So now he's pressing.
And you leave a meatball across
all
the
right.
middle.
I mean, he keeps leaving meatballs over the middle, all right? I mean, seriously, he keeps leaving meatballs over the middle. Left one again last night. Now, don't get me wrong. That was a damn good hit by Alfonso Kirk, all right? I mean, he took that Oppo taco, as Bassick would say. But that was a hell of a hit, right? But see, last night was another example of, guess what? Toronto's, 5, 6, 7, 8, those guys all came up clutch in the 7th and 8th innings, right? Like they're down 3-0, boom, don't even sweat it. All right, and just kept. I mean, and
small ball,
just generating runs, just manufacturing runs. Guys getting hits, guys moving batters around, moving base runners. I mean, that's
bases loaded walk didn't help.
Bases loaded walk definitely did. I mean, and Phil Maton, like I said, I mean, it's the last 60 hours. No, Phil Maton's been crap for a week now. Okay, and unfortunately, that's your job. That's what you were brought here to do. And unfortunately, and I'll save a line for my boy Mike Babbo. We were texting about it last night and this morning. He said, part of the problem he sees is that these guys don't have they don't have established roles.
No, that's a great point. They don't know if I'm going out there the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, close game, not close game.
And you'd like to think that, again, that goes back to this whole committee thing, and it's like, no. If I know, Garcia's the 6th, Coolum's the 7th, Maton's the 8th, and, your imaginary closer's the 9th that you don't have. All right? Shout out to Sean Armstrong last night. But, I mean, it's just, it's for as good as this coaching staff has been, we're starting, we talk about the Astros leaking oil, your bullpen's leaking oil, and I don't know where you get things right, because now you're 61-62. You're 4.5 games out of the wild card spot. The Royals have jumped you in the wild card standings. They're now 61-61. You lost a huge game last night. Now you got 2 games left against this Toronto team. You better win tonight. Dare I say, because if you lose 2 out of 3 to the Toronto Blue Jays, then you're going at Kansas City, who's playing the White Sox right now. They won last night. They're feeling pretty good about things against a crappy White Sox team. So let's say they take 2 out of 3 against Chicago. You lose 2 out of 3 to Toronto. Then you go to Kansas City. We're not feeling good about things right now. The knockout punch, let's just use a boxing analogy. You're in the 10th. You're woozy. You're shaky. Your legs are starting to give out. And I'm telling you right now, you're about 3 or 4 games away from getting knocked out of this thing completely. That's Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy Khaki Kev behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Let's lay out the show real quick. Brandon Laurie, Blog of the Boys. We haven't had him on in a while. We're going to talk to him. No top 5 today. Don't worry about it. We still got lots to get to because, again, this is a blink and you miss it episode of Fan After Dark. Brandon Laurie's going to join us at 2:20. We got plenty of Cowboys stuff to get into. And let's open this thing up. 1240, Tolo's on the telephone, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Tolo's on the telephone. You got 2 takes. Give us your Cowboys prediction for today and give us your Rangers prediction for the day. Yes or no, they make the playoffs. Coming up next, game 2 of the preseason. Who's in, who's out? We don't know, but let's speculate. Right, more coming up right here, Fan After Dark.
Our goal
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. Just say that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound like.
What's it sound like?
details.
Back to the Fan After Dark. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost, and only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Don't forget, look, we got a lot of Cowboys to get to today because it is game 2 of the preseason. But don't forget about the other football. Yes, that's right. Go see my man, Corey Majors, today from 5 to 8. That's 1700 to 2000 for those of you operating on the 24-hour clock, as he'll be hanging out at the Derbyshire Frisco, 6142 Frisco Square Boulevard, getting you ready for FC Dallas Michelob Ultra Watch Party with some awesome giveaways, including an FC Dallas jersey and great tickets. Get masterpieced with Corey at the Derbyshire in Frisco beginning at 5 p.m. today. And, of course, we're getting ready to get knee-deep in some Cowboys talk. And as you guys all well know, Odyssey Sports Training Camp coverage is brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. I'm Fred Davis. That is the number one phenom in my heart, Blake Elliott.
Hello.
And the khaki Kevin Walker. Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon, getting you ready for all types of foosball today. We've got a little Cleveland Philly on right now. We've got some Texans and Carolina on another channel. So we are rocking and rolling. I'm looking out at 75. I don't see Rashee Rice out there. That's a plus, okay? But the roads, they are packed out there today.
I was telling Jake and CA that I felt crazy because I swore that I saw a flying saucer go across the building.
No, that was just Rashee.
No, literally in the window.
You really think you saw?
I swear.
You think you saw a unidentified flying object?
I couldn't identify it. It looked like a circuit because it was bigger than a drone.
Yeah,
like it was.
Was it thicker than a Snicker?
Yeah, but it was like thicker than a drone would be. It was. I hate to sound like it, but yeah, it looked like a saucer.
Wow.
So yeah,
Well, if you
take that along with your day.
If you get abducted tonight, then we'll know why. We'll know why. You have cracked the code.
You don't think they're going to travel from North Central Expressway to Fort Worth, do you?
I mean, look, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an alien settlement in White Settlement. Okay? So just put that in your pipe.
Good thing I don't live there anymore.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Blake, did you know that our boy Khaki Kevin saw a UFO today?
Unidentified flying
so I guess so. I also see UFOs often.
That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me.
Would it surprise you
bit.
if I was part of a secret society that gets to look at UFOs on the weekend?
That would surprise me, yes.
Why so?
Yes.
And they can hold information? Oh, wait.
No, I don't.
Just talked about it.
I don't. That's why I don't think I could be a Mason. That's why I couldn't be a part of a secret society.
I could be a secret
because I talk too much.
Or, hear me out, Tolos. You would never guess it because this guy talks so much.
Yeah.
There's no way it's information, but I have all the information because the cover is so far blown.
Yeah.
It's the secret of guys that they're like, hey, he might be a spy. He's not talking.
Speaking of secrets, it seems like it's a secret of who's going to play today.
It does
for
seem
your
like it's
Dallas
a secret.
Cowboys. What the hell's going on? I mean, it's game 2 of the preseason, people. What are we talking about?
So I did my best insider by calling Wooly Bully before the show started and kind of see where his mind is at.
Shout out to the Wooliest of the Bully.
Yeah, shout out to him. Who's going to play? His speculation is not speculation. There's been no official report. So there's this guy is not going to play. This guy is sitting out. Other than guys that are just injured.
Yeah.
Your Jaden Blues, your Overshones, your Diggs, stuff like that. Wooly Bully's assumption is you're going to see mainly 2s, but if the ones we're going to play in the preseason, this would be the game that the ones play. Some ones that he threw out that he think might play. Especially on that defensive side. Marshawn Nealon might play today.
Why wouldn't he? That seems like a no-brainer to me, right?
Agreed. Pretty much your whole defensive line should play once outside of Osa Digizua. Other than that, you're going to see Solomon Thomas. You're going to see Ezaraku. You're going to see Nealon. We're assuming. This isn't confirmed. because we don't know. Schottenheimer hasn't released, I'm going to play this guy. Linebacking core, Woolley said he thinks he'll see a healthy dose of Sanborn, Kenneth Murray, kind of see what these guys have got. Going to see some Damone Clark over somewhere in the defense. He's been moved around a lot. Marquise Bell in the background as well. He expects to see maybe
Zion Childress.
Zion Childress will start. Zion Childress will start. No Deron Bland, we can healthily assume.
No, you shouldn't see Deron Bland. Like, I am A-okay. You and I talked about this a couple weeks ago when we talked about whether Deron Bland should play or not. I said yes initially. I am now firmly in the camp of not just no, but hell no. After what I saw last weekend,
there's nothing Deron Bland's
put Deron in bubble wrap. Okay, in fact, I would prefer if you drove him to AT&T in a Brinks truck.
Yeah.
All right. Like you no position group is as devoid of talent as the cornerback room.
Correct.
And the fact that Stephen Jones, Will McClay, Jerry Jones have done nothing to bring in anybody of substance. Go redo a contract. Go convert some of CD's money to guaranteed money. Like, you've got a Kendall Fuller out on the street. You got an Asante Samuel Jr. out on the street. Go get somebody.
Agree.
Because if you think you're going into, we don't know when Trayvon Diggs is going to be back.
And when he is, do we think he's going to be ready September 4th to guard two of the best receivers in football?
Not. Okay. Come on, Hall. Not ready for prime time.
No.
Okay.
He was on your practice squad last year.
For a reason. Kalen Carson doesn't look like he's coming back anytime. I mean, we haven't heard squat about him yet, right? And even when he does come back, we tend to forget he was a 5th-round draft pick last year, okay? And again, the last thing we remember about Kalen Carson is getting dribbled off the floor by Derrick Henry.
I think there's a new memory in people's head by getting broken down by his teammate, CeeDee Lamb, in practice this offseason.
I mean,
that was the ankle grabber.
It's not good for Kalen Carson. So we're in this situation right now.
Don't bring up Andrew Booth or Troy Pride.
They're not even on my radar right now, right? So that's the issue that I see is you've got a dearth of talent in the secondary right now. I think you'll be able to get by on the defensive line. I really, really do. I think with Osa, Solomon Thomas,
even at the one take,
Toya,
you're not worried.
I mean, I'm less worried about that than I am about the cornerback room.
Oh, trust me, the cornerback room is my biggest scare.
I mean, Solomon Thomas is a serviceable defensive lineman, okay? From what I saw out of Toya, now look, does he need to get in shape? Absolutely. And you can go pluck somebody off the street, okay? You grab, I'll put it to you like this. You got a better chance of grabbing a Linval Joseph, who can be a serviceable third down guy, which he was for you last year and made a couple plays last year for you and was there for you all 16, 17 games, versus what do you really think you're going to get off the street cornerback-wise?
Nico Collins touchdown. There's my boy.
That is your boy. That is your boy.
And yeah, I'll be drafting him in fantasy this year. At the cornerback position, you've got Deron Bland, you've got Kyer Elam, and at that nickel position, maybe Zion Childress, maybe Izzy McQuamu. There's a lot of uncertainty there. And I'm just thinking about September 4th. We can talk about week 13 all day long. And
nasty route.
I told you, Nico Collins just broke him off.
What's a nasty route, by the way?
We can talk about week 13 all we want, but I'm worried about those first 4 weeks of the season. So I'm not counting Diggs in. Diggs has not practiced at a full capacity hitting people.
No.
I don't believe he's going to be ready to go guard A.J. Brown in 2 weeks. You're like 2 weeks and 4 days or something away from guarding A.J. Brown.
I think you almost put him on the PUP list.
You've got Savone Rebel, who's obviously never played in an NFL game, hasn't been in a full NFL practice, and is going to be, hey, go guard Devonta Smith. So even the people that are like, hey, they'll be ready by the start of the week, they might be not injured, but will they be ready? I don't believe so.
Yeah.
So now September 4th, you've got Kyer Elam and Deron Bland are the only guys that have gotten reps, that know what they're doing, have played in NFL games before, and then you are taking a shot in the dark. I think at any spot, you're taking a shot in the dark. Unless Izzy McQuamu shows you a bunch, because he obviously has NFL reps. I'll say that then, kind of leading into what we're going to get into. I think this needs to be a big Izzy day.
Real quick, not to go on a side tangent here, but tell me if you believe this or not. From the 817. UFOs are real. Aliens are real. As a man of God and a man of faith, I believe I've had one standing at the end of my bed before and right as I woke up and saw it as a flash of light happened and it disappeared. This bleep is real.
I think that's called shrooms, brother. I'm also a man of faith. I've never seen a UFO in front of me. Or maybe you're getting called into heaven. Who knows? I don't know.
Isn't that sleep paralysis?
Yeah, that's scary.
Look, I'm just telling you what Homeboy said.
Someone said Rangers do closer by committee. The Cowboys are doing corner by committee.
Yeah, that's and we saw how that's worked out. I mean, here's the thing: you do have one good cornerback, right? Like Deron Bland is a starting cornerback on 31 other teams.
Correct.
All right, so that we have zero issue about Deron Bland. You feel good about him, and it's just like, okay, for a guy that was banged up last year, fingers are crossed, because if, God forbid, if you lose Deron Bland, I mean, that's secondary. I mean, you're giving up 50 a game, period. I don't care who it is.
Bengals are better than
okay? I mean, seriously.
Go get Eli Apple.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he's on the street. Then, and you and I were talking about this earlier, and it's been speculated that Kyer Elam may not play today.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's put this into perspective real quick for those of you out there, to give you and again,
talk to this with your water cooler talk when you're watching the game today.
Text
with your
your
buddies.
homeboys and you know, when in your fantasy draft league here or whatever you're doing. The fact that Kyer Elam, widely looked at as a bust,
one of the worst corners in the league
Buffalo.
last year.
One of the worst, okay? Bottom 5. When we talk about Deron Bland would start for 31 other teams, Kyer Elam may not make 31 of the practice squads, all right? That's
Based
how
on
bad
last
he's
year.
been, based on last year. But again, we don't know, because we've only seen training camp footage, all right? We haven't seen game footage yet. My point in all that is, a guy who, and he was discarded for what, a 5th-round pick? 6th-round pick?
Late round swabs.
Late. A supplemental draft pick, for God's sakes, okay?
A Rangers pick.
They traded him for Kamar Rocker, for crying out loud, okay? That said, he's not playing today. More than likely. It's trending that he's not going to play today, because that's how barren this cornerback cupboard is, because right now you're going in with your 2 starting cornerbacks are Kyer Elam, perennial bust in Buffalo, and Deron Bland.
Yep. Let's guess the cornerback room today. I'm gonna go Zion Childress in the nickel. Is Andrew Booth gonna play today?
I mean, Kamon Hall's going to play again today. Booth, probably. You're going to roll everybody back out there.
Rochelle.
Okay, you're going to roll everybody back out there.
This is a huge. I think you need to have a huge Izzy McQuamu game, because that could.
Is Wanya going to play today? Because
I don't know.
He was banged up last week.
And I'm going to go with Izzy and Childress have a lot to gain, because if one of them can stand out and be like, hey, I can be that third guy. Maybe I'm not great, but I'm just down the middle. That would make me feel a lot better. If one of those guys has a big game today, steps up in real footage. I don't care. Honestly, I'm starting to get to the point I don't really care about the training camp. That's great. I need to start seeing it. These guys, they're on the bubble. I need to see it in these preseason games.
I need to see it in the game against somebody else.
I need to see Zion Childress make some plays, or maybe not make plays. If he's just shutting down that side of the field, that's a good thing.
That's fantastic. And, maybe, sneaking on a couple cornerback blitzes or something like that. But no, I'm with you 110%. I want to see Izzy and Zion, which, by the way, maybe 2 of the best names on the team, by the way, look like they can play on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Because anybody else in that backfield last Saturday, you're thinking to yourself, if these guys are going in on a Sunday, you're in trouble.
Correct.
Okay, you're in trouble. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. It's time for a little Tolos on the telephone, people. And we're going to split it up, because I'll tell you what, you Ranger fans, and we know who you are, we're Ranger fans, feeling some type of way today. So here's the 2-part question for Tolos on the telephone. Number 1, yay or nay, Rangers make the playoffs. Cowboys prediction today. You got 45 seconds to do it. You hear me? 45 seconds. Phone number is as follows, 877-881-1053. Khaki Kevin's going to answer the phone. You're going to give him your name. You're going to tell him where you're calling from, and we're going to rip this thing off next segment. Don't go anywhere. It is Fan After Dark.
What is your next success story?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
What a read, Khaki Kevin. Don't forget, and you know what? How apropos is this? We've got 3 folks on the line right now. We got Chris, Gary, and Goose. We got somebody blowing up the phone lines right now. 877-881-1053. Trevor, answer that phone. 877-881-1053. What a segue. Fan Phenom opportunity number 3 happens this upcoming Thursday at Jake's Burgers, 515 Main Street in Fort Worth. Your chance to win the opportunity to join our team as a host. Plus, it's a great opportunity to give it a try. You know, you've always wanted to. Plus, G-Bag Nation will be out there as well. So hang out with G-Bag from 2 to 7, and then follow it up with your Fan Phenom audition. Chris, Gary, Goose, and whoever the hell's talking to Trevor right now, Patrick, maybe this is your soft launch right here. Maybe after this call, it may get good to you, and you may say to yourself, hey, I can do that for real.
Yep.
And go be a Fan Phenom.
Can I give you a little Browns update?
Give us a Brown update.
The Browns were up 6-0. Dylan Gabriel was looking really nice. He just threw a pick 6 to safety. Shout out to Kevin Walker from Texas. Andrew, how do you say his last name? Mbuka?
Oh, yeah, Mbuka.
Yep. He's got a pick 6. I didn't want to mispronounce his name on Dylan Gabriel. So the Philadelphia Eagles are now up 7-6 because the Browns missed the extra point. Dylan Gabriel is 9 of 12, just shy of 100 yards. He's got 92, and then also that pick 6. No Shador Sanders today, still dealing with that oblique injury.
Oblique injury. All right, so here we go. Let's load up these phone calls. Here's what's going down. You got it's a 2-prong question. Number 1, yay or nay, Rangers make the playoffs. B, give me a prediction for your Dallas Cowboys tonight. Let's go out to Chris in Point, Texas. What's up, Chris in Point, Texas?
Hey, Fred, Blake. Fred, I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice, but I definitely had to call in. I'm from the first Fan Phenom.
Fantastic, bro. Fantastic. Glad you called in.
Yeah, for sure. That first thing about the Rangers, well, they have a 110 and 125 record in the second half now. They're not making the playoffs. They've done that since 2022, and it's the same 7 players that have been on the team since then. They don't have a chance. It's just the way this team is, not built for a second half.
Cowboys tonight.
And Cowboys, Ezeraku, Mingo, both going to have standout games. Ezeraku knows how the NFL works now. He's going to show out, and Mingo's going to solidify himself as that number 4 receiver. I guarantee it.
Love it. You got a score for me?
13-24. Let's do that.
13-24. We going Cowboys?
Yeah, we're going Cowboys.
13,
I think it might be even score got him.
Look at that. I love it. Chris, good stuff from you, my man. Good luck next week at Fan Phenom, all right?
All right. Appreciate it, Fred. Appreciate it, Blake.
There you go. Let's go out to Gary in Dallas. What's up, Gary in Dallas?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I love your show. You guys are the most entertaining sports talk show, period.
So that's a bell ring right there. That's a bell ring right there. Gary in Dallas. I don't even care what you say after that. You're number 1 in my book. Make this guy the Fan Phenom.
I appreciate it, but you guys are very entertaining. I listen to you guys a lot.
Thank you.
Your show, pretty good.
All right, Rangers, make the playoffs, yes or no?
Hell no. And the Cowboys, they lose 31-21, but have a good showing from the young guys. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Gary.
Give it to Gary in Dallas. Gary in Dallas. We need more calls like Gary in Dallas. I'll tell you what. I hope.
Go ahead and mark that call.
I was going to say, can we go ahead and send that to when you send in the reads? Go ahead and send that call in to Tim and Gavin. All right, let's go out to Goose.
Goose
in Mansfield. Now he's not the pride of Mansfield. That goes to our boy Alec.
The pride.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, look, we already know who the pride of Mansfield is. That's the redheaded baddie Alec Medford. But we know that our boy Goose.
We claim him.
Love to hear it. Goose, yay or nay? This team's making the playoffs.
Hey, nay. Not a chance. With Evaldi, with his last outing, I'm a little bit skeptical about what else they had going for him other than DeGrom. So I'm putting a big old nay on that. But now down to the Cowboys. I mean, I'm seeing Micah Parsons miss week 1 for sure. I'm questioning week 2 at this point. I'd love to see him get moved and see some picks come in, because I just think that this relationship with him and Jerry is kind of shot at this point. But I've been a long time Tolo, and I'll tell you what, you guys are pretty good on covering it. My brother showed me y'all 10 years ago, and we ain't never stopped. So shout out to Brother Gunny. So
I love
appreciate y'all.
Goose, great stuff from you, my friend. Good stuff from you. Let's go out to Patrick in Indiana, Pennsylvania. Is that a place, or where are you calling from, Patrick?
Yeah, man, that is a place. That is Indiana, Pennsylvania.
I love it.
Hey, I just want to give you guys a huge shout-out. Fred, dude, when you were on with KNC and Hagee was trying to teach Rangers baseball to those poor little German kids, it was gold. I usually kind of turn off KNC every now and then. Nothing against Corey and Kevin, but when you were on there, I was like, oh, my gosh, I didn't miss one bit. But anyway.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You got the voice. And Blake, I love you too, man. So anyway, Rangers, now there's just not enough dongs going around in Ranger land. And they are what they are. They're a 500 team. They can't get out of their own way. As far as the Cowboys, I'm already exhausted. Usually I get exhausted about midseason. I'm exhausted with the preseason and the training camp already with everything that's going on. I don't expect a win. 17-13 Ravens. We're just trying to figure out what we have as far as the season. So appreciate you guys. Love you both. Have a great one.
Appreciate you, Patrick. In Indiana, Pennsylvania. All right, hang on the line. We got 3 calls standing by. Our boy Khaki Kevin's going to get the name and where you guys are calling from. So
can we guess?
So
what do
far,
we
so
think?
good.
I'm thinking this next caller, Fort Worth.
We got. I think we got a Mesquite in there somewhere.
And I'm gonna go Plano.
Okay, Mesquite. We're saying Mesquite, Plano, Fort Worth. Let's see. Oh, Tyler in East Texas. I don't know if that's if that's like a name and where he's from in East Texas, but we'll find out.
Oh,
we'll find out. All right, let's go out to here. Hit us up with Tyler in East Texas. Hit us up, Tyler in East Texas. Tyler in East Texas. Where are you calling from in East Texas, my man? Or are you in Tyler?
No, I wish I was, but I'm in Emory, Texas.
Okay, Emory, Texas. That's new to me.
Fun fact: Emory was my first girlfriend's name.
Oh, bell ring if I had one. Bell ring if I had one. All right, Tyler, what's cracking, my man? Yay or nay? Rangers make the playoffs.
Hello?
Yeah, Tyler. Fair. Make the playoffs? Yes or no? Oh, wait, we got a new call. Oh, what the hell? What is going on back
Kevin
there?
didn't like that.
Hey, look, I'm struggling, okay? I'm struggling. We'll get Tyler back.
Where's Trevor at? Where's Trevor at? Have him help you back there. We got, look, those on the telephone's no joke, all right? It's not for the faint of heart.
Did we just hang up on him?
I think we did. Tyler, call back. Tyler, call back. Tyler, call back from Emory. Let's go. Hey, give us Darnell in Fort Worth. Give us Darnell in Fort Worth. I wish I had a button here that I could push it. All right, let's go. Darnell in Fort Worth. What's up, Darnell in Fort Worth?
Hey, good afternoon. Darnell Ballard from Fort Worth, Texas,
Let's
man.
go.
Let me tell you what I think.
What's
Yes,
cracking?
sir. Let me tell you what I think, man. I think the Dallas Cowboys going to win. I think they're going to barely win. But I think we going to have an opportunity and a chance. We got to get them ready. I know this is the preseason, but we got to get them ready for the real game coming up in September.
I love it. Okay, Darnell.
What you think, man?
Well, okay, real quick, Darnell. Yay or nay, Rangers make the playoffs? Oh, first one of the day.
Good
I'll
energy.
tell you what, Darnell's energy is infectious. Darnell.
Hey, I love it. I love you guys. I listen to you all the time.
Man, I'll tell you what, Darnell, we're going to send that call out as well. I'll tell you what, have a wonderful Saturday. Enjoy the Rangers. Enjoy the Cowboys. Tune in next week. We'd love to hear from you.
You will.
Thank you.
All right, then, man.
Thank you, Darnell. All right, let's go out to Jason in Oak Cliff. Jason in Oak Cliff. What's up, Jason in Oak Cliff?
What up, guys? How y'all doing?
Man, living the dream, my friend. Living the dream.
Hey, Freaky Fred, you're quickly becoming the hardest working man at DFW Radio. I love you, bro. Blake, what up, homie? The fan phenom.
Yes, sir.
Tell your ex-girlfriend I said hi.
Wow.
What do you want me to
So you get a compliment. Mine is tell your ex-girlfriend I said hi.
Tell your ex-girlfriend I said hi. Jason, are you on Cricket Wireless? Because your phone is cut out. Damn.
I think we just heard it ding off.
I was going to say, he just bounced. All right.
Ex-girlfriend, like somebody with a phone plan.
Tell your ex-girlfriend I said hi. Let's go to Air Max in Arlington. What's up, Air Max?
Air Max, what's going down, Fred? So what I would like to say is that I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'm going to say that I'm a Nico. I know you're about let Nico cook, Fred. Let's let Nico cook.
Let's let him cook.
Let's let him cook because he's jumping on the grenade for Kyrie because Kyrie's the one that wanted Luka out of town, bro.
All right.
Wow.
We're not starting that propaganda.
Wow.
I'm that guy.
I do like the energy, but that's not correct. But you know what? I'm not mad at standing on the call.
Yeah, I will debate anybody. That is 100% correct. You saw. Okay, so let's go to the playoffs in 20. Let's go to the playoffs. The finals when we were playing against Boston. Kyrie was literally pushing Luka in the back, giving him whiplash for him to rotate out to his guy. And then after that, he was like, "Look, bro, we got to play defense. I'm done. Get Luka out of here." And Luka, it can't come out in the media that Kyrie wants this because what is Kyrie? Kyrie's a cancer. Oh my God, he's doing it to another team. Here he is again. So Nico jumped on that hand grenade for his boy. That's how that went down.
That's a hot take.
Solve the mystery, then.
All right, real quick. Yay or nay, Rangers make the playoffs?
Rangers do not make the playoffs. Rangers is like being constipated watching them, bro, and trying to take a dump. And then once you finally get a turd out and come on a streak, then they let you down again, bro. I'm tired of it.
Analogy of the year right there.
Air Max from Arlington. What a call.
Max.
There you go. All right,
Air Mac.
All right. Final 3 calls. Let's whip through these. Let's go to Jackie in Farmers Branch. What's up, Jackie?
Hey, I am a Texas Rangers season ticket holder.
Okay.
My guess is probably not. Bad baseball's better than no baseball.
Gotcha.
Cowboys, I don't really care about, but I'm a homer, so I don't care about tonight's game.
Okay, I like that.
Anytime Robert Garcia shows up in a game, nothing good happens.
Nice.
It doesn't matter what inning he's in.
It's been rough.
Nothing good happens, and I blame him every time the bullpen blows something.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jackie got a baby daddy named Robert, I guarantee it. All right, let's go. Appreciate your call, Jackie. Great stuff from you. All right, real quick, Tyler in East Texas. Let's wrap this call up, my man. Glad you called back. What you got, big dog?
Man, I'm about to go on a Sean Sharif rant, okay? You guys hung up on me.
Well, no, we didn't hang up on you, but I'll tell you what, we got about, Kevin, he's got a lot going on back there. We got about 20 seconds because we're up against it because I don't want to have to drop you again. 20 seconds, give us what you got.
All right, Rangers aren't going to make the playoffs.
Okay.
My hot take is Boach has lost his touch.
Ooh.
Cowboys are going to win. I've got some finagling going on the smoker today, see what's going to happen during the season. But I got some spare ribs on there, so we're going to try them out. They come out great, they win. If not, they lose.
I love it. Tyler in East Texas, great stuff from you. Don't forget, Blake's ex-girlfriend and you could have something down the line. Take us home, Rob in Mesquite. What you got, Rob?
Hey, what up, Fred? I got to hang out with you, man. The first fan phenom, man.
Oh, what's up, big dog? Hey, man.
What's going on, man?
Hey, did you make it back this last week?
I sure did, and I'm coming next week, too.
I love it. All right, well, since you're representing the fan phenom, take us home. Who you got? Rangers, yay or nay? Cowboys tonight?
Rangers, nay. They're just not. They're in a bad slump right now. Bats aren't bad. The bats are doing okay. It's the pitching.
Yeah.
They're just not reliable right now, man. So, and the Cowboys, man, I'd say 24-21 loss.
Okay.
Joe Middleton will throw a touchdown pass.
Okay.
But it's going to be a losing effort. The guy just needs some glasses, man. Give him a pair of glasses like the guy had from the movie Major League, and I think he'll be good.
I love it. I love it. Rob, you were great as always, my friend. Good luck on Thursday, big dog.
Hey, thank you, man. Love you, Blake.
Appreciate you.
Sir.
Appreciate you. All right, that's going to do it. What a Tolo's on the telephone. You guys were absolutely phenomenal. You had our boy Tyler back there. It's Tyler. You guys had our boy Khaki Kevin back there working his you-know-what off. All right, coming up next, let's take a trip around the National Football League. We got preseason on preseason, plus Braden Laurie later on in the program as well as more Cowboys and fair or foul. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It is Fan After Dark.
Take us with you where...
Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this absolutely gorgeous Saturday afternoon. What's the T-Town temp, Mr. Blake Elliott? What you got? What you showing over there?
You want to guess?
I don't, because I just looked at my phone.
Okay,
and I was going to say, but I was like, you know what? I know you like to play this game. Khaki Kevin, when he's not getting abducted by aliens, likes to play this game.
But I'm going to go 82.
Bro, what do you think this is? San Diego? It's Texas. It's Dallas in the middle of August.
It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Give me 97 degrees.
Give me 91.
I'm going to buy a new bell. What happened to the other bell? What happened to the other bell? Huh?
They get it right?
No, you didn't, but you were the closest one. 92 is the answer we were looking
No,
for.
you didn't, but you made it sound like I was 12 off. It was 1 off. Might as well
I
have
was
gotten
going to ring the bell because you got it right, but you got it wrong. Okay?
Did I get it right or wrong?
All right. What do you think this is? The Rangers bullpen? Close isn't good enough. Okay? Close isn't good enough.
Call me Phil Maton. 1 pitch away.
You call you Danny Kaloum just all over the place. Can't even get it out. Let's see. From the 214. Oh, ain't Jackie Mrs. Captain Obvious. I tell you what, the texters were a little feisty.
I will say, you can't make fun of another caller unless you call it.
Well, that's my thing. I mean, if you're gonna be that guy or gal that's all the vitriol, like, put your name on it. Mm-hmm. Put your voice on it. Like, say what you want to talk smack on Miss Jackie. Guess what? Miss Jackie stood on business, called into the program.
Yep.
Said Robert Garcia's hot garbage.
I thought it was a funny drop. I thought
it was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. I'm here.
And also, Cac, please save those calls so we can play them during the commercials. Fan After Dark's my favorite show.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Who was it that said that? That was Gary in Dallas. Loved us up. I'll tell you what. I got a new BFF, my boy over in Indiana, Pennsylvania, who was loving us up. So look, good calls all the way around. Good calls all the way around.
Who on the Rangers would you let date your daughter?
Probably Evan Carter. Yeah. I mean, first of all, he's my daughter's age.
There you go. That helps.
So,
that helps.
Yeah.
He's your first and overall pick. No one else? No one else for consideration?
I do believe that Carter's already married.
I think he is. I think you're right about that because I think I saw him with a wedding ring on.
We're just playing hypotheticals here, though, of course.
Yeah, no, Wyatt Lang.
Wyatt?
Maybe Wyatt. I mean, Wyatt's 22, 23, too.
So you're just going strictly
I
off
think he's
age,
also married.
not personality.
Is he married? You know
think
what?
he
I
is,
think
too.
you're right because I've seen. You know what the problem is?
These baseball players, man.
It just dawned on me. I think it just dawned on me why we're having such issues.
I don't like where this is going.
I think it just dawned on me why we're having issues.
Is this coming into your NFL wedding ring?
You know exactly where I'm going with this.
See,
You
this-
know
that's why I said it.
exactly
That's why
where
I
I'm
said
going
it.
with this.
Just trying to stir your mind.
Let me tell you something. I'm so glad you said that because if anybody that's listened to me for any amount of time knows I am not a fan. I am all for being married. Okay, let me make that clear. You want to be married? Be my guest. All right. That said, I don't think you need to wear your wedding ring on the playing field. Not necessary. People that wear their wedding rings that come to mind from an NFL perspective. Kirk Cousins, Andy Dalton, Derek Carr. There was one other guy that comes to mind off the top of my head that wears a wedding ring. Now, I want to say Matt Stafford might be the exception to the
Breaking the
rule.
stigma, but now he's hurt.
But now his back's been blown out, so take that for what it's worth. Okay?
Say it like that.
So, just saying, I'm starting to wonder maybe we need Carter and Wyatt.
Take a break on the wedding rings.
Take the rings off, boys. Take the rings off. We know you're married. What do we need to let the world know?
Can you say for sure that Patrick Mahomes does not wear a wedding ring
I can
during
say
his
with
games?
1,000% he doesn't wear a wedding ring on his because trust me, that was a concern of mine last year. But
Does Russell Wilson wear one? He seems like he would.
He probably wears two.
You know,
I like that he wears two.
You know what? I don't think Russ does though.
I'm looking for images now.
Yeah, no. Look for Russell Wilson because to your point, I wouldn't think it's out of the realm of possibility with him. But no, Patty Mahomes is all business on the football field. Family aside, kids over here. Look, think about it this way. When his brother was acting a fool, guess what? We ain't heard from his brother since.
Any other Rangers you consider? Just those two young guys. Any Alfredo?
Maybe
Osuna?
Jack Leiter.
I like Jack.
Maybe Jack Leiter.
I like his. Even when he had a tough stint, he still kept his head up.
Yeah. But no, I would say Jack Leiter. Robert Garcia before he imploded.
But maybe that's a good thing. You're like, hey, I don't got to worry about this guy being smooth at all with my daughter. He's going to be a klutz. Or do you want a smooth guy? Do you want a smooth?
I mean, I feel like I could sniff out if what their true intentions are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Robert, I feel like it'd be easy. There would be no slickness with it.
What you see is what you get, Robert.
Does not appear that Russell Wilson wears a wedding ring.
I was going to say, I didn't think he did.
Doesn't look that way.
Russell Wilson, look, I appreciate guys who, when they get on the football field, it's business. There's family, and then there's business. When you get between those lines, boys, it's a different world.
Who else are we curious wears a wedding ring while they play?
So just putting that out there. Let's see. Latest and greatest, you said looks like Terry McLaurin and the Washington Commanders are nearing a deal.
Yep, they're nearing a deal next week, so we know a lot of a hold-in. We're still waiting on the Cam Hayward situation in Pittsburgh to get cleaned up with. He's still wanting a new contract after he got a pay raise last season, but sees the D-tackle world is going up as far as money, so he wants a new deal with the Steelers. His situation is still kind of up in the air. For games going on right now, we've got Packers-Colts. If you're wondering who the quarterback is for the Colts, it's been 11 attempts for Daniel Jones. He's 7 of 11 for 101 yards. Anthony Richardson has played today. He's 5 of 6, Freddie, for 64 yards. Only one incompletion for him. For Green Bay, you've had Malik Willis out there. He is 6 of 14. And if you're wondering about Matthew Golden, looking through the stat sheet, does not look like he's registered a catch. I'll have to defer to Khaki Kev and you guys on the Tolos if Golden's even playing in this game. A lot of players being held out. Other preseason games going on right now. New England versus the Vikings. Josh Dobbs is 9 of 13, 87 yards. Drake May went 4 of 7. I'm assuming he only played one drive, 46 yards. Travion Henderson, for all my fantasy football nerds out there, a great mid-round pickup. He had 4 carries for 20 yards and a touchdown. against this Vikings defense right now. Sam Howell and Brent Ripon. Is it Brent Ripon?
No,
Yeah,
Brett
Brett
Rippon.
It was Ripien.
No, it's
Okay,
Rippon.
we all just gave three different last
No, it's
names.
Rip. No, because mine's the right one.
No Golden today, by the way.
No Golden. Okay.
McCole Hardman. No Golden.
Yeah, shout out McCole Hardman.
Wait, who's he with now?
The Green Bay
Packers.
Oh wow.
See, that's why I wanted to play that game.
I'm gonna
of
act
giving
like
you
I knew
names.
that.
No, Brett Rippon is Mark Rippon's son, and I'll give you each one of you $1 if you can tell me who Mark Rippon played for.
Let's go with the
St. Louis Rams.
No,
let's go with the Cleveland Indians.
wrong. The answer we were looking for is Washington
Oilers.
Redskins.
Oh, you can't say that.
No, you can.
I have to dump that. You can't say that.
What? You can't say? Of course, you can say Redskins.
I have to dump that now.
We had a guest who said it 4 times.
I was
in
going
the
to
interview.
say we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
DTR 3 for 4 for the Eagles. Kyle McCord 2 for 2 for the Eagles. They're losing 9-7 to the Browns. Like I said earlier, no Shador Sanders in that one. We're watching this game currently. Panthers versus Texans.
Yeah.
The Texans had a sexy touchdown.
Bryce Young got knocked out of this game, by the way.
Did he?
Elbow. And it could be precautionary.
I thought that
too.
was Dalton.
Was that Dalton?
I think I saw that was Dalton.
Hold
Bryce
on.
Young
You
only
might
has
be
2
right.
attempts.
You might be right.
So
I mean, there's a big difference between Dalton and Bryce Young. So
it's been our boy Plummer, Jack Plummer for the Panthers, who's gotten most
Jake?
of the.
I think
Jack.
that's Jake.
I'm kidding. Jake's not in the NFL anymore, guys.
6 of 6
That's me
for
being-
Mr. Plummer.
That's me being.
But
a
the highlight of the
smartass.
day came CJ Stroud to Nico Collins, who has 2 catches for a tutty. And then the last game that's going on currently, Dolphins and Lions is going on right now. It's 7-7. Tua only 1 pass, 1 attempt for no yards. I guess it was a little bit of a on the line play. My boy D. Eskridge, 3 catches, 53 yards, and a tutty. Zach Wilson's been the main quarterback out there for the Dolphins. He's 8 of 14 with a touchdown. And for the Lions, it has been our boy Kyle Allen, who's 8 of 11 for 54 yards and a touchdown. And nobody else really on the
Raise
you
your
guys.
hand if you forgot Zach Wilson was still in the NFL.
Yep. Backup for the Dolphins.
Who do you think wins that backup job, him or Quinn Ewers?
Him. Quinn Ewers has not looked great. And unless Cack wants
I'm
to come to
going
Quinn's
to
defense.
obviously go to Quinn's defense that he was playing with the 3s. He looked great in preseason or all of camp. So I think once he actually gets a chance to play with players that might touch the field, I think Quinn will look better.
Real quick.
That's my bias for the day.
We'll ask Khaki Kevin this because he's our resident Texas person. One of the wide receivers at UT was asked who throws the better ball or which ball is easier to catch, Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning, and his response was no comment.
I want to say that was either DeAndre Moore or Wingo. I want to say that was DeAndre Moore.
There's more.
Here's what I'll say.
What do we read into that?
My reading into that is that they're moving on to Arch. It's the Arch era, if you will. They're not going to talk bad on Quinn's name directly.
Yeah.
But also, Moore did not have a whole lot of involvement with Ewers. This is a very new offense that really didn't have a whole lot to do with Quinn Ewers. We talk about it all the time, college football-wise. This O-line is pretty much brand new.
Yeah.
Wide receiver core, pretty much brand new. So a lot of these guys didn't really have a whole lot to do with Quinn. They're going to side with their guy Arch. That's
why
how
not just
I read
say
it.
that then? You know, I mean, you to me, you open up more drama by saying no comment.
Maybe there
versus
was,
if he says what you just said. Hey, I've actually
Arch
caught
is my guy.
I've caught more passes from Arch, and so I've worked with him more than I did with you, Quinn. So naturally, I'm going to say Quinn, or I'm going to say Arch, right? I mean, because like I said, when you say no comment, it makes it sound like, oh, he don't like Quinn, or oh, Arch throws a better ball, and you're just not wanting to say it. So I saw that and that kind of.
I agree.
a little
That
bit.
he probably should have.
But
said
we're
that.
also talking about 19, 20-year-old kids.
The Terry McLaurin, kind of going back on that, Commanders are moving Terry McLaurin off of the PUP list today. The move is the next step in his progression, but unrelated to negotiation.
Do we know what the deal is he's looking for? Do we have numbers?
CAC. I'm going to throw that to CAC here, see if there's a rumored number out there for him. Adam Schefter also putting out one thing Dan Quinn made clear: this move with Terry McLaurin was not related to the contract talks. This should not be taken as a sign of any momentum. This was a necessary move to get him ready for the opener. He is under contract for our boy Terry McLaurin.
He's borrowing from the Jerry Jones style of negotiating in the media.
In other news, Travis Hunter. So both of the Colorado boys will not be playing this weekend. Shador with the oblique. Travis Hunter with the upper body injury has not practiced this week and will not play in today's preseason game 2. So if you are whether fantasy or just enjoy Travis Hunter's game, you will not be getting any of him today. Matt Stafford, who has not practiced during training camp because of an aggravated disc. We haven't seen him all preseason, all offseason, will work out today. As far as just kind of getting some on-field workouts, Sean McVay said for the first time kind of in a team capacity. So maybe next week in practice we start seeing Stafford back out there, which I know is very important for those guys that drafted Puka Nacua in the first round of their fantasy drafts.
Well, not to mention, if you're the Rams, I mean, are you ready to ride out with Jimmy Garoppolo?
I mean, for a week or two, but no, you definitely want him here.
I just don't understand. Like, did he tweak his back in practice? Did he get hit? I mean,
I don't know.
Because I mean, he was a hot commodity in the offseason.
They're saying close to, or maybe a little over exceeding the 30 million mark
with McLaurin, which I was going to add. That's what I was going to throw out to you two.
He's at 22.7 right now.
Because when you figure he was at
the market is so hard, man. It's not just in sports. Sports comes around and these guys go, "Hey, I play well. I see this guy making this."
Well, is he in the last year of his deal too?
Believe so. Is he? Does it say that, CAC, last year of his deal?
I'm on it.
That's the hard part with this, because I was thinking about this the other day with negotiations. You play really well, aka Cam Hayward. You get it. The defense tackle for the Steelers. You get a pay raise, and then you see other guys, and you're like, "Well, I played better than X player. I think I deserve this much money." And when you're a high level player, you can just start demanding money. You're Terry McLaurin. You're obviously the best receiver.
This is his final year.
You're obviously the best receiver there. So you're thinking, hey, I got all the leverage. Do they want a good receiver or do they want nobody? I want that money. And then it just becomes the owner and GM. Am I going to give up this much money for this player or just lose this player and take a chance on the void, take a chance on free agency, the draft, whatever we get back in return? It's a crazy business that we actually go on with the back and forth when it gets to contract negotiation time. It's a lot harder than it seems on the outside. All of us just yelling, pay him, don't pay him, because what will we do, Fred? We're going to criticize these guys if they made the right move, overpaid for a guy, and he ends up being bad. Why did you pay him? Don't pay a guy and he walks and he goes and plays well for another team. These owners and GMs have to make split decisions to figure out if these guys are worth the money or not and look into the future.
You get a guy like a Terry McLaurin.
Like even James Cook, who just did his deal. Some people are saying not a good deal. Some people are saying great deal. Short term, long term.
I don't think paying $12 million to James Cook is a bad deal. Okay. When you look at what his...
I think people look at the guaranteed, the 30 guaranteed, second highest.
That's not bad for a running back.
That's the cost of doing business these days. I mean, when you think about it this way.
A young running back, too.
I was going to say, how old is James Cook?
He
25, 26?
I want to say this was his third year, the one he just played.
Okay, so James Cook is probably
25.
25.
So James Cook is Blake Elliott right now.
Yep.
All right. If I gave you $30 million guaranteed, you don't think you're worth it?
Oh, I'm definitely. I'm worth 45.
But I mean, look, when you think about Derrick Henry, worth every penny.
But see, I don't think you can look at Derrick Henry, man. He's an anomaly. Like, do you think James Cook's going to be on here?
Look at the difference in the Buffalo offense when you made James Cook a significant part of it versus when you didn't. Look at how much better it made Josh Allen.
He is the best player skill position on the Bills.
That's what I'm saying. Like the fact that and guess what? If you're the Bills now, you better get in the James Cook business for fantasy. James Cook to me becomes a first round fantasy running back because I'm gonna tell you right now. Now that they've paid him, he's fitting to eat. Cowboys, outside of Joe Milton, tell you what, let's do this. If Joe Milton looks great today, we're feeling much better going to next week. If he doesn't and plays more like he did last week, what's the conversation next week? We'll discuss that and more. Don't go anywhere. This is Fan After Dark.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No.
Odds of winning. No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Go see from the KNC Masterpiece, the one, the only Dad of the Year, Corey Majors, today from 5 to 8, as he'll be hanging out at the Derbyshire Frisco, 6142 Frisco Square Boulevard, getting you ready for the FC Dallas Michelob Ultra Watch Party with some awesome giveaways, including an FC Dallas jersey and great tickets. Get Masterpiece with Corey at the Derbyshire in Frisco beginning at 5 p.m. today. And, of course, we're about to dive into a little bit of Cowboys talk. And, of course, nobody has done a better job of covering all things Dallas Cowboys at training camp than your friends here at 105.3 The Fan, which is presented by Odyssey Sports Training Camp coverage brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico today. All right. Cowboys, of course, we will take this thing until 3 p.m. That's 1500 for those of you operating on the 24-hour clock when we hand the broadcast baton off to none other than the Dallas Cowboys pregame show with the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus and his partner in crime, the hoka-wearing extraordinaire, Mr. Eric Chiafalo. They'll be out at AT&T Stadium somewhere. Okay, so make sure you go out there. And if you see my guys, make sure you give them an air high
I say give them a
five.
hug. I say go give them a hug.
You know what? I'm going to go with an air high five because, look,
security, Ruben.
I respect people's private space.
I say do this kind of motion for a hug, kind of do the hug motion.
Yeah.
Give him a thumbs up. Bet you Chief will give you a hug. Broaddus, a little more of a...
I was going to say, Broaddus ain't giving anybody a hug, but he will give you an air high five. All right?
I think
and
Chief
there's
would give
nothing
you a
wrong
hug.
with that.
Chief would give you a hug. I would give you a hug.
Well, that's you. Okay? Like I said, I'll give you an air high five.
If we were doing it, you wouldn't give him a hug?
I'm not a big hugger, man.
You don't love our Tolos.
I love the Tolos.
Just say it out loud. You don't love our Tolos.
You heard during Tolos on the telephone the number of people that shouted me out. But again,
I think you paid them.
I didn't pay anybody. You guys know that about me.
Check his Venmo.
I've got two children that are don't stop hitting me up on Apple Pay. So let's get that straight.
I do want to give a little bit of news for your Texas Rangers before we get to all of the NFL and Cowboys stuff. Marcus Semien will be out of the lineup today.
That hurts.
He was hit by a pitch last night. He said he woke up, just from Sean McFarland. Semien woke up today and his wrist was swollen. It is now wrapped up. He's getting x-rays later today. No Marcus Semien in the lineup today.
I will give a bro hug. I'll give the bro hug.
Is that the tap on the back?
That's it. Come in with the arm, arm.
See, I'm a hand clap into a hug.
No. You get,
but that's for good friends. That's for good friends.
Yeah.
Like I haven't seen in a while. Look.
Well, if it's somebody I haven't seen in a while, then yeah, I'll.
How long do you embrace for?
I mean, just a quick, and then done. I mean,
you never hold it.
No. Maybe a female
That's what you
friend.
put in your diary.
Maybe a female friend.
How long is too long of an embrace? Like, okay, I'll give it to you this way. I had a friend yesterday at my restaurant.
If it goes through my mind, like, why are we still doing this? Then yeah, I
had a friend at my restaurant who was a good friend. We've hung out outside of work. I went to his concert, supported him. We're all there. Good guy. And he's leaving for another place.
Okay.
Yesterday was the last shift I was going to work with him.
Yeah.
So he was like, bring it in, man. Give me a hug. I'm not going to see you a while. You were dope. Let's hang out again.
Yeah.
And I gave him a hug. It was probably like 2 seconds.
That's fine.
That's probably the last time I'm going to work with him.
Yeah,
that's
2
fine.
seconds is. I mean, it's 2 seconds.
Yeah. But I was just wondering it was a hug. It wasn't a bro and get out of here.
How long do you think Bob likes to hold hugs for?
I don't know. Why do you guys keep doing this?
How long do you think Bob holds a hug for?
5 seconds minimum.
At least.
That's what I was asking. How long is too long for an embrace?
Squeezes just before he lets you go.
Do you think Bob's the kind of guy that not only does he go in for the hug, but then he kind of lifts you up off the ground too?
I see nothing.
Twirls you around.
I see nothing wrong with a good
A little
embrace.
bump and grind?
If you're not going to see someone for a while, or you haven't seen someone in a while, I think 3 seconds and under is decent for a bro hug. Like, hey man, I've missed you. Bring it in.
I think a split second's really all you need.
Well, yeah, I do.
I
That
agree with you, Blake.
Most of my friends, but if it's someone I haven't seen in like a year, and it's like, bro, I haven't seen you. Bring it in. Like,
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Split second. That's all you need.
So 2 seconds is too long.
Split second.
Wow,
that's all you need.
Maybe you need to be more comfortable, Fred.
Nothing
wrong with hugging your bros.
And I didn't
I didn't say look them in the eyes. I didn't say hands on the hips. Just say regular shoulder hug. Do you hug your friends?
Absolutely, I do.
So 2 seconds should be nothing.
I hug them.
If it's a split second, that's not a hug. You're just tapping.
It's done.
That's not a hug.
Yes, it is. Look, your hug and my hug might be two different hugs.
Did we hug on the fan cam?
Would you ever give a man a foot massage?
Tolos are chiming in if you're curious.
Let's see. But would you write in your journal about me?
If we embrace, I would say, wow. A Frederick embrace.
Me and Fred hugged today.
I've never felt more comfortable than when Blake hugged me.
I missed him.
I've missed that musk, that manly musk.
What's he wearing?
Alt fragrances.
What's he wearing? Sandalwood?
Do you think?
Don't sleep on the alt, bro.
I'm not.
Don't sleep on the alt.
Are you hugging too long if you know what kind of gum they're tasting or chewing?
Or chewing?
Yeah. Is that
that's disgusting. Yes. I mean, gum. What? Why would I smell your gum? Okay.
682 wants to know if you close your eyes when you hug your friends, Blake.
Oh, I think that is a decent question. Do you close your eyes at all when you hug someone?
When I hug somebody?
Yeah, I'm just.
When I hug somebody,
I didn't say I did. I'm just asking you.
Did you just ask me? Do I close my eyes when I hug somebody?
Just a question, bro.
No.
Have you ever?
What do I need to close my eyes for when I hug? I don't even. 9 times out of 10, I don't even close my eyes when I kiss somebody.
See now,
true story.
See,
yeah,
that's bad. That's bad.
Now we're getting to the bottom of it.
That's
Everyone,
diabolical.
I'm not even looking at the text line. Everyone that's probably agreeing with you, just hopefully disagrees with you now, because Fred just doesn't have any emotion. Doesn't close his eyes when he's kissing someone.
Right.
Doesn't hug anybody for more than half a second.
That's right.
I don't mind hugging the bros.
I didn't say I didn't hug bros.
So when you kiss a girl, your eyes are wide open. Just thinking of
I will say that's foul.
Peering into their soul.
I'll say that's foul.
Peering into their soul.
Like
not
even
all
a girl
the time.
you really
not
like?
all the time. Not all the time. No. I mean, if it's somebody I really like.
So if you don't like someone, your eyes are open. Looking for an escape plan? What can I distract with? That plant. I think your dog just ate that toy.
What am I? I'm thinking about, what am I about to say to get the hell out of there is usually what it comes down to.
Big hug and let them know, that was nice.
Yeah.
I think that bros it up more when you kind of grunt. Missed you, bro.
All right.
Okay.
I'm being for real. That doesn't bro it.
I think if
that makes it less
give a good
weird.
Pat on the back, like that's all you need.
Are you a tap or pat? Tap or pat? Two different ones. A tap is like, are you like, Because like if you're in like an athletic football setting, you're giving like a
slap almost,
a slap, and you're like, let's go.
No, I mean,
probably not doing that to I don't know. I just feel like it's very.
I mean, you guys know me. I'm a physical guy anyway. So yeah, I mean,
like say Chiafalo hasn't been here for a month and a half, and then he comes back.
Absolutely.
And you might even do 2. You might even do a.
I'm not doing 2. You could.
Why are you making it so weird?
You're making it weird that you're describing mine as weird. Again,
if I hadn't seen Chiafalo in 2 months,
your hug.
I'd probably give him a dap and 2 like, missed you, bro.
I'm coming in the same way.
Yeah.
Every time. Hand, bop, done.
Getting so many drops from this.
That's
segment.
it.
I think we need to go over the fundamentals. Tolos, this is an important conversation to have. How do you hug your bros?
Your hug.
I think everybody on the text line hugs differently.
Let's see. I can't even see. Fred the Terminator, LOL.
682, if I'm kissing a girl and I open my eyes and her eyes are open, she's a psychopath.
Yeah, buddy. I'm okay with that.
I just wanted to know how people hug their bros. Anyways,
I'm here for it.
A cowboy that needs a hug the worst is
Joe Milton.
Mozzie Smith.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Should we move Mozzie Smith to the offensive line?
God, that's a great question.
I did see somebody text that in a couple of times.
Did they?
Yeah.
What, move him to the offensive line?
Mozzie to the offensive line.
I mean,
third string D tackle, second string offensive lineman, or practice squad / cut. Like the options are.
I don't know. Can he throw? Because if Joe Milton looks like crap today, then what? I mean,
quarterback sneak with Mozzie back.
With Mozzie,
fullback.
I feel like with Mozzie, we are past the point of no return with him. Okay, I mean, does anybody expect him to look good today? And if he does flash for a play or two, it's like, okay, great. Now let's see what you do next week and the week after. I mean, until he does something that defies what we've seen out of him the last 2 years, he is persona non grata. All right, he is,
and just him being self-aware, which
great.
I love that, but you still got to play.
I mean, you can say all the things you want to say, Mozzie, and maybe
Mozzie at cornerback.
I mean, it might as well be at this point. I mean, that's where we're at with Mozzie Smith. I'm not convinced, and if he goes out today, and again, even if he does go out today and look good, so what? I need to see it again.
Correct.
One
gotta
game
stack
does not.
games.
One game is not going to erase the fact that you've been a bust for 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. If you go out and play well against the Baltimore Ravens, is it a turning point? Perhaps. I guess we'll have to wait and see. It would be a step in the right direction, but then again, do you play him again next week? At that point,
no, he needs to play every preseason game, even if he dominates, even if he has 30 sacks a game.
And that's the fact that Mozzie Smith. I don't have a problem with him playing game 2. But the fact that he's a candidate to play all 3 preseason games and is 2 years removed from being a first-round draft pick, it tells you all you need to know.
The fact that we're talking about 7th-round guys, undrafted guys off the street, we feel better about.
Toya. If the game was if the Cowboys were playing on Thursday, like if the regular season was starting on Thursday, Toya would start. Solomon Thomas would start, but Toya would be ahead of Mozzie Smith in the rotation.
Should be, yeah. It's
right.
bad.
I think he is. I don't think there's any question about it. And I think you're going to see a lot of Toya today. I really do.
You need to see some step up there. I'm really excited also. We didn't talk about it that much. The wide receiver battle. I think we've already got the first 3 carved out. Turpin's your wide receiver 3, whether you like it or not. Mingo, to me, is trending towards being the wide receiver 4 because Tolbert in every opportunity he has been average or below average. So Tolbert needs to have like a drive where he is taking over, getting open, even if Milton misses him.
And by the way, I'm not convinced that Turpin's the automatic 3.
I am. They're using him in a lot of different stuff. Now, when they run some different personnel packages, could you see Turpin not on the field and maybe he's in the backfield, or maybe they have Mingo for a more traditional wide receiver set, or even Tolbert? I do think that. But I think Turpin will be the guy who catches the 3rd most amount of passes. I'll say that.
I don't disagree with you on that. I still think Mingo because the thing that we forget is Mingo actually was wide open on 2 different occasions last week. And
Milton.
As a result, because Joe Milton threw 2 ducks each time, we didn't actually get to see him actually make a catch and make a play, because I think we'd be having a different conversation. I think Turpin is going to be a extended gadget guy. I do not think I'll let's put it this way. I think it's going to be kind of a 3A, 3B type deal, right? I think that's really what's going to be. But I think Mingo, Mingo's
going to be out there a lot too, because think about how much they want to run the ball.
Well, that's my point, all right? And again, Turpin is not that big of a guy, all right? And
on running downs, you would not expect him to be out there.
He shouldn't be out there, all right? But do I think but to your point, are we going to see him more in gadget type plays, running reverses, running slants? Absolutely.
Like I would say at least once a drive. This is just my take. I think you'll have a Turpin play.
100%. Yeah. 100%. But I don't think that makes him the wide receiver 3. I think plus, at the rate this defense is looking, he's going to be getting a lot of work. Okay?
And special teams.
That's my point. He's going to be getting a lot of work. He's going to be returning a lot of kicks. And that's why you're paying him the big bucks, is because he's one of the best return men in the game. All right, coming up next, it's time for a little fair or foul. Last time we did one, well, it had the internet going nuts. What's ours next? Stick around and find out.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
Right, but I just think this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Let's enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Don't forget, tonight's Ranger game against the Blue Jays can be heard on KRLD. And it looks like the, pregame show's going on right now?
Sure.
Right now. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Wait until after we're done. Okay? We'll give you updates on the game as it is going on. So
first pitch is for 2:07.
2:07. Wow, we're going to be on at the same time as a Ranger game. That's weird, wild stuff. Who's pitching today?
Patrick Corbin.
Patrick Corbin. So get your minds right for that. Speaking of getting minds right, where's all my fan phenoms at? We had one guy text in. All he needs is one opportunity. He doesn't even want the job, but he will get paid for this bleep. Hot take by him.
Jake Berger batting cleanup for you tonight.
There you go. Fan phenom opportunity number 3 happens this upcoming Thursday at Jake's Burgers. This one's going to be in Fort Worth. 515 Main Street in Fort Worth. Your chance to win the opportunity to join our team as a host. Plus, it's a great opportunity to just give it a try. You know you've always wanted to. And, of course, G-Bag will be there from 2 to 7. I want to say Wolchuk will be the gentleman hosting on Thursday. So you had Chiafalo, the first one, CA, the three-time this past Thursday, and the Wooly Bully on this upcoming Thursday. So there you have it. All right. You guys know what that music means, and thanks a lot, phone, for I had my thing pulled up, and then it decided that it wasn't going to.
It's okay.
Wow.
Do you want me to give a fair foul while you're trying to find yours, or do you think
here
you
we
can
go.
find yours?
Here we go. This was a good one too. This is a good one. I'm excited about this one.
Okay.
And it's got something to do with Gen Z, your guys' generation. What happened to our music? Music gone?
Something entirely just happened. I'm gonna fix it though.
Entirely. What a day! What a day today. All right, you guys are both Gen Z, right?
I think.
Okay. You guys ever heard of the term gray sexual?
No.
Okay. Well,
Can I guess?
Well, why don't you let me read it first, so then
I want to guess.
Then you can guess. They're not gay. They're gray.
Okay.
A surprising number of people are choosing to identify as gray sexual, with many now sharing the moment they realized they were gray. Gray sexuality exists in what many describe as a gray area between allosexual.
Wait, what's allosexual mean?
Experiencing
aloe plants, of course.
Experiencing regular sexual attraction, and asexual, experiencing none. Those who identify as gray sexual may not feel sexual attraction rarely, inconsistently, or only under specific circumstances. Reddit users are posting in the gray sexuality subreddit, a growing online community of over 8,300 members, about their experiences dating and being intimate. In one post, user the Archer2121 explained that they had spent much of their life assuming they were just a late bloomer. Crushes came decades apart, rarely lasted long, and they often didn't feel sexual attraction even to their own boyfriend. As Dan Beeson...
Is this a guy talking?
That's a girl that was that one.
Okay.
As Dan Beeson, a gray sexual man from London, told Cosmopolitan UK, "Gray sexual is not, I just don't fancy it tonight. For me, it's being completely devoid of sexual desire in bouts, which can last months, and then one day waking up and realizing that the instinct has returned. I'd been aware my drive for sex wasn't as regular as others, but I just put it down to my own relationship with sex. That may still be true, but finding out others were having similar feelings and there was at least a community of some number of us was at least reassuring." Fair foul. Gen Z's newest infatuation is gray sexual.
I feel like we know where you stand on this based on how you just read that. I'm gonna go with foul just because I don't even really know what's going on. There's a lot of stuff to keep up with now.
Yeah.
So gray sexual means that sometimes you feel you're attracted.
Sometimes you
same
feel
sex.
like a nut, sometimes you don't.
But is it the same gender, or is it just
No, it's just in general. It has nothing to do with gender or sexual orientation. It's just sometimes you want to date somebody, and sometimes you could care less.
Isn't that just most humans?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say no.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're alone. Maybe you are.
No, wait, how am I saying something out of pocket? It's sometimes you want to date someone and sometimes you want to be single. Is that pretty much what it's saying?
No, but these people go decades. Like, there's a difference between like right now. You broke up with your girl a couple months ago.
Correct.
You're not going to go till 2027 without dating. I'm guessing.
Maybe.
Oh, really? I mean, but
for the most part,
but you're still attracted to women, though.
Very
correct?
much so.
That's
so
the
they're saying
difference.
in that span
they're just not attracted. Asexuality means you're not attracted to anybody.
Anything. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but wouldn't you say some people go where I'm going to work on myself, dedicate myself to my job, and not be looking
that's fine, but you're making that decision. This is like
genetically.
I just don't feel turned on by people.
So just low sex drive.
Jesus Christ, Blake.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
Am I a doctor? Allosexual means you're just not attracted to the opposite sex for whatever reason. Period.
Is there
it's a long time.
I was going to say,
there's no time frame, bro. It's a while, a long time.
It's just so gray, so subjective, so gray area.
Tell you what.
I said foul at the beginning.
Yeah, your answer's foul.
I said foul. I'm just trying to figure out why this is even a trending thing because it doesn't. It sounds like we're making it more complicated.
Because that's what your generation does. That's the whole point.
I didn't come up with the term.
I
said it's just most
people in your generation did. Kevin, fair or foul?
Foul.
Okay.
Straight to the point.
Do you know anybody that's gray sexual?
I feel like I do.
Do you?
Probably. I don't think I honestly I probably don't because I don't think I'd have friends old enough. Because you said decades.
Do we think Bob?
I knew that. How did I know that was coming?
Do you think Bob?
I think every segment something goes back to Bob, whether it's a texter or you guys.
It's gonna. I mean,
you should have thought about that before.
That's
you brought it up.
going to. Bob's got legs for at least another week or two.
I could have made a really funny joke,
special
but I decided not to because I'd be roasting myself.
Yeah, you would. There are gray areas. Not everything has to have borders around it.
See,
or
there
categories.
you go. They're defending it.
From the 903 Men's Tea Clinic can fix that.
I think it's just a low sex drive, or maybe they're getting denied a bunch. So you go on a little spree where you're feeling like most men out there, you're attracted. Whether to the same sex, different sex, whatever, you got a high sex drive, and then maybe you get denied a bunch.
Yeah.
And you're like,
so
hey,
you
man.
think there might be a psychological aspect
That's what I'm
to
thinking.
it.
And they're just like, you know what? I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm just going to work on my business, whatever you want to do, make money, travel. And then you come back from doing that, 8 years pass, and you go, I'm attracted again.
8 years?
I don't know. I don't have this problem. I'm just trying to rationalize why this would be such a big thing. See, I think people are taking it too simple. Foul. People are morons. I'm not disagreeing with that.
I believe that.
I'm just saying that there's probably
that's where Fred stands on it.
There's probably a little bit more minutia to this.
Yeah.
Reading between the lines, that these people just maybe they have a hard work life. I don't know. I didn't interview these people. It's going off the random.
Sounds like there's some
headline
gray
rate.
area.
Yeah, there's some gray area.
Hence why it's called gray sexual.
Someone said, Chris, fair. People just want to find a community of how they feel. You know what, Chris? I agree with you.
I think that's all. I think
both
that's
of these jamokes. I'm gonna go fair.
I think it's
I'm not gonna hate on people.
I still say it's foul.
I'm not going to be part of this toxic masculinity herd culture here.
You called it foul to begin with,
and I changed my answer.
Okay,
and I changed my answer, going against the grain.
You know what? I feel sorry for these people.
Why? How so, Gavin Dawson? How so?
Could you imagine going decades?
I couldn't. But that's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. I feel sorry for these people.
Humans are not all the same.
Imagine not wanting human touch for months. Years on end.
I'm actually glad to be a part of this earth that we all have different minds and we think differently.
Yeah, I just
I
feel bad for these people.
Fred, what's the longest you can go without being attracted to someone?
Couple hours.
Probably less if you're looking on your phone. And some of these people can go decades. Isn't that crazy that people have?
That's a shame.
They're different.
That's a shame.
It's a shame. It's just different, Fred.
Human contact is necessary.
To you.
No, it's necessary.
To you.
No, it's necessary. Okay.
Fred is the definition of if it's not Fred's way, it's wrong.
Fred, you know what? Fred isn't a gray sexual. Okay, everything's black and
know.
white. Okay.
What's the opposite of a gray sexual?
Fred.
Are you Fred sexual? Are you frexual?
I mean, look, I do have Fred testosterone. All right, so let's get that straight.
Maybe they figured out that they're just ugly from the 2x4. So I'm a coin a phrase, gray sexual. If you're also getting denied for decades,
maybe your face looks gray. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe your skin's gray. Go out and get some sun.
What's the longest all of you guys have gone without like having any kind of contact
without Nook? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, no, I don't mean the full shebang. I'm just saying like hanging out with someone. And obviously you can answer pre-girlfriend, Kevin. You know, don't get yourself in trouble. What's the longest?
I'm still confused by the question, exactly what you're asking.
What's the longest pretty much you went on a date with a girl, had a girl over, that kind of contact?
That you've gone without physical contact?
Yeah. Not just saying spoken to a female. Hopefully you have family members. I'm just saying like where you are on a real date or you have a girl over.
When I first moved here, that was rough.
Give us a time period.
I don't know. It's a couple months.
What's a couple months? 6, 2?
What do you mean? What's a couple months?
Just give me
technically 2.
What's 2? A couple's 2.
It could be 3 months. If you said a couple months,
that's a few.
3 is few.
But if you said a couple months and I said 3, you wouldn't be like, "Oh my God, how could you guess that?" But you'd be like, "Oh no, it was 2."
No, I said a couple because I meant 2.
Then why didn't you just say 2?
Because I said a couple. Because a couple is 2.
How much easier to say? I said how long for you to say 2
and
months?
I said a couple months.
But you know there's some ambiguity in that phrase.
No, there's not, because a couple is 2. Okay, so if
I said a few months, you'd be like 3, 4, 5.
If I said, are you and her a couple? It doesn't mean you, her, and somebody else.
Oh gosh. Well, that's not what I asked you. I said how many months?
And I said a couple.
I didn't say describe the type of months.
I said a couple.
You could have said 2.
That's 2.
Which one's less syllables?
I could have said
less syllables?
3 minus 1. How about that?
Still would have given me a better answer than couple.
No, it
would
wouldn't
have given
have.
me the exact number.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How long have you been single?
I'm sorry. I didn't know that synonyms aren't allowed with you.
How long since you and your girlfriend broke up? Been a few months.
That's so it's been 3.
Yeah, no, it's actually been 4.5.
Okay, then you would say 4.5.
Then you would correct them, and you would say that's not a few.
It's night and day. It's night and day. Don't try to. I'll tell you what.
You know
what? You're a great sexual.
You know what you guys
Coming up
didn't,
next.
didn't answer the question.
Coming up next. I said 2 months.
Probably 7 years. All right,
you know what?
go to
Get the hell out of here. I'm great sexual himself. Coming up next, final hour of the program. We'll do a show reset. Are we out on these Texas Rangers? Brandon Laurie and predictions.
O'Reilly. Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in McClendon Chisholm on State Highway 205 near Sonic now.
D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the program happening right now. It's a little Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. I'm Fred. Blake Elliott in the house. Khaki Kevin Walker behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. And some of these text messages.
I did get a text from one of our coworkers who weighed in on the conversation.
Yeah? What'd they say?
Going to read it verbatim so I'm not misquoting anybody.
Yeah, who is it?
I've been, in quotes, working on myself for years, brother. Not by choice. Who is that from? From our fan?
Carter Freeman.
Incorrect.
By the way, you can hear the Ranger game on KRLD 1080 AM, our sister station, if you are so inclined. KRLD 1080, that game, first pitch in approximately 5 minutes. Make sure you tune into it. Get us on the Odyssey app, all right? Go ahead and turn your radio to 1080, and boom, you get the best of both worlds, a little Fan After Dark, and your Texas Rangers.
Guess who our teammate is that made that?
What'd they say? What? Give me that again one more time. They're working on themselves?
I've been working on myself, in quotes, for years, brother. Not by choice.
Is this a producer?
Okay, you're going producer. Is that your guess?
I'm asking if it's a producer.
It's got to be, because it's all the hosts are pretty much married.
For you guys to guess. Who said that?
I've got my guess.
Say it.
This is my boy Trevor.
Nope. 0 for 2, you boys.
I said Carter.
Correct.
He said Trevor.
I never confirmed nor denied if it was a producer. I feel like this shouldn't be that hard, but
I mean, it's not. I mean, look, it's nobody in the morning show. They're all married.
Okay.
Midday's married.
Okay.
Broadus?
It's got a girlfriend. No.
I mean, everybody else on that show's married, so it's got to be a producer.
Okay, then.
Don't tell me it's Medford.
Alec, the redheaded baddie.
Redheaded baddie.
Has weighed in on the conversation. So this is now operation.
So is he a gray sexual?
I don't
Is that what
know.
he's saying?
Let's 877-881-1053. If you have any good-looking women, I would say age 21 to 22 to 25.
Yeah.
For my boy Alec Medford.
Get him an old. You know what? Where's all the 40-year-old divorcees? Okay, go get you some Alec Medford.
You think Alec Medford would be good with a 40-year-old divorced woman?
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't need to marry her. Okay, just I tell you what, learn something.
AAA,
learn something. All right, it's a win-win for both of y'all. She doesn't care, you don't care, and you might learn something in the process. Okay, I'm just telling you right now. From the 601, I was single for 10 years, age 32 to 42, and didn't have sex for 8 years. LOL. Now, I don't know if that's LOLable or not, but the fact that, hey, look, if you can...
Sometimes you got to laugh through the pain.
That's kind of what I was going to say. That's crazy.
Was the no physical contact for 8 years by choice? Like, were you, like, denying, or were you just didn't have the opportunity? I feel like those are two... That's an important factor. If you're just denying it, like, hey, I'm busy.
I don't think anybody chooses not to have sex for 8 years.
I think there is. No, I think
they're called priests.
Yes. And there's probably people that are like, hey, I don't know, want to go do this with my life. And
for 8 years?
Be a monk?
Again, if it's religious if it's
stuff.
a monk, yeah, that's a whole different story.
So religion aside,
I don't think anybody makes the decision, yes, I want to not have sex or abstain for 8 years.
Unless you have an addiction or an issue to that certain thing.
Oh, see, come on, Kevin. We're giving them different angles. I think there's different ways of looking at life, right? Religion aside, I think religion plays a big
what's your addiction, though?
Hey, maybe you're Michael Porter Jr. and your addiction is women.
Okay, so why would you go 8 years without having sex?
I don't know. I'm just throwing out different angles.
No, I mean, I get that, but I'm saying, but what's the addiction to where you would make the decision, I don't want to have sex for 8 years?
I don't know. Maybe you can't focus when you are in that state of mind, or I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
But that's my point is I don't think anybody makes the decision, religion notwithstanding, unless you're married, right? And you got that's a whole other issue that you decide, yes, I'm not going to have physical relations for 8 years.
254. I haven't had a girlfriend for almost 2 years, and I got laid last night.
There you go.
Alex said y'all are insane, man. So we're trying to get him a 40-year-old cougar.
Absolutely.
I don't think we're allowed. Are we allowed to tell people to text them? When was the last time you had physical contact? I don't know if we're allowed to say.
Kind of already did.
I mean, I was going to say, I think people are already just going to chime in anyway. So, I mean, I think that's
What's
really...
the longest drought? 877-881-1053.
Fair foul. You've gone 8 years without any nook.
Oh, I like this. What if you're in jail and you don't like the options?
Okay, I mean, yeah, I would hope you're not having sex in jail, okay? Because that's a whole nother conversation, all right? I mean, unless you're into that.
Yeah, come on, Fred.
Okay, unless you're into that. But I think most people, ideally...
I don't know. When people go to jail, I feel like...
What? Go ahead, yeah.
I don't want to open up this can of worms.
This is gone. This is taking a dark turn.
We're getting close to the Cowboys game. Stephen Joe's listening right now. Like, Todd, what are these guys talking about?
But this dude,
817. It's crazy.
I'm gonna stop reading the text. I'm gonna let you read them.
From the 214, Fred, it ain't nothing better than a cougar with a crock pot. Trust me.
Is the crock pot a reference, or is it an actual crock pot?
No, it's an actual crock pot. Absolutely.
Only cougars have those?
It's the point that older, I mean, if you've got a cougar and a crock pot, you're learning and you're probably getting fed well. That's my guess.
You feed her, she feeds you.
There
Eating
you
with
go.
the kids.
There you go.
Am I allowed to tell this story? I think I am.
Sure.
Did that once. Older lady.
Yeah.
Restaurant. Old restaurant.
Yeah.
This wasn't
not
like
the current one.
Not the current one.
Make that clear.
And she asked me to, meet her after I got off work.
Yeah.
Nice house. Obviously divorced.
How much older was she than you?
She was, I think, like 51, and I was 22, 23 at the time.
Dang.
Bro, the best part was one of the fruit snacks. Of
I was
course.
going to say the snacks.
She said, "Go grab whatever you want in the pantry."
Was full.
She said, "What do you want to? What do you want to DoorDash?" I said, "Oh, just anything." Boom, DoorDash some food.
God. Before or after? Or during?
After. And I got some shorts because I had on my work clothes that just came from work.
Yeah.
She goes, grab whatever shorts you want. I mean, this kid had some fresh pair of these Nike like athletic shorts, violet.
Just gave them to you.
Oh, I mean, these had to be like $60 shorts, like nice Nike shorts. And I said, oh, these look good.
What a memento.
And I took them home with me. And so that kid came home from high school, college, I don't know.
Wherever.
And never saw those shorts
you
again.
You think he even cared?
Probably not. He left them. So.
I was going to say, they weren't high on his
Shout out
list.
to her.
Shout out to her.
Yeah.
Did you ever talk to her again?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. No. Fair enough. Did you learn anything from that
Learned
experience? Dude, I'm trying to tell you wealth of information.
By the way, the 505 backs up my Devil's advocate. 50 Cent has spoken publicly about practicing celibacy, emphasizing that it helps him allow to focus and achieve clarity.
Okay, we're not discounting.
You gonna crap on 50 Cent?
We're not, okay. I'm not discounting your take. But nobody willingly says, I want to not do it for 8 years. Like, nobody decides that, nobody says to themselves, yes, I'm going to abstain from sex for 8 years.
That's kind of what the 505 is saying 50 Cent is doing.
50 Cent has, if you're going to tell yourself that you think 50 Cent has not had sex for 8 years, I've got a bridge to sell you. Okay? You really think 50 Cent has gone 8 years without having sex?
I'm believing everything that this 505 is saying.
I mean, unless it's 50 Cent texting that in, I don't believe it. Like, let's be real. Do I think he's selective with who he sleeps with? Absolutely. But this idea that 50 Cent hasn't slept with anybody for 8 years is absurd. Yes,
someone said that wasn't 50 Cent, that it was Kevin Gates. So we're already getting...
I was going to say, I heard of Kevin Gates doing it. I didn't hear about 50 Cent. I've heard Kevin Gates.
We know Kevin Gates isn't going 8 years. Kevin Gates isn't going 8 days. What are we talking about?
Heart condition, people were saying.
What?
You have a heart condition, climax and die. Maybe why you'd abstain.
Just don't take. I mean, again, I'm going to stand on this take.
This all started from the gray sexual.
The gray sexual that has somehow morphed into this.
So if you guys are just tuning in.
I'm going to stand on my take that no man willingly.
What about women? What about the women? What about the women? Women are in this story too.
I'm sticking with men because I don't know the sexual mindset of a woman.
Apparently women are more sexually stimulated than we are. We just display it more as men.
See, I disagree. I think women are out there doing just as much dirt as men are.
That's what I'm saying.
I think it depends on the
they're
person.
just as much they're more stimulated than men. Like their sex drive is higher than men. We just do a dumb way of it, like we talk about it and say it, whereas girls are a little more discreet about that.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Women are just as grimy.
We got a men's tea clinic,
I
don't
was
we?
going to say, women are just as grimy, if not grimier than men these days. All I'm saying is no dude willingly says to himself, yes, I want to abstain for sex for the next 8 years.
Someone said we got to stop calling it sleeping with someone. No one ever does any sleeping.
I mean, look, it's been that way forever.
That's what we
know what it. What do we want to say? I mean, it's radio. Do you want to use the other term that it is? That's non-FCC compliant.
We said Netflix and chill for a while, but that phrase got kind of corny.
It got beat up.
Got kind of corny.
Okay.
And if you text any girl you want to Netflix and chill, even if she is,
you're cooked.
With it, that's you're really shooting your shot. You're shooting your chances down.
Yeah, you are
by saying that.
Unless they're into it.
And then at that point, you should probably pull back. If you say you want to Netflix and chill, and she's like, "Yeah,
okay,
I'm gonna send you to my boy Alec Medford."
That's it. You can find him at Alec on the radio.
Who won't be on the radio if he's with you.
That's correct. What about a widower who doesn't want anyone else?
I think that's a good take as well.
That's fair.
That's a fair take.
That's fair. And from the 361, what if you have AIDS? Okay. Well, that's one way.
Probably should have
one way, or maybe you just find somebody else that has it. Guess we're going to learn about AIDS today.
Where's that drop from?
Wow, what a drop!
That might be the only time I get to use this. I had to. I'm sorry.
That might be the only time you
mackerel.
You can use that drop.
Wow, my goodness.
Someone said Peacock and chill.
I guess is that the new one?
Hulu Live and chill.
By the way, speaking of streaming services, did you see how many different streaming services you're going to need to watch the NBA?
Break it down for us, those who didn't see it.
You're gonna need Amazon. Which don't we all pretty much have Amazon at this point? But you're going to need Amazon. You're going to need ESPN. You're going to need Peacock. And I feel like there's one more that you're going to need as well. I feel like there's 4 streaming services altogether that you're going to need if you want to watch. And then, of course, with football, you're going to need Netflix. You'll need Amazon. You'll need YouTube. I mean, there's so many. I mean, we're at the point now where, cable cutting doesn't even matter anymore because you just need so many other streaming services. So you better hope you got somebody, unless you want to buy all these, or maybe you better.
All right, I got it. I got it for you. Sunday, ABC, NBC Peacock. Monday, Peacock. Tuesday, NBC Peacock. Wednesday, ESPN. Thursday, Prime. Friday, Prime, ESPN. Saturday, Prime, ABC.
And for those who want to watch your Dallas Mavericks, since we're talking about the NBA season, Peacock, $10.99 a month with ads. There's only 2 games that'll be on that for the Sunday. Amazon Prime, $14.99 a month, only 5 games on there. That'll be on the Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Mavs TV, that's going to be $14.99 a month, which would be most of your Mavs games. And then YouTube TV for those nationally broadcasted games, if you will, $82.99 a month. So Nick Angstad puts all the numbers together. It'll be $123.96 per month to watch the Mavs if you live in Dallas.
No.
$123 a month to watch the Mavs if you live in Dallas, based on this new streaming services and everything that's going out with.
And you
obviously.
better pray to God that you don't want Sunday Ticket or Red Zone.
Seriously.
So they also put in here additional weekly national games starting in the midseason. Thursday will be Prime Video, Saturday ABC, ESPN Prime Video, Sunday ABC, ESPN, NBC/Peacock. So you're going to have to get Peacock because they're involved. If you don't have Amazon Prime, go ahead and get that.
Who doesn't have Amazon Prime?
I think Peacock is the main one here that most people. I don't have it.
I don't either.
I don't know a lot of people that do have it. It sounds like you're going to need it.
Do you just find somebody to go halvesies with it on and say, look, let's, because I feel like you can still use.
You know what we need to do? See if you can find that answer. How many of these streaming sites let you be at different homes? Because remember, that was the huge thing with Netflix. So
once Netflix did that, everybody was like, but you can still do it, though. That's the thing.
You can still do it.
Yeah,
I think they came out with that, but I haven't had a problem. Me and my mom use it, and she's in a different location than I am.
But I feel like you can add one person to it or something like that. Real quick, didn't you have a shout-out to give?
I did have a shout-out to give. I've been forgetting it. Hopefully my boy is still listening.
Probably
not. I hope so.
Just clip it and send it to him.
Shout out to my boy Johnny. Helping us out at parking at my job. Shout out to Johnny, big sports listener, first time tuning into the show. Hopefully he's enjoying it. I will see him later this week. He's always a homie. Shout out to my boy Johnny.
All right, and I got to give a shout out to, of course, he's one of the prime fatties, our guy Dan the Transmission Man, but his daughter, longtime fatty as well, she's coming back into town today. So shout out to Brittany and Dan the Transmission Man, two of the best fatties around. So we've got Johnny, who's a new fatty, Dan the Transmission Man, and daughter Brittany. All right, coming up next. Brandon Laurie, been a while since we've had him on. What's he looking forward to tonight? Blogging the Boys Own, Brandon Laurie joins us next, talking all things Dallas Cowboys preseason game number 2.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Master.
remember that Uber Eats has roast.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Baby Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Not Make Millions?
No.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
WXMD.com.
Back to Fan After Dark. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost and only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Go see our man from KNC Masterpiece, the one, the only, Mr. Corey Majors today from 5 to 8 as he'll be hanging out at the Derbyshire Frisco. 6142 Frisco Square Boulevard, getting you ready for the FC Dallas Michelob Ultra Watch Party with some awesome giveaways, including an FC Dallas jersey and great tickets. Get Masterpiece with Corey at the Derbyshire in Frisco beginning at 5 o'clock today. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. Friend of the show. It's been a while since we've had our boy on, but of course, he's a busy guy. You know, we're at the behest of the Texas Rangers, who, by the way, top of the first, 2 outs, 0-0, 2 men on first and second, so we'll keep you posted on that. But Mr. Brandon Laurie from Blogging the Boys joins us now. Brandon, how are you on this Saturday, getting ready for preseason game number 2?
I'm doing fantastic. I don't know if I could follow up the last segment. I know the fan cam has been established on the weekend since the last time I joined, so I don't know if I'm going to be talking 50 Cent, but I can give you a couple pennies for your thoughts, if you will, too, about the game tonight.
Let's do it.
I'm pumped. I'm so excited. I'm just happy that we just get football. And preseason game 2 is usually, now that we have only 3 games in the preseason game 2 is where you kind of get a little bit more of a feeling of, all right, who maybe the starters will be. Because in that third and final game, that's more into the back end of the roster. These guys who are trying to make the team, things have to be sorted out from that end. But we're getting Tyler Booker for the first time in the preseason tonight, which I think is exciting for a lot of fans because we need to see where he's at. What is the state of the right guard position going to be like for Dallas? And I know as a lot of fans, I watched The Wall Part 2.0, the Deep Blue documentary that DallasCowboys.com put out. And it's just, you look at how dominant Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin were, and sort of that era that they were the peak of their powers. You want the Cowboys offensive line to get back to that. And if they can do that with the 3 Tylers, maybe there's going to be a Wall 3.0 coming. And I think that kind of starts tonight with where Tyler Booker's journey goes from here.
Me and Fred were talking about this on the way to the show. Phil Maffa, who had a pretty good preseason game 1, will be looking to follow that up today. If Phil Maffa has a big day, should Miles Sanders be worried about his roster spot, who's been dealing with injuries, hasn't really given you much outside of the first week of training camp? Should he be worried if Phil Maffa has a big game, or is his spot safe in your eyes?
Yeah, I would think so. I think injuries are always a part of this, and we've seen in the past that when a guy gets injured who's sort of the presumed starter, somebody else steps up and takes his place. The one thing we've seen throughout training camp for Brian Schottenheimer is that if a guy misses time due to injury, or maybe something doesn't happen where they're maybe losing a couple of reps, maybe they don't perform as well in a game, he's going to give the hot hand, the first team reps. And so we've seen that with a guy like Zion Childress on defense. Maybe he wasn't sort of in mind to be the starting nickel, but he sort of elevated his game throughout the training camp to the point where now people are looking at him as potentially being the starting nickel. So I think if Phil Maffa can kind of lean on what he built last week and kind of build off of that and have another solid performance, especially against the Baltimore Ravens, who we'll see who they have on defense. I don't know if they're playing any starters, but they are certainly a dominant defensive team. If he shows a lot, I think then the conversation starts to be had where, okay, maybe do we keep one of these veteran guys out of the running back group, and maybe it is a rotation of Javonte Williams, Jaden Blue, and Phil Maffa going into the year, mixing in with Hunter Lipke. But we do know that the coaching staff loves their veteran guys, especially under a first-year head coach. They know a lot more. They know a lot more about the game. And I know Miles Sanders started off really strong. So I still think he's in the conversation, but I think Phil Maffa is getting close for sure.
Brandon Laurie from Blog of the Boys joining us here, talking all things anticipation of Game 2 tonight. We joked around a little bit on the text prior to about Joe Milton. I mean, look, we already know. We are all enamored with the measurables, and the guy's got a hand cannon for a right arm. Meanwhile, he shoots like buckshot. That said, if he comes out and balls tonight, we can rest a little bit easier. If he doesn't, then is there real cause for concern as to who the backup quarterback is going to be with this Dallas Cowboys team moving forward?
I was always under the impression when Will Grier was brought in along with Joe Milton that the Cowboys would carry 3 quarterbacks. We saw that under Mike McCarthy that three quarterbacks was sort of the standard. You, of course, had Dak, Cooper Rush, and then somebody that they were developing, whether it was Greer, whether it was Ben DiNucci, some form of fashion. You always had that third guy to be the developmental person. So whether Joe Milton balls out tonight or next week, I still think that Will Grier has a sort of spot on the roster, in my opinion. I don't know anything. I don't know where the coaching staff and what their thoughts are about, keeping three quarterbacks. And I know it's going to be tough because there are a lot of deep positions where you want to keep a lot of great players. But I think if Milton struggles a little bit, then I think it kind of opens up the conversation a lot more to be had to carry three quarterbacks. Brian Schottenheimer talked about he wants to give Joe Milton every opportunity because this guy simply has not played a lot of football. He needs to take these reps. He needs to take these snaps, especially if he is going to be the backup going into the year. I was with you before Schotty came out and said that Milton was going to be the starter tonight. I was kind of on the fence of thinking, well, if they need to evaluate the wide receiver position and who's going to be that sort of fifth, sixth guy, if they carry six wide receivers, they need better quarterback play. And I think if you started the game off with Will Grier and then turned to Joe Milton in the second half, I think that would have been a great recipe to try and evaluate these guys a lot more. Having said that, Schotty came out and said that Joe Milton's the guy, so I have to talk about Joe Milton. And I think that last week you could tell between what Milton said and what Schotty said that both guys were kind of excited. They were a little antsy, so if they can kind of temper things down, relax a little bit in the start of the game, maybe get that run game going to alleviate the pressure, then I think we can kind of start seeing Joe Milton be the guy that we saw at the end of last regular season when he started that game, more so than last week in preseason week 1.
Let's stay on the offense side of the ball with those receivers. We don't need to talk about CD, Pickens, or Turpin. We know those guys have their role established. When it comes to the other guys fighting for roster spots, what have you seen so far in this last week of camp and Oxnard leading into preseason game 2, and who needs to have a big day in that receiving core to shore up some snaps for themselves this season?
Yeah, I know it seems like Jalen Tolbert's sort of the forgotten man.
Yep.
He goes and has 7 touchdowns last year, and it seems like everybody's trying to write him off. And
myself included.
He's going into a contract year. I totally get that. And let's say if they have an opportunity to trade him for a position of need, like corner or defensive tackle, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. But I know also Brian Schottenheimer's talked about how much he loves Jalen Tolbert, his intangibles, who he is as a person, as a player. So I just think when the coach believes in a player like that, I don't think he's really going anywhere. And also Jonathan Mingo, who we've talked about on the show before too, he's still finding his way and getting into the offense a lot more after last season. So that really does leave that 5th position or 6th wide receiver spot up for grabs if they want to carry a 6th wide receiver. And I think Ryan Flanoy has popped a little bit more in the last week of camp. He was sort of developmental guy that they brought in last year as a rookie. Draft pick that, the Cowboys have not really developed these late round guys like you see across the league with other teams. But I also think Trayshawn Holden has proven that he's deserving of more snaps, whether it is with the second team and not so much on the third team. He's a big bodied wide receiver that the Cowboys certainly don't have right now on the roster. I know George Pickens is that high point type guy, but you need a bigger box out type wide receiver. And Holden certainly has the spunk and the moxie, if you will, to carry himself like that. So if he can start stacking some good days on good days, I think that he can throw his name in the conversation. But also you have a guy like Jalen Brooks who's fighting for a roster spot, but he's also an excellent special teams player. And at the end of the day, what separates these guys? I think it's going to be special teams. So if Jalen Brooks can continue to develop that part of his game, and especially because he's been here for the last few years, maybe he becomes that solidified 6th guy, and then Ryan Flanoy and a Trayshawn Holden, maybe they end up being on the practice squad. So it's still open competition right now. I'm excited to see all 3 guys play because they certainly need to get some looks for sure.
I know this has been speculated the last week or two, and it seems like it's gaining a little bit of traction, of course, with the Cowboys front office. There's no telling what they're going to do, but do you see a situation where Jalen Tolbert, who makes the most sense, I don't know that he does anything special that the 3 guys you just mentioned can't do. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, but he's got enough pelts on the wall that he could provide some help to a wide receiver needy team. Could he be a trade target or a trade piece, rather?
Yeah, I agree. He certainly could be, but I don't know. I go back to the fact that when a head coach talks about a guy glowingly as much as Schottenheimer has, and I mean, even go back to last year and the year before when Schottenheimer first got to Dallas. I know when Brandon Cooks took Jalen Tolbert under his wing and then also developed him into who he was last year, that caught the attention of Schottenheimer. So he's talked about him a lot this offseason, whether he's just praising him on purpose to try and get some attention on him. But I think it's all genuine. He's always mentioned that he's authentic. And to me, all of the praise that is gone to Jalen Tolbert just signals to me that he has a spot on this team. Plus, Dak really likes him. And I've said this too, Pickens is not guaranteed to be here after this year. And so if Tolbert can kind of elevate his game along with Jonathan Mingo this year, I mean, your core three at wide receiver next year could look like CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Mingo, and Jalen Tolbert, and whatever you can get also too from Devontae Turpin. And believe me, they could look at the draft, they could see other areas of need, but if they want to re-sign a guy like a Jalen Tolbert who has proven he can go for 7 touchdowns in a season, has steadily increased his production year in and year out, maybe it takes a guy from South Alabama, this small school, a couple more years to develop. He's certainly on his last leg, I would say, especially in a contract year, but again, wouldn't be shocked if it's like what we've seen in the past where the Cowboys offer him a 2-year contract and he's back here for the next few years and then keeps developing his game.
Brandon Laurier, blogging the boys. Brandon, what are you looking at on the defensive line today? We expect to get a little bit more starters out there outside of probably Osa. What are you going to be looking at while watching the game on that defensive line front?
I need to see the defensive tackle step up. It was great, honestly, to hear Mozzie Smith come out and say, listen, I did not have my best game. I need to be better. I need to do better. That's awesome. I'm very happy that he said that. Whether he believes it or not, we will see. We'll see tonight. He certainly was banged up, of course, dealing with a little bit of the ankle and situation that he had in training camp. So maybe that hampered his play a little bit. But I need to see more from the defensive tackle spot, because I still believe that is an area of need that they might need to address outside the building, whether it is free agency or maybe a trade. But, the Ravens have shown not only in the regular season, but also last week, if you go into preseason week 1, Keaton Mitchell was running up and down the field, going for almost over 7 yards a carry. So I think they're going to get a real good test again of how good their run defense is, and it starts along the defensive front. So for me, I'm excited about guys like Donovan Ezeraku. Maybe you get a little bit more from a Peyton Turner. Maybe you see a little bit more from a Marshawn Nealon if he kind of suits up. So I'm okay with the edges. I just need to see more from the interior, and I think the Ravens are going to give them a good test to see where they are heading into the 3rd week of the preseason.
Brandon, we'll get you out of here with this. Is there one particular player, starter, secondary, or backup that you absolutely want to see tonight that Brandon Laurier will be locked in on?
I still am holding on to my Israel Mukuamu stock.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm the last one holding on to it. I don't know where the value is right now, but I cannot get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers playoff game out of my head. And also when he came into Dallas, how he said to Jerry Jones on the phone, you just got the best cornerback in the draft. When you're a corner, that's the type of attitude that you need. And I just feel like that it's like what we've seen in the past with Tyrone Crawford. He goes to 3 technique, then he's on the defensive edge, and it's just you're bouncing guys back and forth from position, and they can't really find a home. And now I feel like that Mukuamu has an opportunity to step up and maybe be an outside guy. Maybe he has a chance to be in the slot. I know his parameters don't really fit what your ideal slot corner looks like, but I don't know, man. I want to see him keep stacking some really good games. He had an interception last week, which I thought was awesome. If you go to PFF, and not that the preseason metrics for PFF are anything to take home as far as, legitimacy into the regular season, but he was the 6th best graded corner of all the corners in the preseason last week. So I don't know. I still have Izzy Mukuamu stock. I hope that he balls out tonight, because then again, too, he's an experienced guy. You need to see somebody fill in the shoes for Jordan Lewis. And if you bring in a rookie, an undrafted rookie, mind you, into week 1 against A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, I'd rather go with the experienced guy and just see what you have, and then maybe you pivot to somebody else before Diggs or somebody else comes back healthy.
Look, Shoddy and Eberflus and the entire Cowboy front office are hoping that you and Izzy Mukuamu are in cahoots come week 1, because they need all the secondary help they can get. Brandon, tell the folks at home where they can find you at on the X's and the socials.
Yeah, it's at Brandon is right, WRITE. It's always good talking to you guys. We are just right around the corner from regular season talking conversation.
Yes, sir.
And I can't wait till we can just vent, just between the 3 of us about all things Cowboys. So it's right around the corner.
100%, my man. September 4th will be here before you know it. Like you said, we'll do this again week 1. Look forward to hearing from you, my man. Enjoy your night.
Awesome. Have a good weekend, guys.
Appreciate you, brother. The one, the only, Brandon Laurie from Blogging the Boys. All right, when we come back, final segment of the program, get you ready to hand off the broadcast baton to the Cowboy pregame show, and we'll give you an update on your Texas Rangers. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school.
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Appreciate that, Khaki Kevin. Are we out on the Rangers? Well, right now, bottom of the second, 0-0. You've got one base runner on for the Toronto Blue Jays. Patrick Corbin so far. Right now, 1 inning pitch, 2 hits, 25 pitches, and 1 strikeout. So are we out on them? I am. You?
Rangers have 1 hit, so it's trending towards what they've done.
Are you out on them, yes or no? Are you out on them, yes or no?
No.
Okay, so I'm out. You're not. Khaki?
No.
Okay, so 2-1. Let's go out to the they're obviously not the DNM losing hotline. Let's just go out to AT&T Stadium. How about that? Welcome in. We'll be handing the broadcast baton off to you guys in about 16 minutes. The one, the only Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, as well as the one, the only, the Hoka extraordinaire himself, Mr. Eric Chiafalo. They've got you for 3 hours as part of the best pregame show in all of the National Football League. Boys, how we feeling out there today?
Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. It's great to be back here at AT&T Stadium, Fred. We're fired up.
What are the fans looking like? We got a bunch of fans there. Is it crowded? What's the vibe outside? Set the scene.
Still pretty early. Still pretty chill. Okay. There's not many butts in seats just yet.
Okay.
Perhaps just tailgating in the summer heat there.
Where
parking lot.
Where y'all at? Because we know sometimes you're in the plaza, sometimes you're up in the studio. Maybe you're sitting next to the buffet. Where's the scene at if people want to come say hi, give you a hug?
You know I'm fired up for that buffet. Unfortunately, we will be out of the way of the general population today and out of the heat. Usually we're on the Miller Lite West Plaza, and we will be for regular season games. But, of course, Broaddus didn't want to get the sunburn on top of the dome. So we are actually in the comfy confines of the Brad Sham radio booth.
Did you tell him he could put a play sheet call on his head and block the sun, and y'all could sit out on the plaza?
Got it right here in hand, Blake. And you know what I'm going to do just for this broadcast? If you're on the Zoom right now, you're going to see me do it.
Put us up on the Zoom. I want to see Broaddus over there.
On.
When it comes to Joe Milton today, are you expecting more piss missiles? Or are you expecting him to bring it back down and be a little more under control?
Well, I'm hopeful that it will be a little bit more under control. Wouldn't mind seeing a check down or two, and wouldn't mind see him kind of lay off the velocity a little bit. That would be all things that we would like to see from Joe Milton today. Hopefully he has calmed down a little bit, got the first one under his belt, and maybe a little bit more running as well. Show off your best attribute, Joe.
Yeah, I kind of feel like with Joe, he reminded me very much of what Brett Favre used to do. I think that Shotty's got to help him with some good, quick, easy throws, kind of get him into a little bit of the rhythm of the game, and, kind of try and keep him, maybe stay ahead of the chains a little bit. I know that's kind of like regular season talk, but I felt like that he got put in a couple of situations where, he had to make a throw. He forced that third down ball to Tolbert. He had 3 other options. Just hopefully sees the field a little bit better. And, the first half, I don't think he saw the field particularly well. I think in the second half, he did a much better job of kind of finding where his guys were. And hopefully that'll be something that he can carry over into this one.
Boys, if, and Broaddus, I'll direct this to you first. If Joe Milton comes out today and looks eerily similar to what he looked like last week, what does this team do at the quarterback position, backup-wise, moving forward?
Rome wasn't built in a day. They say. And so, I think that if, in talking to some folks here, and I know Bobby Belt's done the same thing, if they had to go win one game, you might see Will Grier.
Okay.
If you had to see a bunch of games, you might ride with Joe Milton and see how that plays out. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of Cowboy staff and personnel that's driving to the game right now listening to us talk, and they're probably saying, I brought us your full S right now. But no, it just appears to me that they're I think they're into the whole Joe Milton thing. I think they're much more committed to the Joe Milton thing than they were the Trey Lance thing.
Interesting.
Does that make any sense?
No, it makes perfect sense because I'm with you, and I know you've talked about it before. I always was curious as to you traded a 4th-round draft pick to this guy and basically treated him like a 4th-string quarterback.
Yep, you sure did.
I asked this question to our last guest. I want to ask you guys, if Phil Maffa has a big day today, does that put Miles Sanders in jeopardy of making this team? Or do you think Miles is safe? Obviously, he's dealt with a lot of injuries, hasn't played much since that first week or two of training camp.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I would like to see it. I would love for Maffa to do enough to where he becomes a no-brainer lock for the roster. Blue's going to be fine despite his...
Not going to play today, though.
Not going to play today, which is definitely disappointing. But, yeah, Maffa is a guy I'm really excited to watch. He was solid last week, and you saw him run the ball. You saw him pass protect. You saw him catch the ball. So if he can do a little bit more of that and maybe bust off a couple of bigger runs, that would be awesome. And I do think that Javonte Williams is super safe. So if you're talking about odd man out, that would have to be Miles Sanders. It's not going to be Lipke, right?
Yeah,
right.
Kind of might be redundancy, though, if you talk about what Maffa and Williams are.
Okay.
Does Sanders give you a little bit more of that juice, a little bit more of that explosiveness, a little bit more of that experience? And how do you factor Hunter Lipke in this thing, too? So all of a sudden, do you have a bunch of backs that all can kind of do the same thing? That would be the argument if I was on the personnel side. Okay, if we're talking about, and nothing against Williams and that whole situation, but if Maffa shows that he can do the things that Williams does, wouldn't you go with the more explosive player? That's just the argument I would make in the personnel department.
Looks like Tyler Booker. Are we thinking he's going to play today? And what
sounds like it? Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah, they need to kind of get an idea of these guys. I know it's probably not going to be Steele and all those guys playing. This Raven front will give them some problems. This will be a really, really good test. And I thought overall the offensive line as a whole, with Cornelius and guys backups and people like that got an opportunity to play, I thought they were okay last week. So this will be a little bit of a different challenge, but need to see Booker in there and let him get some experience blocking some of these 1 and 3 techniques that he's about to see for the Ravens.
Yeah, he was the only first-round pick last week that was a healthy scratch in preseason game number 1, and I don't think you want to see him out there for the first time under the lights Thursday night at Lincoln Financial Field with Jalen Carter breathing down his neck.
Now,
that's going to be a problem anyway, but yeah, he needs to play a little bit.
Right? I mean, and here's the thing. Like Blake and I were talking about before the show, considering he's not going to be playing with the other starters, and maybe Nate Thomas on the left side is going to be the only other starter penciled in, at least, that we'll see on September 4th. But from a scouting perspective, Broadus, what are you looking for out of Tyler Booker today?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that, how much power can you play with? They're going to try and run the ball inside. They're going to try and we're going to see very similar to what we saw last week. They're trying to run the ball with Maffa and others just to try and attack that middle. That's really what their offense is. It's a power gap scheme. It's combo blocks. It's second level. It's all kinds of things like that. You want to see him and be able to control the down guy in front of him and then be able to get to second level if he has to. I think that some of the things when you talk about who particularly people play with, I think a little bit, if I could switch it to Donovan Ezeraku last week. Donovan Ezeraku runs with the first team generally, and he generally runs with a Solomon Thomas or somebody like that, or Oso Digizua, that kind of gives him a little bit of that better player next to him. Maybe that's some of the things why we didn't see as much pressure from him, is because of the inside guys as some backup guys. That maybe that's why. But I'd love to see him have a really good day as Ezeraku, but I'd love to see Booker, not get beat quick. There was some times where in camp where Solomon Thomas and Oso Digizua gave him problems. Even Winfrey gave him some problems with quick moves. Be patient, set your blocks up, and then make sure you execute them.
Do you guys know where you are?
AT&T Stadium, Brad Sham, or Welcome to the Jungle. Is that what you're saying?
I was going to say, Broadus. Come on,
Broadus. We're in the Brad Sham radio booth, but we got a little Welcome to the Jungle in the back. I thought we were at Cincinnati.
This is for both of you gentlemen. Who do we expect to be the standout secondary player today from your Dallas Cowboys?
Man, I'm hopeful it's Zion Childress. Keep building on some of the things that he's done there in the nickel spot.
This is a big day, Blake, for all these defensive backs, because this might be the game that they determine whether they need to go get somebody.
100%.
And if all of a sudden you go out there and there's not a lot of coverage going on, and hey, we're relying on this guy or that guy, and it's not showing up, we're to the point in camp now where we need to go get a guy, not the week of the Philadelphia game. this could be a big game for a lot of guys in that secondary.
What about our boy Izzy McQuamu? I know he's been kind of some talk of getting some reps. Where do you see him fitting in tonight and then for the Dallas Cowboys team?
Yeah, he's kind of in the battle with him and Childers and those guys and Hall. They're all, Izzy could play slot, he could play safety, he could play at the corner. If they go into this thinking like Bland's going to be the nickel inside, they got to figure out somebody who can play right corner. And so Izzy's going to be part of the guys they're going to throw out there and see. He's got a little bit of a Cheeto Awuzie game to him. He can make plays, but he could also be real close, be in really good position and give up plays. So you kind of don't want a guy like that out there.
Boys, just real quick update. Toronto 4, Texas nothing.
3-run homer given up by our boy Patrick Corbin.
So it's give us something. Give us some good news. Who you guys got coming on the show pregame?
Looking forward to go behind enemy lines with Jerry Sandusky today, boys.
Okay. Pause. Boys, thank you guys so much for that. Have a wonderful show. We'll see you here in a couple hours.
Ask Blake if he knows who that is.
He has no idea who that is.
I think I do. Made a documentary.
Ravens play-by-play voice, of course.
Duh. What did you think we were talking about? Boys, have a good one. We'll see you in a little while.
Thanks.
Save some food.
There you have it. Go ahead and run that back one more time as far as what happened, Toronto, Texas.
Yeah, so the Rangers are now losing 4-0. Patrick Corbin gave up a Eric Clement 1-run double to make it 1-0, and then our boy Miles Straw came to the plate and hit a 3-run, 376-foot homer to left field. So the Rangers are now down 4-0. The Rangers have one hit, and it was Ezekiel Duran.
Your boy Zeke, man, he's been on a tear here lately. Great stuff as always from Brandon Laurie from Blogging the Boys. Another phenomenal performance from the one, the only Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker. Blake Elliott, you and I en route to AT&T after this. For everybody here, stay tuned. Go Cowboys, go Rangers. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank